catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing your figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head?
Hey, folks, how's it going? So, for those of you who followed us over from the Patreon show, it was a good show. We had a good time. Went on for an hour and 40 minutes, and just a different atmosphere, a different feel, less people, but it's still just it's really cool, man. I really enjoy talking to the Patreon people, and you're going to hear things over there you're not going to hear over here because it's just a tighter knit group. If you're paying to listen and talk and hang out, then yeah, you're going to hear things that others won't. That's just how it goes. But now we're on the main show, and so we had some people who were in the chat who wanted to tell their story, and I thought, well, if we're going to do that, let's tell the stories on the main show, because we were talking about all kinds of different stuff. So we had Under Fire over there, and trying to remember who else was on there. Andres was on there. He wanted to tell a story. And Sailor Nemesis. You guys were all there. You guys want to tell your encounters. Put the thing on there so they can get on there.
I did.
And Maddie just was kind enough to post a PRT on X. We're now on X. I made another account kind of on accident, I guess. I was trying to get into the PRT with the one on X, and I ended up like making another account, which I did not mean to do. So there's one on there that I'm gonna try and take it down. Do you guys know how to disable it? Because I don't. I don't.
I mean, I'm sure there's a way. I just have to poke around in it.
Yeah, because I didn't have time to sit there and mess with it today. So you can follow us on X, and we're on TikTok. We're on all these other different deals or whatever. This necklace here, just so you know, is very special to me. It's two wolves. It's a male and female wolf, and it means a lot to me because I made it rose gold. I don't like rose gold, but Nellie likes it, and it's technically hers. I gave it to her, but I decided to wear it today because I was wearing the white gold this thing right here, so which goes with the shirt. I thought so. I wore this. And in a couple of months, we'll be celebrating our 8th anniversary. So interesting. I met my wife on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. It's the first time I ever spoke to her. And we talked for like 8 hours. And it was in 2017. So I don't know if you noticed, honey, but I'm wearing this. So we got somebody who wants to jump on. Let's get started. Like the title says, anything aliens to werewolves. And every letter of the alphabet in between. Whatever you want to talk about. If you want to join in, guys, just go into the queue. It'll show you, like, you can jump on. There's a link there, and you can just jump on. I don't see it on the show on the computer screen, but it's on the phone.
Yeah, it's pinned at the top of the chat.
All right, so let's bring on Underpower. What's going on, man?
Hey, Josh, how you guys doing?
Good. How about
Hey,
yourself?
what's up, man?
I'm doing okay. We had a really horrific snowfall last night and had a fun drive up to work and back, but generally okay.
So, what do you got for us tonight? What do you got going on?
Well, I could definitely share one of my stories when I was out hiking. I think that kind of relates to your last episode where you talked to these guys. Of course, the one episode I don't watch, when he's in northern Alberta and Saskatchewan and logging and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's these. I did have a question I wanted to ask you as well, but that was about the Reincarnation stuff. But just that episode was so. Like, I've listened to several reports of people up there who've seen all sorts of things. Lights. There's like a film of some guys up in an oil rig, and these orbs come over the hills and like all flying in unison. Then they just drop back down over the hill. Like this stuff though, like it's not just in the forests. They come right out into the plains. There's people who've seen Sasquatch right by the main highway that goes through Ontario province. Like this stuff comes really close. There was a sighting of Sasquatch just in Calgary, which is one of our major cities, just in the edge of the city.
And you live near Calgary, you said?
Yes, I won't say exactly where, but it's not in Calgary. It's outside of the city. But yeah, I do live within driving distance.
Yeah, you don't got to tell us exactly where you live. Unless you want some weirdos showing up at your house. I mean,
No, I'm good. Thank you. But yeah, that story just reminded me. Like I've had a whole bunch of experiences. Like we'll have to sit down and have a proper chat so I can share my entire beginning to end point experiences because you'll want to hear everything in order. But out in the mountains, I know one time, this one I think you'll find really interesting. So I went to this one area. I knew there's some stuff around there. So I got someone from Calgary who's never gone hiking to go hiking with me on a trail I know pretty well. So we went hiking and we're entering, there was a pre-burn about 10 years ago. And so right when we're getting near to that point, we hear like cracking in the forest beside us. And we're looking, you don't see anything, but it's like something's walking through the forest, but you can't see anything. He gets a little bit scared. I just say, hey, it's okay. We don't see anything. Let's go ahead. We should be all right, right? I'm confident. We get out to a clearing. We go for a bit. And then what happens is we get to a central point where there's a hill ahead of us. Now, I have him walking in front of me because, of course, in case there's wild animals and stuff, I'm being responsible for him. I want him to be within my sight of vision in case anything comes out at us. and because I had the bear spray and all the equipment you need if you encounter wildlife. But I see up in the hill above me, at the edge of my vision, my glasses, a kind of crouching gray, and I'm confident this was either a dogman or werewolf, whatever we want to call them. But it's just things kind of crouching there, looking, watching us, and it was a fair size. This probably had to be roughly, because I walked by the spot where I was sitting, probably about 8 feet tall, I would say at least. But it was kind of hunched up, so it's kind of a rough estimate. But I see this gray figure just the edge of my vision, my glasses. I'm looking at it, and all of a sudden it jumps up as soon as I'm kind of looking at it for like 2 seconds. Like, oh shit, he's seen me. This is weird. He twists sideways, and it's like his arms are pulling like a curtain. It's weird. That's what it did. It twisted sideways, looked like it was pulling a curtain, and then just vanished on the spot.
Mm.
So I don't alarm my friend because I've seen these things a few times before, and this was way back before I had the knowledge we have now. So I didn't feel threatened, right? But we walked by this spot, sensed nothing, kept on walking. About 10 minutes after that spot, we're in it's kind of a logging trail road, but it's still dense forest on each side. And again, I have this sense of presence. I sense a presence kind of manifest beside me, pretty near me, within about 2 meters to my right. I kind of look over. There's nothing there, but I can sense it. I can sense something's there. So it's kind of mind speaks. We're just hiking, meaning no offense, Smet, you, we're just here for a hike. And then it kind of sits upon it, then it vanishes. Like this dematerializes, this presence, whatever it is. And then we get up to the edge of another clearing where they had log cleared this entire section of the forest. And then you go up towards the mountain. This is about a 9-hour hike to the point and back that we go. And what I guess was a sense of something staring in the back of my head. Right? Like, if you ever had that feeling, but yeah, like directly staring, not threatening, just like sensing, hey, can you sense this? And I kind of don't say this, kind of give kind of a nod, and I continue going because I don't want to scare the guy who's hiking with me. Right? But I'm kind of like, we'll go, but then we'll turn around, we'll come back, right?
Yeah.
Because I've been up on this trail further ahead, it goes back into forest, and then it goes up to a mountain. I had someone else with me, and we got up to there, and we took a selfie photo, see one-on-one for the hike of me and him. And behind us down the trail, you see this black dog man kind of sticking out from the bushes and the trees looking at us from down the trail. So they're in this area, and this is right beside a national park where tons of people go every year, but it's very, very popular.
And so you saw this, it was a dog man? Because
I saw this, and I'm sure this is the same one I saw at a different point across on the other side of the mountain, because it had the same type of fur color.
Yeah. And this is the only one you've ever seen?
No. Like I say, I'll have to sit and talk to you. Like this whole area, I've had several. I've gone on film. I've seen them several times.
So then what we need to do is record with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We need to do everything from the beginning of my life, these stuff with the Reptilian Drago stuff, all the way up till today. I've just experienced, as you said, it, right? I thought I shared this as a story because related to your last episode. Because these things are all over Alberta. I recommend no one ever hike alone by themselves in this province.
Oh no, I won't. Trust me. After Xena and Aaliyah and who was the other one that we talked to? Clint and several other people that we've talked to. Don, just different people. Y'all don't know what we're talking about. And you'll get to know who they are later. But yeah, they've told us enough. Yeah. And the Sasquatch in this area too, people have cited. I didn't see the Sasquatch on this side. It was the other side of the mountain range. But tons of people further down that side of the valley have heard howls, have seen the Sasquatch. It's extremely active. This area is extremely active. Just tons of stuff. I could go on for hours about this area. My friend, who I've gone hiking with, I don't think he'd ever come onto your show. I've talked to him about. He's talked about some weird shit. Not just in the mountains, forests, but weird dreams. I listened to a lot of. It gets to a bit of a different subject, but it kind of relates to you kind of talking about before of how that guy got bitten and he had these weird dreams. I'm convinced at this point there's a lot more to dreams than we think. And it's either you're going to alternate realities or different levels of this reality. Sorry, go ahead. No, I want to say something really quickly though about the dreams too, because like you could be connecting with like an alternate reality.
Yeah.
And I think that's very, very prevalent in people that don't even realize it. Like I remember, like very vividly remember this, talking about Canada. Calgary was the capital.
Yeah.
I remember this. Now, somebody the other day was, and I know somebody might be in the chat, Chris Anderson, he goes, I remember you guys having 100,000 listeners. And I'd like to think that that's the case. But I've had a lot of different people tell us, not just me, but Anthony, Tony, Nelly, Scorp D, everybody, that they remember us having over 100,000 listeners already. Like they remember that. You know, and I'm not talking about like hundreds of people, maybe 2 or 3 dozen people, but that's quite a bit to remember something like that. So maybe they're remembering something that's going to happen. It sounds weird, but I'm convinced because I remember there was an episode of Sopranos when my brother had first got me. He finally talked me into watching it, and I remember it was Jackie April's. You remember how his son was not the brightest, Jackie Jr. He's like, yo, I'm smart, you know.
Yeah, my father.
So he's like, tell him how smart he is. He did this flashback, right? And he's like, tell him what the capital of Canada is. And he's like, Calgary. He goes, man, this kid's amazing. If you go back and listen to it now, he says Ottawa. And I'm like, what in the hell? Like, because I remember it being Canada. And I remember back then it was Calgary. It was Calgary. I specifically remember that, but you know, I have a lot of memories like that. But I think what happens is people have these would be considered now false memories. And JP, I see you in the queue there, so just hang in there, buddy. But I think people have these false memories, and then they come out and manifest in dreams, and then they'll talk about these creatures, these beings that they encounter, you know, and they don't know whether it's real or not. But yeah, I'll tell you, if it's affecting you, it is real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think our reality is porous. So you can go in and out to different realities. So this, I'll say, it's not related to the mountains out there, but this one really kind of made me accept the reality, like this isn't fully real. 100 people witnessed this. I talked to someone else who lived in my city, my town, and he saw this with someone else in his vehicle coming the other way in the highway. I'm coming back from helping a family member drop a vehicle off in Calgary, and we come by, it's past the mall, and so people probably know where that is. They live in this area outside of Calgary, and there's a Boeing passenger plane sitting frozen in the freaking air. Like traffic goes to a stop, and I'm looking like, what's going on with the traffic? And I look to the right, and I drive by this thing for 15 minutes. Now I thought about filming it, but I decided I better pray for the people on that plane, if that is a plane. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's just sitting up going like. And of course, I talked to James Bartley about this. He's like, well, it could possibly be a UFO that glitched out or something, maybe. But like our reality, like it's insane to see this. And I talk to people, and they're like, oh yeah, I know, it's just something with the weather and stuff. They completely deny that there's no way something like that could sit there in the sky like that. Like it's impossible, right? Unless this is not real and something glitch happened.
It's like a simulation glitch.
Yeah. Well, and a whole bunch of other people witnessed this. They even put on the radio the next day. They said, "Oh, it was a weather illusion, la di da, bunch of bullshit, mainstream media." Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But no one sat there like freaked out, got the phones and filmed. Like it was just everyone was just in shock. Oh, yeah. Hey, GP.
So I just added JP to the conversation here, but you go ahead and finish what you're doing under fire. I didn't want JP to get impatient. He had been trying to come in and out.
Yeah, no worries. I'll finish this. I have one big question. This is kind of like almost like I want to say a crisis, but going with the fact that I woke up at 9 years of age, no memory of my name, all that type of stuff, and going to this point, I've studied about this Zarathian religion. I think they are actually fairly right on some points, including the battle between good and evil. Reincarnation is something I really wanted to ask kind of your deeper insight on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm convinced it's real, but then again, people go to hell. Well, it's for a long period of time. Then they come out of it. Maybe not,
Mhm.
depending who they are. Same with heaven.
Doesn't change the fact that it's real. I mean,
Yeah.
going to heaven or hell. Read a book called Old Souls.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look that
Yeah,
up
I
right
used to
now.
work with some guys that were Druze. It's one of the oldest religions on earth.
Oh,
It's older than Christianity, Islam, Judaism. Look it up, Druze, and that will tell you a lot. Old Souls. Do me a favor, Under Fire. Hit me up with an email. I am getting set to do a bunch of recordings with a lot of different people.
yeah, man. I can absolutely set you up the email.
I may start doing 2 podcast episodes a week in lieu of the live streams, because I'm really sick of getting attacked by these maniacs. So we might just do 2 live streams a week and then 2 podcast episodes a week. I think we're going to finish out the Fridays and then start doing podcasts on there.
Yeah, that's good. I'm so sorry, Josh. Everything you've gone through. I am so sorry.
Never ends, man. These people, because Rivas from Codega's Cabin of Curiosities, and I want to say publicly, thank you for reaching out to me. And we talked, and he felt like I called him out on the show. Well, I explained to him. I said, "Look, I understand that why people don't want to, work with me. It's not because I'm doing something; it's because these people are following me everywhere. But it hasn't been very many. It's been very few and far between, if anybody, who's ignored me or said something. And it always inevitably turns out that they're friends with one of these 4 or 5 lunatics that are running around. And it's really only a handful of them, but they just are so local. And they create stock accounts and they infect a few of their little cliquish followers, whatever. But most of those people you got to forgive, because they don't know me. The only sin really to them, is their willful ignorance, if they're being willful about it.
Yeah.
Or the fact that they're not even trying to get to know me. They're just going along with what people say and do. So if somebody tells you, and you don't know this person, and they're like, "This person had my son kidnapped, and he's evil, and he committed a conspiracy." He tells you all this wild crap. With some of it's so far-fetched, but you never know nowadays. So somebody might take that and they'll believe it, and I'm not going to hold it against them if they eventually figure it out. Then they'll. So I was talking to Rye Voss, and he was just saying, he goes, that these people are affecting your health, and you need to, like, if nothing else, pull back just for for your own mental, physical, and whatever well-being. And he talked like he was genuinely concerned. He may just be blowing smoke up my man. I don't know. He has no reason to, but I just figured. He sent me these messages telling me, "Hey, this is not the case. Go back and look. I did invite you, and you were busy and whatever." Yeah, and that's true. So he did actually invite me. So it was way back in the loop, and I didn't have a time to. But so congratulations to him. But I just figured it was more of the same mess, because somebody that he's closely associated with, I don't really care much for, because that person's done nothing through this whole ordeal, and he was very much a part of it, and then just sat back and let me fight, and then had the audacity to ask me for things, and I'm just like, nope. But that's not Rye Voss. That's just a mutual associate of ours. And so I explained to him that, I wasn't upset with him about what that person did. I wasn't calling him out publicly either. I was just saying that this is probably why this is happening, why people like, he feels like, but he explained to me that wasn't the case. But by the same token, he's like, you're right. There are going to be people who aren't going to want to deal with you, because they know that they have run the risk of getting attacked by these maniacs.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But there hasn't been many people that have just, it's pretty much, for the most part, business as usual. So what they're doing is really failing. All it's done is galvanize people to really dislike the hell out of them. And so it's not really bothering me too much. But there are people, there are people's lives that are going to change drastically, depending on what ends up happening with this situation, with this guy. So one of them anyway. And you got to realize too, you're dealing with mentally ill, mentally unstable people, and they can be dangerous. So I can understand how people would feel a certain way. Me personally, I don't give a shit when it comes to. I don't care how dangerous you are. I am too. You know, if you piss off the wrong person, you'll turn a preacher into a killer real quick if you mess with people. You know, so my advice would just be to stay in your lane and don't mess with people. You know, because I'm not going out there messing with people. If it happens, it comes to me. I deal with it. You know, it's just how it goes. But I would love to have you come on and record.
I would love that. That'd be great to talk to you and hear your insight and see what you think from everything I've gone through, because it's been a lot. It's been an
So
absolute
let's
lot.
set up
It's
a
been
time then. Hit me up on Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com and or through Messenger if you have the Messenger. If you're a friend of mine on Facebook, I think you are. Yeah. So just message
I'll friend you. Yeah.
and let's set up a time and let's do this. Let's get some recording done and let's get all your stuff out there.
Absolutely, Josh.
Okay.
That'd be fantastic.
Okay. I'm gonna let you run, so I'm gonna bring someone else on.
Sounds good. Take care. Thanks again.
All right, man. You too. So there you go, guys. He's over there in Canada. And
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? And we were just talking about Canada and Canada having all the weird, wild stuff going on, you know, and it's, man, some of the stuff that Aaliyah was telling us. And then it kind of switches gears a little and we end up hearing about what happened to Xena and Don. And that was nuts too. But I think that was something more like maybe native spiritual. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm from that's right on topic because I'm from Canada. I'm from exactly the same city as him. I know what mall he's talking about. He's talking about Cross Iron Mills. It's just north of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I heard there was some buzz about a plane that was stuck in the sky. That was years ago. But yeah, I'm from the same
Happened
place.
a lot.
Yeah, like I've seen videos on the internet too. You know, you don't know what to make of it. But I'm from that precisely same city. And you know, over my lifetime, I've had a lot of experiences, which, you know, anyone who's, you know, listening can attest to. You know, it's quite reality shattering when you see some crazy stuff like that, paranormal stuff, which catapulted me into, you know, doing more research into it and like starting to take the paranormal and interdimensional stuff more serious. And then I started doing interviews myself. I wanted to start a YouTube channel, kind of like what you guys do. And so I started to meet people and I started to collect their stories. I started to record it. And man, and this went on for about a year and a half. But the stories were some of them were so incredible. Some of them were ridiculous, like just insane what people saw. And a lot of them were just really scary and just kind of horrible. And I ended up just not like, I was like, I don't even want to like publish this. You know what I mean? Like some of it is just so, you know it's so out there and ended up not, but I collected all that and I have it. I have a really good memory. So I can almost recall everything pretty much to a T. And yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff myself, man. I don't even know where to start.
Well, let's do this. What is the most profound in your experience? What do you think?
The worst one, I think the top two, the top two would both be black shadow figures that I saw. And the one was like a series where I was being harassed as a child. And then the harassment stopped. And this, you know, through my research, it's happened to a lot of people. And the second one was one that happened a few years ago, and it wasn't the same entity, but I think it's the same kind of entity. I don't know. But that one was crazy because it was clear as day what I saw, and it was very close to me. So I guess I'll start with the first one. I was a kid, like I started to see, I was a kid and I was like super young. I mean, I had to been like, when I first started seeing it, I'd been like 4 or 5 years old. And I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I have my own theories, but there was a lot of domestic violence and crazy stuff going on at home. I don't know if that opened up like a portal or whatever.
It definitely facilitates it.
Like really horrible domestic stuff, just normal, just drinking and drugs and crazy. And so I started to see this tall, I would say it was 6'4", 6'5". The only way I can describe it is it looked like the Grim Reaper without a scythe. and many people have seen it. The only movie I've ever seen that accurately shows like almost everything I've seen was called The Exorcism of Emily Rose. If you ever seen that, the
Yeah.
priest is getting harassed by the 6'4", cloaked, looks like the Grim Reaper. In that
I
movie,
haven't seen the movie, but I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, and in that movie they say like they go through it, and it's like Satan. In the end, it's Satan, right? Like it's harassing them all movie, and then in the end, but this thing, and so I saw it a couple times, but it was always like it was in passing. Like I would look down in the basement, I would see him run across, or I would see it here, I would see it there, and then what happened is one time I remember I was like, and it would always startle me and really scare me. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy, and I'm really small, right? And my grandfather was in love with the Lord of the Rings, and he showed me that movie when I was a kid, and one day I'll never forget telling him, I'm like, Grandpa, I'm seeing a ghost. Because I was you're a kid, you don't know what any of this is. I didn't know what the Grim Reaper was until I was closer to 10 or whatever. And he says, what do you mean you're seeing a ghost? I'm like, I'm seeing this ghost over and over. I see it. It's even like at my other grandparents' house, at my house. He said, well, what does it look like? And I said, Grandpa, it looks like those guys from the Lord of the Rings. He's like, what guys? I'm like, the guys with the swords and they stabbed Frodo? Because that was the only frame of reference I had. It looked like the Witch Kings from the Lord of the Rings, I think they even
Yeah, the
called
ring
them.
wraiths.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ring wraiths, exactly. And so he was really taken back. I'm like, what? And, I remember the frequency turned up, and when I became, there was like a period, I don't know how old I was, maybe somewhere between 9 and 11, where I started to see it constantly. Like there was a month or two where it was like multiple times a week. And then the scariest part about this is that it started to like, it was definitely harassing me. It had some kind of obsession with me for some reason, but it started to try to enter me, right? And what happened is I started to have nightmares around this time. I remember like I saw it a few times when I was a kid, maybe like once a year. Then in this period, it started to happen so frequently. And then next thing I know, I'm having these nightmares. Okay. Now in person, in real life, and this is very common, that these things, they for some reason they flee when you become aware of them a lot of the times, right? Like if you see them or if you this or that, they flee. And every time I saw it in real life, it was always fleeing or moving, or if I saw it, then it would try to go away. But in my dreams, it was the exact opposite. I don't know if it was like their dimension or whatever, but now in my dreams, it's the exact opposite. And it's not running from me. Now I'm running from it. And I had a few of these dreams, but I can't particularly recall. I only can recall a couple of them. But I remember one of them, I'll remember like it was yesterday because it was pretty traumatizing. It was chasing me in this house, and I'm running. And I was running from living room to kitchen to foyer to living room to kitchen, around and around in circles. And there was a staircase in the middle, but the staircase led up the stairs into a door. And I'm running and running and running, and I'm trying to run faster, but every time I would peek over my shoulder, it was a little closer and a little closer to me. And so it got so close, I'm like, oh, I have nowhere else to go. So I went up the stairs. So I run up all the stairs, and I reach for the door, and I grab it, and it's locked. And I turn around, and he gets me, and I wake up, right? Now I'm like, whoa, this is crazy, right? Like, and eventually, I don't know why, but suddenly it stopped happening. And I'm starting to like, I'm a kid, but I'm like, this is crazy. I don't know what's happening to me, right? But this is the thing that made me realize that it wasn't all in my head, right? Because I told my grandpa because we were really close. But like I told you, with all the crazy domestic stuff that was happening, me and my mom weren't really that close. She was always kind of out of it, drinking or doing weird stuff, drugs. And so one day we were living with her boyfriend in this house, right? And we're on the landing. So to get to the front door, there's like 4 steps down from the living room, the landing, the front door, and then about 10 steps down to the basement. And then when you get to the bottom, there's a wall, right? So if you turn right, there's the rooms. If you turn left, it's the unfinished basement room, right? Mm-hmm. And we're getting our shoes on to leave. And I'm putting my shoes on. We're all, me, my mom, my little sister, and my stepdad. Now, my stepdad and my sister were closer to the stairs that go upstairs. Me and my mom were on the landing. And I turn around like I would typically do when I would see this thing. I would turn around and see it, and it would run across. And we both looked down the stairs at the same time. No one had ever seen it with me before. And we looked down the stairs, and we see this 6'4". The only way I could describe it was, it looks like a dude wearing a Grim Reaper costume, plain as day. This wasn't at night. This was like at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, broad daylight. We see this dude dressed like the Grim Reaper sprint across our basement. And my mom just screams. She screams her head off and runs out the door, frantic. She's freaking out. And my dad's like, what's going on? And she's like, I just seen this guy. There's a dude in our basement dressed in a crazy Halloween costume, this 6'4" dude. And my dad's like, what? Like he's like, what are you talking about? Right. And we both saw it and we're both freaked out. Right. And so he's a tough guy. So he goes, I'll go down there. And so he grabs his baseball bat and he marches down the stairs to find this dude. And of course we search every crack and there's nothing there. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's just the fact that she saw it too. And it, you know, to this day, that was the only time she ever saw it. I saw it many times, probably 30 times. But yeah, just the fact that my mom saw it too was pretty crazy. And that was the first craziest one, but I have a few more. I don't know.
Well, hang on. Let me let Sailor Nemesis come on, and then just if you want to hang tight and stay on the screen with us, and then she can tell her story, and you can go back and tell another one if you want, unless we get too many people in the queue. But right now, it's just you guys. We had 3 others, but they dropped off. But do you want to do that? You want to wait, Noel?
Absolutely. I'll wait as long as it takes, brother.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So Sailor Nemesis, you've been a moderator and been a Patreon member and part of the show for a long time. What's going on with you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
All right, cool. So this story, it happened about 2 years ago. I live on 60 acres with my aunt,
Mm-hmm.
and at the time I was in a relationship with somebody that wasn't that good of a person. And he had been kicked out of where he was living. And I told him, you can come and stay with me for a week until you figure out where you're going to go. And I'm sure you can figure out that week turned into much longer.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time I was staying in a fifth wheel trailer, on the property. And so he would sneak in and out, at night or whatever. He would go into town during the day and do stuff and then come back at night. So he usually came back to the house around 7 or 8 o'clock, when my aunt was inside the house because he wasn't supposed to be there. So it was about 8:30 and I had tried calling his phone and it went straight to voicemail. And so I was wondering where he was at. And then all of a sudden I hear this loud bang outside the trailer door, and he rips the door open and just runs inside, and he starts yelling. He's like, "It took my effing hat. They took my effing hat." I was like, "What's wrong with you?" And he's locking the door, just freaking out. Well, on my property we have 40 acres of trees, almond trees, and there's orchards, the neighboring properties that line up and down the road that we live on. So he was walking across the street, the orchard across the street from ours, walking through it to get back home. And he said at first, he just started seeing little balls of light that were around him, and he didn't think anything of it. And then he started hearing something jumping from tree to tree, kind of like keeping pace with him. So he starts walking faster, and he hears the whatever it is jumping through the branches, and he starts running because he gets that, like, primal fear, that feeling of fear. And he's just, something told him, like, make it to the road and make it across the road and you'll be okay, to my property. So he starts running, and just as he breaks out of the orchard across the street, he said he felt claws. He had a beanie on, and he felt claws come on the back of his head and ripped the beanie off.
Yeah.
And and then that's when he ran inside to my trailer. So
I mean, you said this. It wasn't a very nice person, not a very nice guy.
no.
And so, do you think maybe that could contribute to that? Because that's a spiritual opening that he's leaving himself open to that. I mean, what do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. There was a lot of things that spiritual that I was exposed to because of him. One of the things in particular, stuff would always go missing. One time it was a lighter. I was looking for a lighter and I knew I had left it right on the table by the front door. And it wasn't there. So I went outside and I was so angry. And I came back in and the lighter was right there when it wasn't before. And just little annoying things like that would happen. Um, and then not to mention, like, he's been gone for over a year, but the spiritual stuff and attacks that I still deal with because of him and the openings that I was exposed to, it's really irritating and difficult.
Yeah, and if you're with somebody who is not a good person, I've heard the phrase being called, and we talked about it. You were in the Patreon earlier, and I told you guys about that other show. That guy, he calls it like spiritual contagion or paranormal contagion, and that was the first time that I'd heard it called that. But I've heard it being called like paranormal transference and other things like that, because these different ghost researchers in particular do a lot of work on that. That's where you're going to need to go to find that kind of information, is these ghost hunters. Dang, Noel's got like
feedback coming from
some weird demonic stuff going on there, Noel. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, sorry, I was just setting my camera up in my microphone.
Oh, that's okay, no problem. Just take care of the demons there, get them under control, and make them leave or whatever.
Isn't that
it was pretty funny. So, paranormal transference is one way you could call it. You could call it paranormal contagion. There's the hitchhiker effect, and there's other names people use. I've heard it called all kinds of things. I have a friend who was in Fort Hood, and I'll tell you a real quick story. And I don't want to take away from everybody else's, because tonight's everybody else's. But his name was James. His last name was James, and not Jesse either. It was, but he was. How can I describe him? If you ever watch Abe's channel with Abe Sees with Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, Abe, he'll talk about these certain people that are a certain way when he was in the military. And James was that way. I'll call him RJ. We called him RJ. Worked for us for a while, and the further away he got from being a soldier, the less disciplined he was. And I think he's one of those people that kind of needed to have that discipline, because he was one of those people that was influenced by those around him, and he had a spiritual connection, very strong connection to the spiritual side of things. He would be in our club, and somebody would have an encounter or something would happen, and it was so spooky. Some people thought he was causing it, and I told these people, I said, don't say that. I was like, because before RJ came to work for us, before he left Fort Hood and came to work for us, he started working for us still at Fort Hood, but he got discharged. He moved to Austin. I said this stuff was going on. He came in 2000, and I remember this stuff had been going on for 4 years when I first started. And so I told him, I said, that's not him. He's just able to see it clearly. The problem with him, though, was he wouldn't do anything or take any precautions to protect himself from that. And then he gets together with this girl that was one of my waitresses, who was completely erratic and just like out of control person, did drugs, would be at work and just be like, sure, I'll pop some X, and you're like, yeah, you got 3 hours left on your shift. I don't think you're going to do too good taking people's orders. You're probably going to end up on the floor. And that happened. You got fired. But she managed to convince him that me and the other management were the evilest things ever. So he started having this resentment in him. And he started to take on a persona of this wicked person that he was going out with. And to the point where one day he got in my face and acted like he wanted to fight. I mean, I gave him every opportunity, and I could look it in his eyes and see that it was almost like she was looking through his eyes. Find out later on that she really was. She had an ability to, with an attachment that I think that she put on him, and he had to get it cleansed. He had to get it cleansed to take it off of him. And it was really based on not only his personality and the spiritual openings he had, the drinking and the partying, but also because he got with someone who was way, way unbalanced. And she really did that. She took eggs, she got drunk, and she passed out and slid down the stairs. And when we told her she was fired, she's like, what? You know, and she did like, you know, like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? You know, like I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to fire you. You're going to have to go home. And if I have to, we'll just have to escort you. So I told the security, you know, take her out. I didn't grab them and stuff because, you know, I just let my bouncers deal with it. And so she went to work on him, and then he acted like she was unjustly fired. And at first he was like, oh, I totally get it. I see what what the deal is. But as time went on, he became more and more belligerent and began to act like some injustice had been, you know, because she was literally manipulating him. Now, I'm not saying that happened to you, Sailor, but what I'm saying is when you're with someone who has that going on, it doesn't shock me at all that something is happening to that person in that way, because the girl that I'm talking about, and it's been so long, I can say her name. Her name was Monica, but it doesn't matter. But Monica was one of those people who was having all kinds of weird stuff happen to her at the club. And I was like, yeah, because you have demons that are all over you. And when one of them's on you, they see that demon feasting on you. The other ones will jump on. Like they're very, very vampiric. Demons have a very vampiric nature. And in fact, parasitic, yeah. But I'll say it's vampiric because, you know, the demon Orneus, you know, who did what he did, that he's the whole reason that Solomon or Suleiman, as they say in the Arabic, you know, translation, the Hebrew translation is Solomon. But what they say is that the reason he ended up having power over all of them with that ring that he was given by God, that it was because of a vampiric demon named Orneus that was draining the blood of the young boy of his manservant's son. And so his manservant came to him, which would be like his butler, I guess. And he came to him and said, look, my son's dying. What can you do? I know you have a relationship with God. Can you help him? And so he went to God and said, can you help the young boy? I don't want him to die. And God gave him, this is the legend, God gave him a ring. And of course, it was a vampiric entity that was doing it. But in Orneus, of course, there's no honor among thieves. He turned in all of his buddies. It's like getting busted with drugs. I'll give you the names of all the higher ups.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay,
Rolled.
Orneus, give us the bank, give us the roll. And so there's this big roll. And it's very interesting. If you ever read the Key of Solomon, the Song of Solomon, Lesser Key of Solomon, any of those, I've read them all. And they're all a little bit different, but some of it's really intense. Like it goes down the names of all of these demons and archons and what each one of them does and how they were brought into the court. Some of them tattled on others. Like he would bring one in and he'd be like, well, hey, I'm not really the main guy that does these things. It's who you need is so-and-so. He's
See,
the
what
one.
happened was,
Yeah, and then they go and get him and they bring him in, and then there was this one I remember when they confronted Beelzebub, and they were like, you know, what do you do? Blah blah blah. He started like ratting out his own son. He's like, hey, look, I'm bad, but my son, he's terrible. He's at the Black Sea doing all kinds of crazy crap. And I challenge you to go get him. You know, and so they did. They went and they grabbed him, snatched him up, and said, your dad told us you were a piece of crap. And he's like, what? You know. Of course, that's what they do. They're not good. You know, they're going to rat each other out. They're rolling on each other left and right. Next thing you know, there's a whole army of them. And he's like, build me a temple. And they did. That's kind of, in a nutshell, what happened. one of them gets popped doing something bad, and the rest of them have to go down. And with that ring, he was able to like really put the cuffs on all of them. But things didn't work out in the end for old Solomon. But I'll let you read it, guys, and figure it out. Point being, you have these parasitic people who were parasitized. It sounds like what Sailor's boyfriend was. And they have these things that happen to them. And they always want to make it your problem.
Yes.
The way they do that is by getting with you, and then through emotional, physical, sexual, mental, every kind of attachment that you can make with this person, you're getting one step closer to being feasted on by their demons. And the demon doesn't just hang out. What'll happen is, and this is something that men and women can all look at, and I'm not even joking. After or during heightened emotions, whether it's physical or in coitus, anything like that, look for these things to come out of the back of their neck. My friend Heather explained to me after relations with her ex-boyfriend, who I think was an absolute psychopath, who probably the only reason ever killed her was because of me and my brother and my friends. And her friendship with us is, because she always picks like the worst people to go out with. She wears bad idea jeans and goes to work with them. Okay. So anyways, she got with this guy, and she said that after he rolled over and they were going to sleep, this is her boyfriend. She sees this black, remember Anthony? She told us this black goo ball thing with a face on it.
Fly right out of his neck.
Came out of the back of his neck, and she's like, "What do you think that is?" And I was like, "Oh, well, let me take a guess. 3 guesses. One is a talk show host that was wanting to see if y'all want to do a reality TV show. The second guess is it was probably a residual effect from the weatherman on television, and my third and final guess was a demon.
Oh, it's a Goomba from Mario.
And so, which one of those things do you think it was? She's like, the talk show host? I'm joking. She didn't say that. She's not that bad, but she can be. She's one of those super smart people that's not. Doesn't the common sense parts just kind of, thank goodness.
It's like they know a lot of stuff, but they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, they don't do with it. Yeah, she doesn't watch the show. So, and her best friend's a massage therapist that I've known for years, and Heather herself is a chiropractor, a very good one, very good chiropractor. But we were at her friend's, and Anthony was getting her to work on his back because he had a messed up muscle on his back. And her friend, very nice lady, she's from Haiti originally. She's been here for 30 years, but she knows how she is, and she's like, Heather, it never dawned on you were seeing the Christmas tree being spun around. You know how she talks.
Yeah.
Right? She's like, things were crawling around the walls. There were things touching y'all. And then this black thing comes out the back of his neck. You didn't at any point say, hey, maybe this guy is not somebody I should be dating. And Heather's just like, I know, and I should have broke it off, but I didn't know how. And she's like, and don't give me this crap about, you were afraid of him. You had Wolf and all of them. They're not going to let him hurt you. What is he going to do, But I told, the thing is, she loved him, And so I told her friend, I said, look, the bottom line is she loved him. I mean, and so when you love somebody, you think you love somebody, you'll go through this incredibly intense, nightmarish levels of hell for that person. And I'm assuming probably that you had an infatuation with these guys, Taylor, at some point, right? I mean,
well, it was actually my first real relationship. I had trouble at home when I was a teenager, and So an altercation happened between my stepfather and I, and it pushed me even more to this guy. So from the time that I was 17 years old until I was 28 really is I was with that guy. So I didn't, I really didn't know much of anything, and he was 3 years older than me. So I didn't know what I was getting into. And then I think what really made me pull away from him was, my aunt. I love my aunt because she's always been there for me, even more so than my own mother. And when she told me, he can't be here. I don't want him here, because she knew, what was going on with him, but I didn't. And so because of her, I think is what gave me the strength to finally tell him to kick rocks.
Hmm.
But that was like 11 years of my life wasted with that
Oh,
person.
wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That is a long time.
hmm
Yeah, 11 years, you know. How old were you when you got together with this individual?
15, like turning 16,
Wow. How old was he?
18.
Wow. And so 11, God, 11 years, that's a long time.
Yeah.
And so the whole time being drained, parasitically, because what happens, folks, just telling you exactly bluntly what happens is they're being drained parasitically. And so people don't realize energy vampires are that way, because what is making them be that way and be frantic and hectic and all that other weird,
Because it's happening to them
it's
too.
happening to them. They're being they're being sucked dry by this.
So it's like a domino effect.
So it runs downhill, and it takes you. That's what happens.
Yeah, we were actually kind of talking about something similar to this the other day, where like I was pointing out the fact that like we all either know a person or have seen a person who's like they always seem to like get with someone who's like way out of their league, like and you're going like, how are these two people together? Like this person is just like got nothing to offer, and this other person is like they're attractive, they've got a lot going for themselves. Like, what do they see in this guy, or what do they see in this girl? And how like that person, like they have a consistent pattern of like being able to get with someone who's like way out of their league, and they're like not very nice people usually. Like they're usually the problem in the relationship, but they always find like these nice guys or nice girls to get with. And I think that it's because they have something on them, like we were talking about, that puts that other person like under some kind of like under a spell, and it's like something on them that like gets their hooks into vulnerable people, and makes them like believe that they're in love with someone to the point where if that person is removed from their lives, then it's going to destroy everything. It's like a deception. And I think that if you were to take the person who's being like parasitized by this other terrible person in the relationship, and just like ask them like, what makes you love this person so much? Why do you love this man or this woman so much? Like, exactly, give me details. Like, exactly why is it? What do you see in them? They usually can't really give you like a good answer. Like they themselves don't. If they think about it, they don't even know exactly why they love that person. They just know that they feel like they do. And I think like that if you can't explain it, then it's not really even love. It's just kind of, it's some sort of weird like illusion, that you're vulnerable to.
Yeah, and then you get used to having that person around, especially if you're somebody that is like a lonely person or never really paid attention to, and then you have somebody that just kind of like smothers you with affection and attention, and it's easy to get taken in that way too. I
Yeah, I
know.
think that's what makes them predatory, is that whatever kind of spirit is on that person that does that, they seek out people who have been through those kind of things.
Yeah.
I won't go into detail about what he had went through when he was a child and stuff, but one thing I want to point out is that the first time my aunt met him, she was like, "I want to, let's go out to dinner, the three of us, so I can meet him." And she didn't tell me this until years after the fact, but she said that as soon as he got out of his car and walked up, she just had this feeling like just panic when she looked at him. It's like her spirit detected already what was coming, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey guys, there's kind of an echo. So if you're listening, if you're listening on speakers, if you have a headphone, that will help to cut that echo. Or if you don't have headphones to use, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself while someone else is speaking, it'll help to cut that echo too.
Just cut it down.
Just because we
Is
don't
there
want
no
the
echo
listener
now?
to not hear what y'all have to say.
And Andres just bounced. I was about to put him on. Okay, well, Andres, if you're listening, I was about to put you on, and then I was going to get back to
But
Noel. But
a real quick side note, Noel,
Yeah.
you can't be using that camera on our stream because you're making us look bad. Okay,
Sorry about that, brother. I'm
You're-
sorry.
you're not allowed. You're not allowed to use that camera. No, seriously though. Just real quick, what camera is that? Because like that looks really good.
Yes, sir. It's an EOS R50. It's there's two models. Like there's the R50, which is like the entry level one. Then there's the R10, and the R10's like another 100 or 200 more, with a portrait lens. It's called they call it the Nifty 50 portrait lens. It's a 43 millimeter. Yeah, I could send you it. It's great. It's like US. I think the camera's like this one. The R50 is like 900, and the R10 is like 1100, and then the
Okay.
lens is like another 100. So, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
wanna
it's
Yeah, if
killer.
you could send a link to that in an email.
okay,
that'd be
somebody get rid of Eatertron, aka probably Mike. Get him out of here. Be gone. Block him. I don't want him in the
great. It's
chat.
already taken care of.
Okay. This guy's just I've been watching this dude. He's sitting here just trolling, talking trash, and so this is whack. Unsubscribe. Yeah, well, go unsubscribe.
Oh yeah,
Go back to Oklahoma.
I didn't even see that guy.
Yeah, just
When
get
we
rid of
talk about this stuff, I noticed a lot of people like I have this theory through all my research and experience. It's almost as if there's like a spirit like inside of them that like rejects any kind of like exposure, you know what I mean? Like with some of these atheist people, right? They claim to be atheists, they claim to be this, but they believe in a lot of the pretty sick stuff if you really get beneath the surface. And like if you try to talk about anything like this, it's almost like not even rejection, right? Like if you didn't know what you were talking about, you would just say, "Oh, I don't know about that." It's like this visceral like hatred and anger towards anybody who wants to talk about anything like this. Like, why would you react that way? You know, it wouldn't make any sense. You wouldn't behave that way in a normal, if you just didn't understand a concept or something, right? Like, have you noticed that too? Like, why do these people have such hatred?
Yeah, they come at us and they have all these reasons that don't make any sense, and then they have no reasons.
Yeah.
And I get messages by people all the time. Like there was this one, and it started out, I mean, just like I have to be nice because this person is probably wanting to give me a story, and it's just this girl, and she's just like, hey, and it started off like part of like a story, like that's where it was going, and then it turned into, well, I actually think you're cute. I've been watching you, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, and I told her, I was like, what does this have to do with what we're talking about? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And she's like, so why don't you send me a picture and I'll send you one? And I'm just like, what is this? You know, and then all of a sudden I get blocked. Like she blocks me. And I'm like, what is that? You know? And that's just like one example of the weirdness. Like somebody will go through all that trouble to build up some kind of, but I could tell by reading part of the story, it was like you could tell AI.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there going like, this is bullshit, you know, but why is this woman doing this? And sometimes people will just be, and it's men and women, and they'll just be like, hey, I'm attracted to you. I like your voice. And I'll be like, okay, let's keep this. If you know, and I don't automatically just kick them, but I'll tell them, look, if we're going to talk about what we're talking, let's talk about that, because there isn't going to be any of this talking about other whatever. I don't do that. And so it's just a way to keep you, and they want to get you in trouble, you know, is what it is. Or they're just genuinely, you know, they like you. I've had this one person telling me that if I quit, they were going to kill me, blah, 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 blah. Well, I actually did quit for 5.5 weeks. They didn't kill me. And guess what? They never messaged me again. So I guess those threats were hollow. And then you have the other crazy nuts who were like, you know, oh, we are going to kill you if we can. And then they were plotting this, you know, in San Antonio. But God works in mysterious ways, because I got really, really sick. And Anthony knows, my nephews, they all know, my brother, everybody, and especially my wife knows that I was going to go to San Antonio.
Yeah.
And Christopher Jordan actually kind of helped talk me out of it and was just like, look, if you're really sick, don't push yourself. And plus, you know, you might just get everybody else sick. Who knows? Don't. So they did this like kind of love light thing while they were there. And there was a couple people that were Paranormal Roundtable paratroopers, and I'm not going to mention their names because I want them to be able to watch out for me. Like they noticed this one guy in particular acting very strange, and he just kind of kept acting nervous and getting up, and he kept asking when I was going to show up. And he was, you know, of course it is wintertime, but he was wearing a jacket. It wasn't that cold. And it just seemed like he was nervous, and eventually he just bounced. And so there were people saying that they thought maybe he might have been trying something. And get this, when they started doing the prayer and focusing healing energy on me, that's when the guy got really uncomfortable and he left. So, you know, there's some really twisted people out there. Now, I did this investigation recently, and some guy just messaged me and says, oh, I know where that is. I know where you're investigating. I'm going to show up over there. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm like, it's hard for me to not to laugh because I was just like, dude, if you show up, you know, I mean, it's going to be very bad for you, not me, you know, because anybody that shows up over there where I'm trying to investigate, I'm going to know automatically I'm going to be suspicious of you, you know. So this person gave it away. I was like, if you were really serious about doing this, you wouldn't have said it. And I asked him the question, like kind of what you just said, Nolan. I said, what is your reasoning behind this? What is your hatred for me? Why are you burning with anger? Now, I know why one of them did it, and I'm suspecting that it went back to the days of when I was downtown. And I'm not going to reveal his name yet because I don't know 100% yet, but we have somebody working on this, and they're telling me, hey, do you know this person from the past? When they show me his picture, he's a fellow YouTuber podcast. I was like, no, I mean, I don't know him from my past. They're like, how about now? They show me a picture when he's my age, when we were young and virile and in our 20s. And I said, oh, shoot, he kind of looks familiar. Now I'm thinking maybe, okay, this is probably somebody that has a vendetta. And then he ended up going down and going to prison for several years. It wasn't because of something I did. It had nothing to do with me. So he was gone out of the loop for a while. Then he comes out of prison and he just becomes another Spider-Man villain and decides to go team up with these other crazies. And now he hates my guts. Never did anything to this guy. Well, at least I thought, but I think I beat his ass downtown. But I'm not going to sit up here and justify, because I mean, if it's him that I'm thinking about, my brother was like, I think I remember that. And it was something that his cousin had did that turned into a big old, you know, but this guy's holding a grudge from 1999. 1999. And so I'm sending this picture to my friends, you know, Squid and, you know, Chief, everybody, Loki, and they're like, he looks familiar. I mean, you know, and everybody asked the same thing. My friend Jack was like, did you beat him up or something? You know, maybe something happened. But what's crazy is they'll smack you, they'll start it, they'll do it, and then they want revenge on you because you retaliate. Like they slap you and you're like, hey, so you slap them back, and then they're like, I want revenge and I'm going to get my revenge. You're like, revenge for what? You hit me, dude. You know, I hit you back. And then this crazy Old Testament revenge goes on forever and ever, and it doesn't end. And then they're coming at you from all angles, and you're swatting pumpkin bombs, and you know, you're trying to stop them, but it just seems like you're holding it together. And there's just like this pack of villains that does not stop, and they don't work, and their whole life goal is focused on you. That right there, and I think Ken Mullins said it best. He said he thinks that bull crap right there is a spiritual, and Abe said it too on his show, that it's a spiritual warfare that these people are waging. They are complete pawns of a demonic or satanic agenda. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying they're demons themselves, but they definitely got some attachments. You know, I mean,
yeah, it's like you're being manipulated by something that and you don't even realize it. Like, I mean, it's like I've said several times on here before, like that a lot of people who have said like just the nastiest, meanest, most horrible things. Like if you actually sat them down, just got them one-on-one and actually try to have a conversation with them and ask them, like, why do you feel this way? Why do you say these things? Why do you do the things you do? They probably can't even, like,
They can't even tell you.
and whatever reasons they do have are going to be flimsy and just not, like, anyone in their right mind would not would hear that and think, okay, but your reaction is still not making sense here. Like, this is so weird. Yeah.
And I'll say this: there was a guy that was on one of the main stupid asses shows the other night, and I've known that guy for years. I tried having 3 conversations with that dude. 3. Before I found out he was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, then I was like, I don't give a shit. I tried, and I reasoned with him, and I talked to them. You know, I said, look, he's a young man, and I said, there's Loki right there. Loki said 1999 vendettas are real. They are. But I tried having reason with this guy, and I said, dude, what in the hell is your problem? And he just kept on. He was bigger than me at that time. And I said, you know, and I told him, I said, if you pull your head out of your ass and do your show and stop worrying about what I'm doing or supposedly saying about you, you'd be fine. And then now everybody always uses the excuse, oh, he had some mental issues. Well, no shit, but I became the focus of his mental issues. I didn't do anything to this guy. The war with he started with his friends, all because I left a group. I left a group and I said, hey, I don't want to be a part of a group that attacks Christians and is always attacking women.
Besides that, if
It's
you have,
just not my thing, man.
if you have mental issues, maybe you shouldn't be trying to be a public person. How about that?
Yeah, and everybody was always like defending that he was young and stupid and whatever. And I was like, I was young and stupid at one time too, and I got over it. You grow up. How long does it take? But I just look at it as like, you know, Spider-Man's villains. Look at, you know, you get the Vulture and Mysterio and whatever, and they just keep coming out of nowhere, you know.
Yeah,
I noticed that too. A lot of these people, like, it's very strange, their behavior. A lot of this, like, really psychotic and violent behavior, in my opinion, is kind of almost demonic in its own way, right? Like, if something happens to you and you're upset, whether it be in traffic or in your life or with people you know and stuff, and your first instinct is to go straight to the crazy murder and death threats and that stuff, I mean, that's not human. What is that? That's not human. Human beings don't act that way. We don't go straight to murder and straight to threats and stuff. That's demonic in itself.
Yeah, like the guy that did it on Abe's channel. Like the things that he was saying, and everybody was shocked by what he was saying about the SA and the murder and hanging us and burning us. And I was just like, this is just another day. This is just the people were finally being able to hear what he was saying. And he's not the only one. This was happening from several different people, and it was happening on a regular basis. And so I was just like, see, folks, do you see what I'm going through? I mean, this guy's been turned into the police, the FBI, everybody else. I don't know what they've done about it. He's the same person that threatened Jesse and Joe Doyle, and he did the same thing to them, just like Roger. Roger did the same thing to them, did the same thing to us. But I guarantee you these people have a demonic attachment. They have this, something is wrong with them.
Yeah.
One of the things I learned from dealing with this vampire cult, and that sounds bad. I'm dealing with this vampire. They're like, see, I told you he was evil. He's into the Leviathan. I'm not dealing with them. I keep them at arm's length. Okay. I like my neck the way it looks. But they do some evil things. Now, the ones that have defected are kind of said, hey, these people are doing these bad things. And Andres, I promise I'll get to you just a second, and I'll be quiet. But what I've learned, though, is that these people, they're not in their right minds because they can't be. The other is more in charge now. And so it's like when those evil impulses you have, and then on top of it, they have this ability to get away with these things because the average person who is not in Christ, this is what I was told by these people. Okay, this isn't my words. Okay, this is what they told us. They told us that the average person will not see the sin. They don't even see it. They could be stealing right in front of you, and you're not even going to notice it. Your mind is so taken in by the world, and you've been glamorized, you know, by the world or whatever. You know, that's just one way of that they call it that. You know, and these vampires, these attachments will keep them out of trouble. You know, and a lot of them are serial killers, and they get away with it because how many times have we heard of serial killers, folks? And tell me, it's like let's just use Dahmer for example. When he was 18, he hacked a guy up, right? Be unalived him, put him in some trash bags, and he's driving to dump this dude, and he gets pulled over by a cop. Those bags weren't even completely closed. At any time, that cop could have been like, "What's in the bags?" Oh my God!
Yeah.
Could have saved. Well, as far as we know, of course, Dahmer didn't ever admit to the one in Ohio because then there's a death penalty that wasn't there in Wisconsin. So we're not going to get into the whole. Maybe he killed more people. He just didn't say it because he wanted to die. But he could have. It could have been prevented. I mean, how many lives? At least 16 that we know of would have been prevented if that cop would have done his job.
Mm-hmm.
But this happens all the time. What about Ted Bundy? When he one of the stories that I remember of Bundy, and this is crazy. There was a couple that had gone up into the
park.
Yeah, up in California. Was it California or was it Utah or somewhere? I don't remember exactly, but the woman, they tripped on something soft and it spooked them. So they turned around and left. What it turned out was Bundy had drugged this girl up there who was already unalive, but her leg was hanging out over the trail, but it was so dark they couldn't see, but it freaked them out.
Yeah.
So they thought, oh, somebody's up here. And then they took off, And so all it would have taken was them being like, oh, no, that's a human leg. Oh, my gosh, this belongs to a person, and there's somebody there. And who knows, he might have gotten caught. There are so many times when these people should have been caught. There were people that witnessed, looking back, they witnessed John Wayne Gacy throwing a rug like off of a bridge,
Mm-hmm.
In Illinois. Into a river, and that was a young man that was wrapped in a carpet. Like, how many times does that happen that these people, they skate by, they get by, and that's because that other wants to keep going with what they're doing. So they have a partnership, and it's usually a temporary partnership because the other can just eventually move on to someone else. But they'll ride that evil, The movie Nefarious comes to mind when you think about that. I don't agree with every single thing in there, but it is pretty damn accurate. And from what I believe, that is kind of how it works. And so, why else would these people get away with what they do? So,
I wanted to ask a question in regards to the vampire cult thing. I remember you saying that they can see people. Is it the aura around people, or what is it, like people that are in Christ that have the Holy Spirit? Is that come into play with who they attack and who they don't attack?
yeah, absolutely. From what I was told, yes, it does play a very large part. And even those that have spiritual openings, they're going to be less likely to be targeted because a person who's already said the prayer and accepted Jesus into their heart, all they've got to do is get back down on their knees in earnest and pray to God through Christ to be protected. And that can throw a serious wrench into their Now, what they can do, though, and this is the nefarious, I just said the word, nefarious thing about it, is that the other can unattach itself. Right. And then the person can physically make the decision to do it. That becomes like the difference between having like a lion attack you or a demon, but there again, a demon can attach itself to an animal and attack you, using physical beings to do their dirty work. So if that makes any sense, so yeah, I hope that answers your question, but like, being in Christ is definitely a plus because a person who is spiritually strong is not somebody that the other is going to want to deal with. When there's so much other prey out there, why would you mess with that? That's why so many people go missing from nightclubs. People, and there is they said at least 2 serial killers right now that are active in this city. And I don't know much about the bodies, if they've been exsanguinated or if there's anything like that. They haven't said if that's happening. I don't know. I just know that they are being drowned and taken. It's like they're willingly going into the water, and so then they pass away. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was the work of some. At least one of them is the work of someone doing something. You know, who knows? I mean, because I believe that these others that they attach, these demons, basically, they attach themselves to these people to use them as like walking, you know, whatever, just doing the physical dirty work of being evil. You know, so yeah. And I think that being in Christ is something that can save you. It can help you. It'll protect you. Now, like I said, the demon itself may not touch you, but it may let go and let the person do whatever it's going to do animalistically, right? You see what I'm saying? Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get away with it or that they'll succeed, but they can give it the old college try, you know, and then it's up to you to defend yourself, you know. But there are, I believe, people that are so demonically obsessed, possessed, whatever, they don't even have a will of their own. It's completely just the other. And I think some of those people actually have a disadvantage because they won't be able to hurt someone in Christ because the demon is pretty much in absolute control and the demon can't mess with you. The demons very much recognize the Son of Man. They already know he's the Son of God, but they don't like to call him the Son of Man because that's the dominion that we have over them. And all it takes is the name of Christ and someone who's strong in their faith. You know what I mean? But like I said, I wouldn't go out and try to tempt it. You know what I mean? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I have one more though, if I can ask.
No, you've asked too many. Next, I'm joking.
Okay.
I have enough vouchers for another question.
Go ahead, Sailor. Ask the question.
It's about the vampire cult too. You said that the elders, like the older ones, if you aren't, you know, if you have any spiritual openings of any kind, like if you go up against them, they could crush you like a tin can. I remembered you saying that. So
Yeah.
like what would you need to what would you need to do to be able to go up against something like that?
I don't know. Be Blade? I don't know.
Well, I
But
remember
that's
on the
if
show
we
you
have
saying,
like, you know, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, like, you know, I would think that, and this could just be my imagination, like we should be able to wage war against these beings. You know, if we have authority over them, like why can't we fight them? Why should we let them, you know, treat us like cattle and you know, the
Well,
predation they already have on us? Why can't there has to be some sort of weapon that we can use against them? That's what I want to know more about.
Did you guys? I don't know if you guys listen. I don't listen to him religiously. A lot of people don't like him because he's so far right now. But Tucker Carlson, he made a statement. I think it was yesterday or the day before, where he says that he now sees exactly what a lot of people on the right are seeing, which is he said that we're in a spiritual warfare. He said this is spiritual warfare at its highest levels. And that's what's happening. And you have people that are just, and I knew the natural progression. You have to know it. You have to know it. You have so many people out there saying these are reptilians, these are vampires, these are werewolves. They're coming out and saying this. What is the guy's name? Not Billy Eilish. That's that weirdo. What is the one that said that he saw the shape shifting? He saw it. It's
Billy Corgan.
Billy Corgan. He's Bill Burr's half brother.
Yeah.
And so he says it point blank. He's like, dude, this is what's happening. And you know, when Gene Hackman, I read a thing about him today. I posted it on Facebook. He would not go to their parties. He would not participate in any of their shenanigans. He was not involved in any of their crap because he knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And there was another thing I posted where a young girl was talking about being in one of these cults and how she watched her parents devour a baby. I'm not even joking, folks. This is the evil that you're up against. And this is no joke. And these people, now, here's what a lot of times ends up happening. You end up with someone who's sort of in between. And what I mean by that is, I know it sounds silly, but it is the Blade principle. You have someone who has the abilities, but does the good thing. They do what's right. That is what you need. And a lot of people, they're so bitter and angry or whatever towards whatever the person And like somebody said something about Roseanne Barr. I'm like, yeah, well, she might have known and maybe she didn't do anything about it, but she's trying now. It doesn't matter what the motive at this point is. The more people that are coming out and saying, look, vampires are real. These are vampires. These are vampires doing what they're drinking human blood, unaliving human children. Are you going to sit here and just like let it happen? Are we going to say, hey, this is what's happening? And then people being terrified and absolutely afraid because of their spiritual abilities. Do you realize that this is a true thing too? And I'm not even joking. When Hillary Clinton was running for president, thousands upon thousands of men had a sexual dream about her. Did you know that? I'm not even kidding, folks. I read this and it was, of course this is like in a group or whatever, but there was like all these guys that were saying like, yeah, I had this weird dream, like she tried to seduce me, and it all happened around the same time. It happened 2 months before the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened in like September. And so you can't tell me that was not something that they were doing, that they were using witchcraft. The British government has openly admitted that they use witches' covens to take down Germany. They openly admitted it. They said they used witches' covens to take down Germany. Crowley was bragging about having been a part of it, and so was La Cosa Nostra. They gave them the coordinates in Italy. It was like all these evil bad guys that actually helped the Allies.
Yeah.
Which sounds perverse. It sounds backwards. Like, shouldn't they have been on the Nazi side? But history's not always the way you think it is. And they were doing it because there was a greater evil. And that was the Soviet Union. Because from what I've been told, vampirism flourished big time under the Soviet Union in Ukraine and in Russia. And I'm going to say something else that may blow your mind. A big part of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia is just that. It's the human walking bags of blood that they want, because these are vampires, folks. I'm not even joking. There's a war within a war. And I'll say something. Hang on one second, Noah, because I'm long-winded. You know that, but I got to get this out there. There is a war within a war going on. Okay. And with these people, what they were doing during after World War II, and the Germans were defeated, there was literally, somebody made a joke about it, and it's a friend of mine, but he said it was werewolves versus vampires. And I said, yeah, it was. I'm not even joking. Hitler literally bragged that he had a division of werewolves. And Anthony, am I lying? Yeah. And he said that the Panzerfaust was made for my werewolves, where we'll fight till the end. He was calling the other side vampires, and he was referring to themselves as werewolves, and that we will fight against the vampires. We are werewolves. He kept saying that. He literally says this. Of course, less than 8% of the population speaks German here in this country. But now with the advent of the internet, you can find these documents. They're being released by the Soviet Union. And I might sound like a crazy person until you go and read it yourself. This is insane what they were saying, right? There was supposedly even a division, and this is a rumor, of the Reich that was taken out by vampires. They were exsanguinated. Now, who knows how that actually came about? They were probably taken captive and then drained of their blood. But he claimed that the people that ran the world, and of course it was a lot of anti-Semitism, but he said that they were vampires and they were literally drinking the blood of our children. They were doing all of these things. And he turned, which I believe erroneously, to another type of evil, which I think is why you still find these underground bunkers from the Soviet Union, where they were trying to make their own soldiers become these chimeric, demonic entities or whatever, because it was going back and forth. And when you proclaim your own army as being a pack of werewolves and that you're fighting vampires, it sounds like some bullshit out of the underworld, but that's literally what they were doing. And according to what I was told by several self-proclaimed vampires, that it was a freaking free-for-all behind the Iron Curtain. Vampirism was rampant in Eastern Europe. And the reason is because Stalin had said, hey, there is no crime here. There is no murder. That's why Andre Chikatilo was able to kill 112 people, because there was no murder. There was no murder in paradise. So when someone died, they made up an excuse. They found hundreds of people exsanguinated. These are Soviet-released documents now. This happened in Russia, St. Petersburg, in Kiev. I'm not even joking, folks. I'm telling you, could read this stuff. It is unbelievable. And they never, ever admitted that this was what was happening. They never admitted that these people had died. They had fallen over dead from heart attacks. They fell over dead because they had no blood in their bodies. Now, if you had read the things that I've read, you'd be blown away. I mean, you'd be shocked. And so I encourage everyone, learn more languages, read these books and these documents and these news reports coming from Europe and South America and Asia, because you're not getting the real. This country is a lie. It's lying to everybody. We're over here arguing about this. Where did the money go for this? Money go for that? Where did the children go? Where did the people go? They're murdering these people. And some of them are actually being used as food. And we're being told that cannibalism is the way of the future. They're saying these things. They have a restaurant in LA where you can legally go and eat human flesh.
Yep.
And in London. Where have our principles gone that we've gone so far that this is where we're at? And I never intended for this to be a big rant, but it became one. Sorry, folks. We'll get back on track. I just, there's about 20 people trying to get in to speak. I'm sorry, but does that help? Did that help you guys?
Well, that's the biggest, in my opinion, like telltale that there's some really sick, evil people up at the top, right, in these governments and these agencies. It's weird, what you were saying reminded me of the weird fact that all the presidents are like cousins with each other, and like there's a bunch of crazy stuff with the British royal family and all this like weird coincidences and these bloodlines that go back. But if you actually understand like the crime statistics, this is how they have us so captivated with this mind matrix. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, and weapons trafficking are the three biggest like international crime syndicates in the world. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, guns. Mm-hmm. Now just think to yourself, if those are the big three, why is it that we only ever hear on the mainstream news and in the media and the Matrix about two of those things? How come they love to talk about the guns? They love to talk about the drugs, not a peep about the human trafficking.
Human trafficking is just pushed to the back.
That's the telltale right there. Why are they hiding it? We know how much control these people have over the media. We know how they could spin any lie. If they could make anything a story, even a non-story a story. We've seen that. But they do not want. Remember Sound of Freedom? They came out with that. That came out like 3 years late because nobody wanted to produce Sound of Freedom. They do not want you to know.
Angel Studios had to take up the mantle,
and then it had a limited release.
Yeah, a limited release. And what I was trying to say is, what you end up with, somebody who can come and save you, which to me was Christ, because Christ was in between. He was the one that could bridge. He was the one that stood in the gap. He bridged the gap between our physicality and our spirituality. And he says, look, I'm going to stand in the gap and I'm going to take this, and they're going to kill my physical body, but I'm going to rise again. I'm going to show everybody that there is no death. The only one that can give the second death is the Father. And Jesus didn't die. So that made him truly immortal. So all these other beings, they're playing at being immortal. Now, why would you want to stay here? I mean, if you have the option to go. I mean, you love everybody, but 29 or something like that. I could be wrong. It's 22 something. I'm trying to kill my stream here. The internet thing is going up and down. We're in that deep water again, folks.
They don't like what you're saying.
They don't like it. And so Jesus, he says, he's like, you're not going to need a wife, nor would a woman need a husband. I mean, you're not going to, this is not how it works on the other side. We are all brothers and sisters, in Christ, and we're there with the Father, and so it's a whole another thing. That's why I argue with my Muslim and Christian friends about They're like, well, I'm going to go to heaven and I can make a palace out of a chocolate cake if I wanted to. You probably could, but you're not going to desire that, because once you're not in this fleshly body, you're not going to desire cake. Now, I know that spirits that get trapped here or whatever, they can still desire and want, which leads to suffering, because they want what they once had was in this body. They want to taste food. They want to feel sex. They want to feel emotions and love and vendettas and anger and hate, what all these other things. But you're not going to desire those things if you are truly out of the flesh in the presence of God. You will not. You won't want any of that. You don't want for that. So that's why you don't want to end up being stuck here or having to come back here. This is not where you need to be. You need to transcend. That's the thing. And Jesus tells everybody how to do it, but nobody really wants to listen. And then he tells us over and over again, you wrestle not with the flesh, but with the spirit. You know, we're not fighting an enemy made of flesh and blood. They're using flesh and blood, which are just meat puppets, what they're using to come at us. What really the war is in the spirit. Now, I want to get to Andres before it gets too late. I'm sorry, Andres. Go ahead, and then we'll try to bring some more people on.
All right. I did not mind the rant. I was just enjoying it. And about knows the higher ups. Has anybody else seen the clip of a priest that had passed? And Jesus brought him back to his body, but what he experienced is that Jesus actually showed him a group of people around a round table, and he told them these people are in control of it. Has anybody else seen that?
I don't think I have.
Don't think I have. I've heard quite a few NDEs. In fact, I got a guy I need to bring him on. That's all he does. So I've heard quite a few, but I don't know. Go ahead, try it.
The reason I'm just bringing that up is because about the whole people in control of the whole world is because when he mentioned the human trafficking, as I'm thinking about 2 points about, I think it was, it's literally an older thing that happened where they literally showed where a ship worker found like a cargo of human eggs. Does anybody remember that part?
Oh, I remember that part. Yeah, they were finding like crazy big cargo. I've heard a couple of stories like that where they're finding a bunch of crazy human body parts that are being shipped all over the world.
That's why they said the strike happened 6 months ago. The big dock worker strike. They said because they were finding crates full of people.
Yeah, and body parts too. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw a video that was earlier. Last year, give or take, where a homeless woman actually reported teams coming from a shipping yard, but everybody was just more or less turning a blind eye.
Yeah, like,
I'm not sure exactly how they managed to do it, or put them on a trance, or just pay them. But I didn't take into account that the strike was because of that.
And there have been like some people too who have come forward talking about blood banks. We knew a security guard who used to work with one, and they were selling the blood to people in the back. You know, like it was, they were selling it. There was a guy who used to work for us. He was a big African American dude. What was that guy's name? Not Joe.
Oh, that's the person I was going to say.
He used to work for. It wasn't Joe, because Joe's a big dude.
Yeah.
He became a preacher in Houston. No, this guy, we probably shouldn't say his name, but I'll see if you remember him. He worked at Doubletree. Before he worked for us, he worked at a blood bank. Do you remember that? And we were talking about ghosts being in the back because that place was really haunted. And there were orbs and stuff, and the guards would sit. There was a cemetery behind there. It's still a Doubletree, very haunted. I heard a child's voice one time. So we started getting on this conversation, and I just remember him saying that he was into rap. Remember, and I gave him he gave me a ride home, and I played Lonely Island.
Oh yeah,
and he was like, "What is this?" Yeah, you'll talk about.
Yeah,
we'll just call him Q. Okay, but Q. He says, "Man, I don't know how y'all feel about vampires." He goes, "But I think they exist." This was like back in 2010, right? And I hadn't at that time. I wish, you wish you could go back in time and capture those moments and go, "Dude, he was talking about it." And he said that he would see these weird guys that would show up at night, and the boss lady would come up there, and that she would meet them in the back. And he goes, and I could have swore that I saw them drinking blood out of the bags, and that they had taken them and put them in their vehicles, that she was selling it to them. And so why would you drink it unless you have, and now there's these sick people. There's no real medical reason behind it, but they're sick and they do drink blood. That doesn't make you able to fly through the air and be.
No, it's just
these,
like advanced. It's advanced cosplaying, basically.
Yeah, but there are people who do use that blood though to do different things.
Mm-hmm.
That
Blood
is
magic's real, man.
Yeah, and so this guy was telling us this. He told me and you and I think Scorpion and Clark and a few other people that, you know, some of the veterans still remember that. But he worked there and he got fired, and then they never gave him his last check. And then he went up there and he complained about it or whatever. And there was some old dude. The way he described the guy, I'm not even joking. He said there was like this old, decrepit old man with this weird accent. He just told him, he goes, give him what he wants. And so the lady turns around and was like, what do you want? He goes, $5,000. And so they literally, this is what he told us. He told like several of us. We were eating at a Denny's, and that's probably the scariest part. We were
Yeah.
Denny's right there. And so remember Chuck too. Yeah. Chuck was there. He used to work for us. And so the guy goes, they just gave me $5,000 in cash. And I thought, damn, I should have asked for more. He goes, and then I walked out. He goes, and when I walked out, he goes, there were these two guys that got out of this car. They were just like, enjoy your money. And it's like, don't ever let us see you around here again. He's like, oh, don't worry. I'm not coming back. I'm good. And they're like, okay. And they got back in the car. And there were these two big guys that were in trench coats. He told us this story. And, you know, we were in the process of talking about ghosts and Bigfoot and stuff and aliens, and his story was like he didn't see any vampires, you know. But when you stop and you look at his story, could it have been, you know, that could that have been what he saw? Like, you know, was that but he just said, he goes, I don't know if y'all believe in this kind of stuff or not. He goes, but I think they could exist. And then he said for a couple of weeks, you know, because he lived on the east side, folks, and this isn't a racial thing. I'm just saying he lived on the east side, and at that time, before the gentrification, it was mostly African-American people in his neighborhood, and he was seeing these two white guys around his neighborhood periodically. And so he asked me about it, and folks, forgive me, because at the time, I didn't really think vampires were the way that we thought they were. And I just said, yeah, I don't think it's anything, dude. It's probably just some weirdos that want to dance around and take drugs. And I had heard about vampires and vampirism multiple times when I was working downtown. And there again, I ignored it because I just thought, this is stupid. They had a vampire rave where, I kid you not, it was at a club called Elysium. My brother used to work there. I hope it's not still around and they try to sue me. But several people got bit in the neck at this rave. I'm not even joking, okay? And I think it might have made the news. You might even be able to look it up. But it was like, and I can't remember what year that was. I'd have to ask like Squid Jerome, and I was going to say Willie, but God rest his soul. But they were there. They had friends that were bouncing there at that time, and they asked me if I would bounce there. And I was like, why do you need so much security for just a vampire ball? And they were like, oh, you have no idea. These people get way out of hand, dude. And somebody always ends up going unconscious from losing a bunch of blood. And one year, someone went unconscious, went to the hospital, and passed away. And I was like, and the guy's name was Elvis, the one that was running. And I told him, I said, he asked me to work it. And I was like, at a vampire ball? I just thought it was a bunch of goofy fuckers, you know, just like, you know, listening to The Cure and acting ultra white. I'm sorry. That's what I thought it was.
Acting all depressed.
Yeah. So I'm like, why do you need me and my crew? We'll beat the hell out of these people, you know, because something's going to happen and one of my guys is going to smash one of them, you know. I said, nah, I'm good, bro. I can't be doing all that. I'm a hip hop, you know, whatever. I was like, that's not my scene. These little punks are going to they're going to act stupid. And, you know, and I thought maybe they kick each other in a mosh pit or something weird. I don't know what they do, you know, and I never found out. So I just thought, you know, they're going to do something stupid and one of my boys is going to slap the hell out of them and then they're going to go cry because they probably got mom and dad or, you know, whatever. No, No, what it turns out is like they actually probably really do have some real sick ass, people eaters there.
Josh, can I just add something to that?
Sure.
A good friend of mine is a repented witch, and she used to be in a hardcore witches coven in Toronto. And that was literally what she did, was going around to the clubs after hours, 3 a.m., and they would do these crazy freaking bloodletting rituals. And they were drinking blood, and they were eating blood, and they were doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And she said that they would have all the high society of Toronto there. Politicians, the highest society doctors, nurses, all of that crap. And that it was a select group of people, and it was the same people every time, and they would do it at this club and that club and this club and that club. And she was literally involved with doing, and it was weird sex magic with the blood and stuff like that. Yeah,
Did you
doing the most obscene rituals that you could possibly imagine. Kids, everything.
Did you hear about any stuff about underground stuff in Toronto associated with that?
Yeah, that's what it is. It was all underground, like
literally
like an after hours blood rave or an after hours blood party.
But I mean, like physically, like under the ground, like networks of these like underground like places.
She never mentioned it like any underground stuff. It was always just in like this guy's mansion or that guy's mansion, or and then they would go to this club and this penthouse apartment and that penthouse apartment, and
the mansions. Sorry.
So no, go on, brother.
Well, the mansions, through my research, I've done a ton of research on this. If you wanna tell which mansions that they're doing this sort of stuff in, it's no coincidence that they have Masonic architecture all over.
Always.
I mean the triptarchs, the you could see it if you recognize these symbols. I mean, if you're uninitiated, you don't know about any of this stuff, you'll just see, oh, it's a nice mansion. But every pillar, the tops, the doorways, it all means something in Masonic architecture, and that's where they do that. The big mansions. But I wanted to know if you heard any stuff about underground in Toronto, because I'm hearing a bunch of stuff about underground in Toronto, and in Vancouver is really bad. Like I heard
Montreal
from multiple.
Too.
Oh my, yeah, Montreal.
Just
I heard
go to the
multiple.
next town over to me from Barrie. The stuff that they do in the catacombs in Barrie right now, it goes down at least 6 stories, and they do all sorts of demonic crap down there. They have all sorts of demonic whatevers.
There's an entire city underneath Seattle where they used to Shanghai people, and
I believe that's all the mud flooded stuff that used to be above ground, but that's just my personal
Austin has it too. That's a strange thing.
city,
now I don't disbelieve in the mud flood. I just don't believe that it happened as early as they say it did. I think it was further back.
Who knows?
Because Austin has an entire city hall, town hall underneath the, and I've asked many times. Speaking of Chuck, we were talking about a guy that used to work for us. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
No. I was just going to say, my small town that I grew up in is buried like 60, 70 feet under the ground. Every one of those buildings on the main street, you could just go down, down, down. We dug out the foundations to my house when I was a kid, and they kept digging and kept digging and kept digging. And my dad and Bob were like, well, I don't know how deep does this house go? Blah, 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 blah. So they just built it back, fixed it, and filled it back in. The mud flooded ruins were literally still in the back room of the basement, where the mud had smashed in the window or the side of the house, the mud and the rocks, and filled up the bottom floors.
So this is okay. So it's weird. These coincidences that are falling into place, because this guy Chuck I just mentioned, that the other guy Q had told us about these vampires. Well, he didn't say they were vampires. He just told us what was weird.
No, they were straight up
looking
vampires.
back on it, I think that's probably what it was. But
straight up,
Chuck had said, he goes, "Why is there an entire city underneath our feet?" And so he took me and Anthony and Scorpion, and I don't remember who else went with us. I don't remember who all went with us, but we got to see it. It was underneath the Hancock Center, where, I mean, they have this entire, like, there's a theater under there. There were like these storefronts. And I'm like, why did they build all of this underground? Why was the town hall there? It's so bizarre. It's so weird, man. I mean, yeah, exactly. Loki just said something very, very important. He says there's no basements in Austin, but we had an underground city hall.
There you go.
And we went under there, and you remember Anthony was right underneath Sears.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck was like, "Hey, I can get you in." You know, he used to work there, and I met Chuck at the gym. That's where you meet all the cool people at the gym. And Chuck is like this crazy. He was like crazy ass dude who grew up in the hood in Baltimore, but he's a white guy. He's just a straight up white dude, but he's cool as hell, man. But he was pretty like big burly dude, whatever. So he took us down there, and it was creepy as hell. And then I remembered my mother going to a Sammy show, like these arts and crafts things. She was amazing at cross stitch. She would cross stitch and make a lot of money. You know, she did like this Last Supper, and this is back when $300 was $300. This is back in the 80s. This woman was going to give her $300 for it, and instead she left it to me so that I could have it. You know, and she's like, I don't want, you know, I want you to have this. And unfortunately, my sister ended up with it. But still, it was something that my mother had left for me. She didn't sell it. But she would go and she would sell these cross stitches that she would do. They were all Christian themed. And I remember as a kid now, I was 9 or 10. It was my first or second year living up here in Central Texas. And I wandered off to go play, which I shouldn't have. But back then, you know, Austin had about 100,000 people, and it wasn't like it is now. And people weren't just getting kidnapped and whatever, you know. I mean, it was happening, but it wasn't like people. It wasn't in people's minds, you know. And so my mother let me go play. She's like, "Mijo, don't go far. I don't like you running around here in Austin. We're from a smaller town, you know." And I said, "I'm just going to go right there, Mom." And then I found this little sidewalk with these cobblestones, and I started following it down. And I came to this door that had a padlock on it, but the padlock was dummied. And so I took it off and I walked in about 10 feet. And I heard this weird, I was a kid. So I heard like somebody talk, but it sounded like a weird, like a language or something I couldn't understand. I just turned around and I ran back out. And I told my mom, I said, Mom, there's an underground place down there. And she's like, "Oh, really?" She acted like she didn't believe me. She was just like, "Oh, okay, what an imagination, you know." No, there really was. And then years later, and this is when she was still alive, I called her. I said, "Mom, I went down into that underground where the Hancock Center, you remember where you used to go to your craft shows?" And she says, "Yeah." We would go about once a month, you know, to these different craft shows. And she would go to that one like every other month. And she says, "Yeah." I said, "Remember we used to go to the Hancock Center? Remember when I told you there was an underground city down there?" She goes, "Yeah." I said, "There really is." I was like, "The security from Sears took me down there." And I was like, "He worked for us." And we were all eating and talking, you know. And so he took us down there. And there is an entire, like half a city down there. And it's in various parts throughout Austin. That's not the only spot. There's some on the east side. There's another one that's in southwest Austin. A whole city, like what part of a city, you know, like where maybe at one time there was an entire city and now it's just in little pieces, you know. So that does speak to the fact that, yes, there could have been another civilization, another time, things were different. Something happened, you know. And I really believe it has something to do with these reptilian, vampire, whatever the hell they are, doing what they do, you know. And now, but I think what's happened though, think about the Vril, right? And this is PRT. You know how this goes. We just start talking, we end up in somewhere else. I blame Sailor for this, but she was just like, let's just start off and let's just see where it goes. And here we are. But yeah, there was this separation between these reptilians, the ruling class of the Drakes, and I think they got vampirized. And I've told some people recently who are solid UFO researchers, and they're starting to say that some of these people, they claim to be abductees, and they're in contact with people from Andromeda, Pleiades, all these different places, and they're saying that these different aliens have told them, upon question, yes, there is a virus. But is it a virus or is it a parasite? Because a virus is like strands of DNA that can act like a parasite. But, you know, putting it in terms that we can understand, something living that gets inside of you, kind of like the strain. I've only seen a couple episodes, but I get the gist. And I never watched Blade before until the other night. Anthony's like, since this whole vampire thing's going on, let's watch Blade. I had never seen it. I liked it. I liked the movie. I thought it was badass. And so I was like, cool, he's killing these leeches. But, when you stop and you look at this, yeah, there could have been something that happened there, because I think this is universal. I think that across the galaxy, this black goo is the virus.
Oh,
I think
good. Thank you.
what it
That's
is.
what I think too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think here at
Absolutely.
Paranormal Roundtable, we're starting to put the pieces together. And that, if you've noticed, every time we do, the attacks, they ramp up and they get more and more and more ferocious. But it's not going to stop the truth. And I've said this before, you could kill me. PRT has already got its own legs. It's going to go. You're still going to have that information. It's already out there. The cat is out of the bag. Pandora's out of the box. Jack is out of the box. You can take it and go in any direction you want. What's up, Mullins? What's going on, dude? And what's up, James? How you guys? Everybody
Hey,
just
how's it going?
having a big old look at this. It's kind of like the Brady Bunch here, right?
Hey, well,
The Manson family bunch.
They have no part in the wickedness, but instead expose it. The Bible says, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
What do you have
John,
going on for us? Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead, Dick. You have something else to say, Dick?
I
Go
was
ahead.
just going to say, why do you think all those ceilings and all those buildings are 20, 30, 40, and 50 feet tall?
Because everybody was really short.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Why is it built in techniques that we can't build in today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can
know.
tell you
I
this.
know.
Yeah, Free Your Mind. That's a good name for you. Free Your Minds. He says your black goo in the tree story many years ago. Yeah, and when we did that episode about the goo, and we were just like, why don't we do it? I mean, we have all these stories that have come in about it. Let's tell them. And then we argued amongst ourselves, saying that nobody's going to listen to that. Nobody cares about goo, And then we made some off, jokes that we shouldn't have been making. But it's like, dude, nobody cares about this. And then I finally said, look, we need to do it. We need to say this. Dude, the floodgates. But after that first one, we talked about the Jello goo blob, whatever. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, we got hit with so many people telling us stories of this ectoplasmic goo. What the hell?
What?
I just saw a flash of
Someone
light
out there?
I don't know. It was like a flash of light that just hit my eyes. Did y'all see that on camera? Or was that just me?
I didn't happen to notice it.
Yeah, I didn't
I
see
don't know if I
anything.
saw it either.
Well, it must have been Elastic Machinery because he just bounced after it happened. Sneaky. Something just kind of blinded me for a second. I saw a flash of white light. And I've seen this in the corner of my eye before, but that was like when I turned, it just kind of was like boom, and then it was gone. I thought somebody had a flashlight. Nobody out there? No. I mean, it's just whatever. But the goo, people started bringing us stories of the goo and telling us, look, I saw this happening, or they witnessed something with this ectoplasm, or this black goo, whatever. Mullins, if you can get back on, man. I don't know. I didn't mean to drop you there. But so James, what do you have going on with us tonight? What's happening?
I actually had a few things. I had the other week, it was like one of those trickster spirits, shadow entity attacked me in the bed again. And this one I've had to change things up because they get really annoying the way they do their tricks. I felt it watching me as I was going off to sleep, and I was like, whatever, I'll just keep my phone next to me. And because I sleep, usually I would have the phone next to me until recently, with a knife under my hand. And that was a mistake, it turned out, because I woke up to being, it was like my body was lifting itself up with this shadow. There was a loud noise woke me up. The noise turned out, thrown my phone, yet busted the plastic light fixture above my head wide open, how hard I threw it.
Oh,
There was like this thing knew that I would mistake my phone for the knife. And luckily I didn't destroy it. It was just so annoying.
So you're still having issues with these
Not
shadow?
as much.
Not as bad?
Not nearly as bad.
What about what we talked about before? Have you decided to.
Now I've actually gone full on into Satanism. That
Oh,
really
my
helps me a
gosh.
lot. It's a different type.
You've gone
though.
full on into Satanism, and it helps you a lot.
It does. There have been some rough edges with dealing with different sects of people. Like you were talking about the people that are demon possessed. I was dealing with one of them. They were really bad with the parasite. I'm not going to say who they are.
And what gets me about you, though, James, is you know all of this. We prayed together on here. Now, I prayed. I don't know if you did, but we did. And you had, you were into Luciferianism, which to me, a lot of people use that as just a gateway to go into. But the Shaitan, Satanism. But there's two different things. Are you do what thou wilt, or are you into the Shaitan?
I want to work with the demons, and I want to, in a sense, work against the Old Testament God,
That's evil.
not the true Father.
Well, that's a demiurge, but that doesn't mean now. Now,
It's sort of ironic. It really is.
Before everybody starts panicking and freaking out, let me say something, okay? See, everybody. I think Dick Richards is like, whoa.
Yeah, the chat's blowing up, and Dick's like ready to explode. I get it.
That sounded terrible, but we're not going to.
I get it, but it's important to keep things in perspective.
Yeah.
James here is a human being.
I respect you, James. God bless you, brother.
Thank you. God bless you.
Now I get what you're saying. Now here's what I'm going to explain to you, James, and people at home, maybe you can listen and understand where I'm going to go with this. James this young man's been on my show before. Okay, James, I will say this: you're a likable guy. All right, I could never run in the same circle with you because we're diametrically opposed in many, many ways. But I'm going to say this. I understand what you're saying is you're working with these demons to oppose the Old Testament God. Now, if you are someone who is so inclined to believe that is the demiurge and that he is the one that has kept us all, whatever, blah, 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 how does working with other evil entities, how do two wrongs make a right? How does that make it okay? How does that make it work? If you believe that way, I'm not saying anybody does, but
I know exactly. Now I know exactly what it is. If we're going to go what I believe, the Old Testament God being the head honcho demon. Why work with the demons?
Yeah, you're thinking of Lucifer as like, and much like
Lucifer.
The Yazidis believe that the peacock god was given to him by the real God, the 9th to 10th level, 12th, whatever God, gave this world to the peacock god, which was Lucifer. Okay. But you don't look at him as because Jesus does say the God of this world is Satan.
Yeah.
So how are you working with Satan?
Well, it could be the Satan to that Satan.
Okay, so then you're talking about the Shaitan. You're not talking about do what thou wilt, Aleister Crowley crap.
Right, not the Aleister Crowley stuff.
So you're getting into the heavy, the real whatever. And you said it's working out for you to be, because that is the left-handed, very destructive path. Now,
it can be.
Destruction doesn't necessarily mean bad, because, sometimes in destruction, you can see clearly. You can see.
Yeah, it's just a force.
Right.
It's just a force, but it depends on what you're destroying.
Destroying anything against that, against the truth, and the true being beyond the overlaid matrix.
And how does it work with these demons who basically live on lies?
If they are reflections of internal powers, and those powers being aspects of my own, I'd say the enemy within the parts of the mind that will reflect externally. If I have someone that is connected to me in any way and is actually of the true Satan, the God of this world, the one I'm opposed to.
Yeah, and what you're saying, though, the God of this world, which Jesus does say is Satan, but how does Satanism
It's kind
help
of a
you.
bridge between Luciferianism and Satanism here, because I do work with Lucifer, which sort of lights up the demonic aspects, but allows me to work with my own potentials of those aspects. And thus, when those aspects are to be warred with in this world, if I called upon the name of Lucifer, then, and this happened recently with one of these demon-possessed people, I did a ritual, and simply by ritual, I mean I practically did a prayer. The next day, they turned against me and called me a poser, saying that because I asked Lucifer for guidance that I was a Christian somehow. And they began to make video after video, practically what you're going through with these other people that have been bullying you. But there were just these complete false accusations that they would do. They practically became the accuser, and it was an interesting dynamic.
Well, interesting in the way that there's a lot of mass confusion, and that is the main purpose and goal behind a lot of that. I'm going to tell you right now, 110%, that you are correct in some ways, that they are all different.
Yeah,
but you're
Lucifer and
also
Satan are not the
incorrect in
same.
thinking that they're all different, but it doesn't matter because a rotten burrito is still inedible. It doesn't matter whether it's a chicken burrito or a beef burrito. It's still not edible. And what I'm going to tell you right now is being on a team with a bunch of other, beings that are evil, that are maybe diametrically opposed to a false satanic god. That's not really going to get you, anywhere, because they're evil, dude. And guys, you have to remember this. They're evil.
Yeah, it does. I've seen this before, and I've met a lot of people who, in my own personal life, that talk about crazy, demonic, undeniable, like I talked about in the beginning, kind of reality shattering experiences that they've had with the demonic. And then a lot of them cling on to atheism, or worse, they'll cling on to like occultism and Satanism, right? And it doesn't make any sense because it's like a form of cognitive dissonance, right? And I try to point that out to these people whenever I encounter this, because on one hand, precisely the same situation as he's going through, they're being attacked demonically, a perpetual sleep paralysis, being attacked at nighttime, and these sorts of horrible things are happening to them. They're being traumatized and this and that. And then at the same time, they like appeal to like some crazy Luciferianism or weird pseudo Satanism. Like how can you, and I try to point that out to them, like I said, I say to these people, how, if you know for a fact that this demonic stuff is all real, and you know how traumatizing it is, you also probably, a lot of them know that there's some really sick people, like the girl, the story he was alluding to earlier, that like appeal to Satanism, do horrible things to humans and children and all this stuff. Then why would you go along with that, right? It's ruining your life. You've been attacked. You've been traumatized. Why would you
I
hold this
disagree.
cognitive
It's
dissonance?
not. It's building my life to a better potential because I don't worship anything
No, but
but my own potential as a man.
the exact words that you used when you first came in was, "I'm being attacked."
Yeah,
I was,
and then you said,
I overcame it.
just wait, but then you said, "Oh, it's really bad, but it's not as bad as it used to." So right there,
Exactly.
you admitted
Is that
there's the cognitive dissonance. You admitted
is that not a growth? Is that not
no,
like
it's
you
not.
saying?
That's not growth.
Listen. Is that not like you saying, "I came to Christ and I'm not being attacked as much"?
No,
Is it
listen.
not the same thing?
But it's not about that. It's a totally different subject. The cognitive dissonance comes where you admit that you've been attacked and are being attacked, and it's bad. It's horrible. I just assume it's scary, traumatizing, whatever. But then at
It's
the same
really
time,
not,
you
actually.
would appeal to those same forces. Why did you say it was bad then, and it's not
I
so
never
as bad
said
as it
that I
used to be?
appeal to the same forces. That's exactly the point.
Yes, you
I
did,
went
because you
to a
said you were
force of
being
light.
Okay,
you said you were being attacked, and then you
okay,
said
so
that you're trying to work with them.
I have a question for you, James. You believe that the God, I guess the creator God of this world is the demiurge, aka
Of the overlays to this world, I
right.
do believe that
So-
there's a lockdown.
So if your objective is to I guess, rebel against or combat this demiurge, the god of this world, because he is the evil god. And if you believe and accept that there is an infinite creator who is separate from this demiurge, who is the one true God, and if you accept that Jesus Christ is his son, then what would be the advantage, in your opinion, or according to your belief, what would be the advantage of appealing to all these other entities and forces, as opposed to just skipping all that and going straight to Christ?
Because I believe that's the worst trap set by a demiurge, is the demonic aspect of Christ. I don't care
What do
if
you mean by
people
that?
disagree with me on that. It's the way I see it.
What do you mean by the demonic aspect of Christ?
People can go to the point of light within themselves and realize that they are a part of Christ, and that they have to act on that potential and to become one with the Father, the real God. Or they could get on their knees and worship a light that's going to harvest them with these false demons when they die. That's it. Just angers me, because that's what Christianity has become. People fail to see they are an aspect of Christ, and they get on their knees and they get harvested by demons named Christ.
So you believe that some of these demons masquerade as Christ the Messiah?
I've seen it.
But do you believe that there is a way to the one true Jesus Christ, who is the Son of the one true God? Or do you believe that there's that the belief that there is a way to the one true God through Jesus Christ is in and of itself a trap, because these demons masquerade as Christ?
I would say it's exactly black and white, because it depends on what one is aligned with through their own life experience. If they are simply asking for forgiveness and going about their day, yeah, it's really become the religion of narcissism. I know the way. This is the way. I pray to it. I'm saved. It's pathetic. Where is the work? Where are you putting in work to enlighten yourself with God?
Well, I think you do have a point there, James, actually, because there is this doctrine in Christianity which I do not agree with. It's called once saved, always saved.
Amen, Anthony.
Yeah, which is this belief that, which, like you said, in which I believe very much is responsible for creating the perception that you have right now. But it's this belief that oh, yes, I've done bad things. Yes, I'm a sinner, and yes, I need to be saved. So all I need to do is get baptized, say this prayer, and I'm washed of all my sins, and that's it. Like these people, they legitimately believe that once they're saved by Christ, that there's nothing they can do to then revoke that salvation, and there is no more work that they need to put in to maintain their relationship with Christ. And it's not a biblical belief. It's nowhere in Scripture. I don't know where this comes from. I think it comes from the human ego in and of itself, to think that Christ died for me to forgive all my sins. Therefore, I don't need to put in work, and I'm forgiven even for the future sins. Even if I don't repent, it doesn't matter. I know I'm going to heaven. And this mentality is extremely narcissistic, and it's a big part of the reason, or I think it's infected the minds of a lot of people, particularly of some of the quote unquote Christians who, as you said earlier, are trying to bully us and mess with us and calling us, blasphemers and devil worshippers, and just all in the name of Christ, because they believe these things, which are deceptions and which have infected the minds of people who refer to themselves as Christians. So I think that maybe your personal experience with people who call themselves Christians has probably been affected by some of these beliefs, particularly the once saved always saved. Because I noticed that your
Right.
the tone of your voice, you got very passionate whenever you were like, "Where is the work? Where is the work?" And I feel that same way. But obviously, I'm coming from a different belief background. But yeah, I wanted to let you know, like, that I resonate with you in that one particular thing. That there is a lot of work that we need to do to continue um our to maintain our own salvation, our own enlightenment. It's not something that you're just given and you have, and there's no more work to be put in. So like, I don't like to say like, oh yeah, I'm saved.
Yeah.
I like to say like, I am saved, but and I'm being saved.
In that one aspect, that's the only thing that resonates. I will say that, and that is, yes, there are people who are like Anthony said. They're like, they become Christians. And they think that now they can do whatever they want, because as long as they believe in Christ, now they can and we're dealing with some people who are very much like that. That's what they are. They're very much like those people. Thank you for posting all that, Maddie. But that's what they are. They're those people. But that being said, that doesn't mean that you join this evil alliance, because that's what it is. It really, truly is evil. And it's not just somebody's perspective on it. The demiurge, if that's who you're looking at, then that's an evil being. But you're also looking at, because he's the one that set himself up as God here. And Jesus says Satan is the God of this world. But becoming satanic, and even if those beings are fighting against this evil, they're still evil themselves. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that is, at one time, and I'll say the names of these beings, Asmodeus and Astaroth, they got together and they tried to overthrow Lucifer. Did you know that? Did you know that happened in the Dark Ages? There's a lot of texts, ancient texts, that pointed there was actually a civil war amongst the archons. In fact, there's been a lot of them. You know why? Because they have no loyalty. And in fact, back in the day of Solomon, now the Muslim version is quite different. Iblis would go and he was checking on his people, the jinn, but Asmodeus was the leader of the jinn. Now, how does that work? Well, because Asmodeus was the leader of a faction that was completely corrupted and evil. And he, along with one of his buddies, decided that after their enslavement, that they were going to go after the one that was the pretender, pretending to be a child of light so that he could deceive. They just wanted to get it over with, fight this war and plunge it into darkness and never be enslaved again. So you're basically dealing with someone who is in Lucifer. You're dealing with someone, the light bearer, right? But he's enlightening you to what? His truth, which is not the real truth. And did he not fall into the abyss? Was he not the one that was tormented? And now he's become just like what tormented him. So he's warped. He's segregated in every aspect. He's not whole. You know how in the Bible it constantly tells us that, God, please make us whole. God made them whole again. Lucifer is a fragmented being. He's very much not whole. He's not. He's compartmentalized. He's not together like he's supposed to be. Do what?
Schizophrenic.
He's schizophrenic. It really is the truth.
He's all the mother goddesses in one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So when you stop and you look at these people that are following these deities, they're setting them up as deities, why would you not just serve the one most high? And the one most high is the Father of Christ. And this is the biggest problem, is that Christians don't want to hear. And this is good that we're actually talking about this. Everything happens for a reason. But the one that Jesus talks about is not necessarily the same one that people are referring to in the Old Testament, and people don't want to hear that. But there are multiple passages where he makes a distinction, and people don't like that. They want to cram it together and say it all just fits like a glove. No, it does not. It absolutely does not. There is a schism there. And I don't care what anybody says, it's there. But my point is this: I will never join a horde of demons that are doing evil, right? Just because they're fighting the same enemy as me. Because, and this is one of the most biggest untrue statements ever, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, it is not.
Yeah, it's kind of a simple way of
How'd that
thinking.
work with the Russian commies?
Yeah, that didn't work out too well. So the enemy of my
That's why I don't
enemy, a
worship
lot of times, is just
anything.
my enemy. Let them destroy one another. I would say this: if you are to be a person that believes in the demiurge as Satan, which Jesus does say, Satan is the one in charge, which is the title. That's a title. That doesn't necessarily mean it's just whoever has that title of those beings. At one time it was Asmodeus, another time it's Lucifer. It doesn't matter. They're all the same team. When it comes to that, that's the Shaitan, right? So
Electronics.
if you look at them as anything other than enemies, I feel sorry for you, because they're not the friend of mankind, nor are they the friend of the angel. They are not the friend of Jesus Christ, and they're definitely not the friend of the God Most High, because they commit wickedness. It's like being a terrorist, and they justify it because they're fighting against another evil being. They fight against each other all the time. It's like, I'm not going to go and get involved with all these different street gangs and mafias and syndicates. They're always at war. There is no loyalty. And within every faction, there's always a civil war. You know why? Because there's always somebody ready to take their place. That's why. Lucifer tried to do it to the one most high, and then Asmodeus tried to do it to him, and then it just goes on and on. It doesn't end. And I've read tons and tons of these texts, and when you read these texts, weird things happen, folks. You'll see things will happen, because you really shouldn't be reading them. The Shams al-Ma'arif, you shouldn't read that. Very specifically, the Arabs, the Bedouins, they said, do not read this book. Always a catch-all, jinn, whatever. Not this case. They say, nope, these are dark elves from the inner earth. They're just very specific about what they are and where they come from and what they'll do to you, and you shouldn't even have the digital copy of that. So I got rid of them. All these books that I had read at one time, yeah, they taught me a lot. I learned a lot. Nothing I would ever, and I emphasize that, use or tell any or espouse to anyone to ever use. Because for every little bit of whatever you get out of that, it takes pounds and pounds of flesh. It's going to take its pounds of flesh. So, James, I would strongly recommend, once again, to get your heart right with the true God, the one most high, not the one that runs this world, but the true God, the one that Christ refers to. And I would cling to him like you cling to Christ, like driftwood.
Maybe I was really misunderstood. By Satan, I mean the adversary of the God of this world, because he is an adversary, the meaning of Satan.
But did not the Demiurge make his own adversary?
He makes a lot of his own adversaries.
Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, then why team up with one of his mutated demonic creations?
Yep. I think anything in this realm is a reflection of the demiurge to some degree. Even this body is a overlay on the construct that is the true construct.
And Jesus constructed it and deconstructed it pretty quickly, didn't he? Because he could become one of us and then go into the spirit and be Christ. Jesus came in and gave us the codes to the matrix, the cheat codes. Unfortunately, several organizations usurp that. And I'll just say one of them everybody knows is the Illuminati. The Trilateral Commission is another one. And of course, you have the Rosicrucians. Of course, you have, all these different, the Templars, and they tried to hoard the information for themselves. But you can't hoard the light. And the light that Lucifer shines, like you said, is a reflection of his own sin. And it's not a true accord. It's not real. It's just fake. It's mixing truth with lies and showing it as like, this is the light. He
Yeah, I
has
mentioned one thing.
a
Everything
light,
in this world is
not the
fake.
light.
No, I mentioned
Yeah,
one
mention
thing.
what you got to go ahead and say what you got to say, Mullins.
I was just going to say to James, something that I would really consider importantly is how that whenever you hear these tales about like aliens or demons or fallen angels or ascended masters, why do they all lie about where they come from?
Mm-hmm.
When you end up looking at the data and the all of the scripting and everything that's written about what was done, they've lied about where they came from.
Exactly. That's why I'm against that entire system. That's
Okay.
why I am of the bringing that system down.
It's important that we definitely have the same definition, because you may say
Right.
something and mean something different than what I mean. But,
yeah, it's absolutely what's happening for the most part.
So, really just to change, just to make sure there's no sort of veil over your spirit, I would just, what I had to do, because I came from the cult of Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm a fourth generation born in Denver, and I woke up around early 30s probably. So what I had to do was, because in my opinion, you cannot read the Bible from start to beginning and come to the same conclusion as any of these religions are coming to without, if you go into the Bible and read it and you're not prompted, like you don't have any sort of forethought about what you're about to read, you're not going to come to the same conclusion that many people are preaching about. So what I personally had to do was I had to pray to the creator of everything in the universe, just everything, and through Christ Jesus, because I've always felt like that was the correct way. And for
That's
me,
basically how I ended up to where I'm at now.
Okay. So you're figuring it out, it sounds like. But
It's just
maybe
that since
just
I
some of
was
the
young, I
definitions are
questioned it.
different. Right. Okay.
I might have different definitions than most people, but getting at that, the same creator. So I revere the creator and I revere Christ. I just see Christ as having many different facets of being. And to me, I don't care how people think it's heretical. He has a being in the sense of Lucifer being able to enlighten man. And that's an aspect of Christ, the way I see it. It doesn't mean that takes away from being one with Christ and being able to let go of sin, which is really missing the mark. Many people seem to miss the mark. Yeah, that's what the world has become today.
Well, there's a lot to be said and written about all of these figures that we come across, and you just really got to do your due diligence, and that's all I'll say about that.
Have you read the Bible, James?
I've read several books in it, but not many, because I kind of got turned off from reading the Old Testament because of the horrible witchcraft and the things these people would do to the demiurge that I am against. I mean, for it. Like I read Genesis. I think the next book after one of the books, it started off about how you put blood on this part of the altar, how these curtains have to be this way, and how you're sacrificing human beings to practically a dragon. It's horrible. That book is horrible. But that's why I'm against that thing that the Christians of the church mostly worship.
So have you read any part of the New Testament where Christ is speaking and teaching?
Oh, I have. I'm really inspired by those words, but I don't fall to worship.
Well, I don't worship Christ. I worship God through Christ, as he is like the
Intermediary.
Yes,
intermediary.
that's what I. That's
So
what
I
I'm
don't.
at on that level.
Well, the problem though, and people, somebody said in the chat that Lucifer is not mentioned very often in the Bible. He's not, but he's mentioned in a lot of other books.
Very rarely. I think
Yeah.
it was only twice, and one was a mistranslation.
Yeah, he's not
Well, the
mentioned a whole lot in the
context of a
Bible.
man.
But who was it that Jesus beheld and saw fall to the earth like lightning?
That was Satan.
Yeah.
Satan. But who was Satan at that time? It's a
But,
title.
no, that was the lightning. The lightning was that.
But who was Satan?
Hillel, the light bearer, in that sense.
No. Halal ben
Was it
Shahar
something
means Halal ben Shahar means shining one, son of Shahar.
Yeah.
So who is Shahar? Shahar was a first generation Babylonian deity who was a first generation morning star who fell.
Oh, my bad. I remember now.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Lucifer,
It wasn't a key.
But if
and
Shahar,
Satan are not the same.
this is a very interesting.
Sorry, I'm
conversation.
not trying to argue.
No. I'm
you're
saying
good,
though, if
you're good.
Shahar though is the light bearer, the Babylonian version, it's just another name for the light bearer who is Lucifer.
I believe that was his father. I believe Lucifer was a first generation Nephilim.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, he would have been a
man.
first generation Archon, not a Nephilim.
Archon, Nephilim, whatever.
The Nephilim were after the Archon. They weren't even the second generation. The Nephilim had come after, because the first and second generation would have been the same. All you had was the intermingling of the Anunnaki women. Would have been if you. It depends on how you look at it. Okay, I don't want to argue. It's not I'm going to argue, but yeah. But I see what you're saying though. Those Babylonian names, folks. This is why history is so important, because those names go down the line, and Yahweh actually answered to Il. Right? There was Enlil and Il.
Yes.
And Il was actually the main god, and he was the 13th of the 12, and each one corresponded to a different tribe. And the tribe of Israel was completely taken by Yahweh. That became his tribe and his region. So he took his people, the Hebron, from Egypt to worship him and serve him, but he was not the main deity. And in fact, in northern Israel, southern Lebanon, if you look at a map of the Levant, or depending on how you want to pronounce it. I saw McLeod over here getting on me. We can't pronounce my name. What's wrong with you? Well, I got it, McLeod. Okay, and I'll pronounce it your or however you want to say it. All right, the pronunciation, it doesn't matter. But there was a god that was there named Baal. Baal Haman, because Baal means Lord. It doesn't even really connotate anything other than the Babylonian / later Persian, Assyrian way of saying, the Mesopotamian way of saying God, right? But it was Haman who was the one that was the chief rival of Yahweh, who Yahweh was very jealous of and angry, didn't like the fact that they would serve him. And both priesthoods did the same thing. They were like, our dragon is stronger than your dragon. And of course, Yahweh was described in the Tanakh as a dragon. Folks, when David claimed to have seen him, he described a dragon to a T. I'm not going to get onto a whole thing here. Go look it up. These books, these ancient translations, the ones that Ron Moorhead was on about the other night when we were talking. I'm telling you, folks, people get really, really angry. And I got really snarky with someone the other day because I just get tired of it. And this lady was like, you're leading people down the wrong way. And I'm not leading them anywhere. I'm teaching them the truth. And I told her, I said, if they choose to follow me as a leader, that's fine. I said, but I'm not a preacher. And she says, well, I just want you to know you're completely wrong. What makes you this, blah, 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 blah. And I told her flat out, and not to sound arrogant, but I said, I know more than you. Go read, go learn, and do it with an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out of your skull. That is the key, right?
The Tanakh also says that their god is Lucifer, though.
And if you take it a step further, the Talmud
says the same thing.
Blasphemy Christ over and over again. And a lot of these people do read from the Talmud. And then we're supposed to pretend like, it doesn't happen. Well, and that's not a knock on all Jewish people, because I have a lot of Jewish friends that are actually very good people. And I've referenced many of them and talked to them over the years and even learned with some of the rabbis. But learning with clerics and rabbis and monks, I've met many Buddhist monks, and I've talked to priests, even one that's a Brahmin priest. I've corresponded with him, oddly enough, over astronomy, because we were both into astronomy. But That doesn't mean that I buy into everything they say. I can talk to a communist, a Nazi, or a Satanist. Doesn't mean I'm going to go join up the SS or, start do what thou wilt, or think that everybody's just standing in a bread line.
That would be dumb.
People would be dumb. People are going to be people. They're going to believe how they're going to believe. The good thing, though, is that we were given a brain by God, the one most high, who teaches us to have patience, to have understanding through his son, Jesus Christ, who taught us these things. Jesus didn't need to go and tell people who were already, doing what was righteous. He had to go to people who were not doing righteous. And
Come not for the righteous, but sinners.
But sinners. He came for me. He came for James. He came for Dick. He came for Sailor and all of us. I could see Chris down there. I know Chris is probably the evilest of all.
Yep.
He's got that villain beard.
He's got the villain beard going. He looks like he's like, I've been in a cave.
He looks like he's ready to.
Osama bin Laden.
He looks like he's ready to plunder a church. Actually, with that Viking.
I thought you brought
beard.
a rabbi on.
He does look like a Viking. He looks like he's like, how much gold you got here?
Oh, cool. Yes.
It's my disgruntled beard.
Yeah. The Saxons are like, now that you're in our wonderful land of England,
Hey, these are extensions of my nervous system.
There you go.
Right? They keep me regulated.
There's something to that. When the Apaches shaved their head, they didn't have the same tracking abilities, so there's something to it.
Really? Interesting.
I think it has something to do with the
absolutely.
wind, though, because the wind will push your in whatever direction. You know what I mean? Like, and I will say this, as far as natives go, people that are more primitive, that are closer to the earth, do have more of an ability, and it's a simple thing. It really is. The energies, they feel it, and it resonates. Guys, I encourage you all, everybody in the chat, do this. Do yourself this favor. I don't care what your belief is, what you think. Take your shoes off. Go somewhere where there's earth. Now, don't go stand in a fire ant mound like my sister did and blame me when we were kids. Look, go take your shoes off and just
essential.
Ground yourself in the earth, on the earth. I'm telling you, you will feel way better because you will connect. Yeah.
It undoes a lot of scalar damage as well that's being done to us.
Through 5G and through the
exactly.
glyphosate and
the nanoparticles.
Yeah, been through tech as well.
Yeah, the
wide body area network.
Yep.
What is it that you're always talking about, brother? My brother's always talking about the starts with the G. It's the black goo.
Glyphosate.
No, glyphosate's part of it. Graphene. Yes. Yes,
absolutely.
Graphene. The black goo.
They were spraying it above us tonight, man. They were spraying it above my town tonight.
They do it everywhere.
I know.
We've had this white fog going around out here for about 3 weeks, and we keep getting sick. Yeah. And it smells like some kind of crap.
Like polymer. Yeah, like polymer fibers. And it has it's like a parasite or something, because when you look at it closely, it's freaking moving.
You got something to say there, buddy. That's what I've been looking at lately. Here, look at this.
I heard a lot. They don't got that in Canada. They were doing that
Vicky,
down in the
if
States.
you want to join the chat, you can just join up. You don't have to call in. Vicky was asking about it. There's a link up there. Just go hit that link, and you can go into the queue, and you can come in.
Yeah, the link is pinned at the top of the live chat.
We had mean fog the other night, Noel, over here. I'm in Ontario, like 2 hours north of Toronto.
Oh, really? Well,
yes, sir.
I don't know. Like I keep reading this stuff, and they're saying it's weird that you said that it looks like it's moving, but apparently people have done tests and they said that there is parasites and bacteria, nasty business in there.
Yep.
I just saw a crazy one that comes from pork, and they had x-rayed this guy's hind end, and you could see these suckers all in the muscle. It looked like bone shatters everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been on the horse paste for a month. I feel the best I've ever felt in my life.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. I got it. I haven't started.
Take it, man.
We're talking about all this forbidden knowledge. They're going to end up shutting
I was about to say, here, check this. Hey, this one's going to get shut down right here.
Yeah.
There you go.
I see why everybody gets surprised.
Yes.
Which one is that?
Oh,
yeah.
That's hyssop
oregano
in the
oil is
Bible.
one of the best things you can take, folks. Let me tell you something. Oregano oil and eat garlic. I eat raw garlic. I used to eat it a lot more because you have to find certain kinds. Now, there's different ones that that are from China that you don't want to take. And
Yep.
it's funny how we've been talking about Canada recently with the werewolf dogman or whatever the hell that bear thing was. And we're going to
Dogman.
talk about it tomorrow night. It'll be on the show at 7 or 8 o'clock, right? Check out that show with Aaliyah. That woman is I called her a pioneer woman. I think she kind of got offended. I said, I'm not talking about, I haven't seen you. I'm saying you're a very tough woman, you know? But yeah. And then what happened to Xena? These people, unbelievable, that live up there in that cold in Canada. And I think that there is something when these beings can isolate you, you know, they do what they do. I think that it's so insidious. And I think that this black goo, I think it's a universal thing. It can infect anybody and anything. I'm talking pets. I don't care what it is. I think that it is what could be the end of all things. You know, I really
It
do.
will be.
Because
Absolutely.
I've started calling it X matter because it's like its own sort of dark ether in a way.
well, it's its own universe.
Yeah.
It's eaten up everything. And I think that this is what attacked Lucifer. I think this is what got in his brain and his ears. And I think that it made him go after the Most High because he thought I can be like God. And I'm not talking about the demiurge because there's a lot of possibilities of what and who and what the demiurge is. We don't really know, but if we're living in his matrix, the best we can do is just keep hoping and praying because all we have is Christ. Christ was sent here to pull us out, not by the demiurge. He was to save us from the demiurge. And a lot of what the demiurge is, and this is just my personal belief, it's man's own fallibility in creating. I think we've created this. I think we give it our energy. We worship the wrong God, and we give it tons and tons and tons of energy. And it grew to the point where it's like a cancerous, you know, whatever. And I get what you're saying, you know, James, but you can't join a gang of pirates because you're angry at Spain. Do you see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That
I
doesn't
get
work.
that. It's
That's where I
just
was
that
going.
that's what you're getting at is the demiurge in their mind, I guess. On that sort of note, if they gave us their mind, and it's an aspect of especially the reptilian brainstem,
Do it,
if
Chris.
if you ignore it and let it sit there, it's like letting a mental disorder sit there. If you work with that part of your mind, don't worship it, but work with that carnal aspect of mind, overcome it. That is the inner adversary. And people actually might call that the Satan within. That's what I mean by
Well, the
integrating.
problem though is when you invoke those names, like you could call something, you know, you could say, you know what, let me give you an example. Let me give an example,
Fair point.
James, and I'm going to give an example to the whole community here. There was this guy who came up with this system. The country was bankrupt. They had been through war. There was all these problems. They were facing communism, crushing debt. There was nothing. He came and he said, hey, there's this other way to do this. And we all worked together and they jump-started the economy. They broke all these themselves away from all this crushing debt and told them, we're just not going to pay it. Screw off. And they rebuilt, retooled, and they did everything. And everybody's standard of living went up and they were living happy and they did all kinds of really awesome things. And that went on for about 6 years until he said, hey, you know what we got to do? We got to expand. There's too many of us now and we need to go over our borders and we're going to have to go to war. Now, there is some truth to what he was saying. They were probably going to have to fight their way out of this situation because they had broken all of these treaties and weren't paying what they were supposed to be paying. That country was Germany. So guess what? It sounds really super duper awesome. And you could probably get half of the left to go, wow, that sounds incredible. That socialism right there is exactly what we needed here. They had free healthcare. They had free childcare. They had free medicine. They had free, everything was paid for by the state and everybody worked. Everybody was happy. Their standard of living went up. They weren't living under crushing debt and poverty anymore. But they were called Nazis. So as soon as you say that Nazis, everybody's like, oh, no, whoa, hey. This is a horrible thing. Get the hell away from me. It's evil. It's bad. It's so bad. It's wrong. It's badong. Let's get out of here. And everybody runs the other way. But up to that point, everybody's like, oh, it's cool. It's great. It's awesome. It's all on how you name that. If you were to tell people like, no, it was the Fluffy Bunny Gang and they all had a great time and they did, whatever, then everybody's running to it and thinks it's an awesome thing. Nobody disliked the guy in office right now until he became a Republican and ran for president. Everybody loved him. He was on WW whatever SmackDown, and he was Mike Tyson.
United States of America. Body slam Vince McMahon on WWE.
Yeah, he was the toast of the town. And then he says, "Hey, I'm going to run for president because things are messed up." And people are like, "No, we hate you." They had this derangement syndrome going on. Can you plug that? And so it just became like that's, it's all up on the name, right? But calling something by a name invokes it. It invokes it. So that is the crux of the problem, is that by using those names, those infernal names, you're invoking that and you're bringing that energy to you. I would not want the energy of any of those beings on, near, or around me. I don't even want to be on their radar. Pretty sure I am at this point.
I'd like to add a little something, if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead. Chris.
Last night, I was reading this article, and I've been chasing my technology, trying to figure it out. And anyway, this article was talking about, you take your phone, for example, it's a good thing. It connects you to people, it allows you to get money and, talk to people. And it's turned into a bad thing for me all of a sudden. And they were calling it psychological torture. And it's kind of interesting because it really hit hard. It kind of ties into what you're talking about as far as like, it makes you feel isolated. It makes you feel alone and scared. And, you make different choices when you're scared versus when you're, feeling like you got a group and whatnot. And you'd mentioned the, schizophrenic type, I think a lot of that has to do with kind of that horse stuff we were talking about. And, you got to be careful with what you say nowadays. Yes, and that's another reason is because as a veteran, I have to really be careful of what I say and any topic these days. You can't have an opinion. And if you do, then you're censored. So
yeah.
I kind of want, the reason why I called in, I wanted to talk about the Satan thing you guys were talking about. Not my favorite topic, but part of the reason why I decided to do what I do is because I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to talk about some of the stuff. And I've learned, like you, I learned a lot of weird, a lot of stuff that I think the world would like to hear, needs to know to fully understand some of the stuff that's in the Bible. Because I hear a lot of the same questions. Satan was made out of fine jewels, right?
Yep.
And his job was to cover the throne,
Lucifer,
so we could even look at God.
Lucifer was, not Satan.
Okay, true. Yeah, Lucifer was.
Yeah, to me they're one and the same.
Well,
to me, they're one and the same.
That is the debate. To me, they're one and the same, but there are also multiple Shaitan, not just one. As Medeus.
Oh yeah. Like you said, it's a title. Mm-hmm.
It's a title, yeah, but it's also a race of beings.
I don't believe
Judaism is a race, but it's also a religion.
Yep.
A truck is a vehicle, but it's also a pickup. It's just
a pen wrote the Bible, but so did a man.
That's right, and that's the fallibility.
It says that he's a musical creature. And you can
see that evidenced in all of the horrible music.
Yeah.
Well, he was a multi-talented. Obviously, he had to be multi-talented, multifunctional, multifaceted, if you will. That's kind of my thoughts on it. But it helped me kind of see. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there's a thing where it talks about all these fine jewels. And they shine. I believe it's ultraviolet on them. Some of them glow and some don't. And all the ones that the devil's made out of, that God chose to make him out of, I guess they reflect that light, or they don't. And I can't remember which is which, but it's kind of an interesting. It's all the ones that God used to make heaven, to build with.
Yeah, and there are certain jewels that are worth a lot more than others, like rubies. It just goes down the line. Emeralds, they're more rare than diamonds, obviously. Real sapphires, things like that. Diamonds are not that rare. No. They're not.
No, diamonds are a scam.
Yeah, it is. It is. The De Beers and the Goldmans and the Sachs, they all work together to rig the system so that everybody would go out and buy. And they're like, diamonds are a girl's best friend. And they made this whole campaign, especially back in the 50s. They ramped it up to where, you had to buy a diamond for your wife.
And a Tiffany diamond too.
Yeah, you had to buy a diamond to get married. You're like, you mean that he didn't get you a diamond? Oh, what kind of man is that? He didn't get you a diamond. Because you don't see the man usually just wears the gold band.
Yeah.
And a woman has the big ring with the diamonds on there. It was all part of the campaign. What do you think about Coca-Cola? Because I think that it's part of the whole satanic mess.
A cleaning product.
It's a cleaning product that'll clean out
Christmas
your intestines.
time.
You can pour it onto a battery to clean the battery.
I have unique. I can't even really say it, but my wife is named after a soda, and it's because her parents worked at Coke, and they picked that name because it was like a big competitor.
Her name's Diet.
What's that?
Her name's Diet.
No, not quite.
I'm kidding. That's a bad joke.
Nice try. Nice. Either way. I don't advertise that often.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just playing. I'm playing.
No, you're good. I got you. That's a good one. Don't drink Diet, by the way.
It's
good.
It's worse.
It's a Japanese nerve drug.
Yeah, your body don't know what to do with it.
The Japanese used that for the first time in Nanking, and that came out in the Soviet release documents too, because they said that it was invented in the 50s. No, it wasn't. Gross. It was done in the 30s. Or in the 20s. They had it already, and they used it in Nanking. Horrible stuff. A nerve gas that affects the brain, and we use it as
microplastic.
Sweetener.
Yes,
it's horrible stuff. Everything that we're consuming is some of the worst possible things that you can imagine. Why do you think they tell you take some Coca-Cola and pour it in your toilet bowl? I've been a bachelor for a long time, and I always lived with nasty dudes, and so I'd go in there. My grandmother, she's like, go get a can of Coke and pour it in the toilet. And then I did. I was like, Grandma, what's wrong with you? What do you mean? I did it, and I never did. I wouldn't drink it anymore. People drink that stuff all the time. There's a well-known podcaster guy you should be friends with. He's obsessed with it. He drinks it all the time. I told him, I was like, mess your brain up. It's very bad stuff. Very, very, very unhealthy for you. But they have campaigned so hard that the entire world is drinking it. And if you were so inclined, it is a good investment when it comes to, if you don't have any morals. I chose not to. I chose not to invest in it. But if you were so inclined and you wanted to make money at a slow and steady, always hedge against inflation stock, Coca-Cola is your guy. But it's very, very, very horrible for you. And you know where they love to push it? In third world countries. Yeah, when I was in Africa, I couldn't get clean water to save my life, but I could find a Coca-Cola. And every little bodega there was a Coca-Cola. I tell you that right now.
But the best Snickers I ever had was overseas.
Yeah.
To me, I'm like, how's this better? I didn't realize they changed ingredients.
They did. They use real sugar or whatever to do it. What's going on, Cryptid Commission? How you doing?
What's up, man? Doing good. Just
good.
To the stream.
Yeah, dude. So we're up here we're just chewing the fat. There's nothing going on, other than that. And we were talking, and James comes on and he's like, the devil's my friend, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, and then we started this whole thing. But it's PRT, so you have to, And I think Andres is a spy. He hasn't said anything else. Folks, this guy, he's
a Korean spy.
He's definitely a Chinese spy. He hasn't spoken. Have you seen it? He hasn't said anything about Doug.
Fell asleep.
Listen, you guys are basically giving it to me for free, so of course I'm a spy.
He has to go back.
Yeah,
We
the
have no
last thing I
choice.
heard was you guys talking about Coca-Cola. You go back on that. That's the phosphoric acid in the Coca-Cola.
That's what it was. Thank you.
I
I was searching for it in my head.
Yeah,
it's
and
an
you
acid
notice
ingredient.
acids, all these different types of acids, like nitric acid and what's the other one? Hydrochloric acid. It's all horrible stuff. And get this, in your own little pantry, probably the cleaning supply closet, we have one, right? You can go into them anywhere and just take bleach. Let's start with that. And you mix it with peroxide and it becomes something horrible. Mix it with alcohol, it becomes
That's chloroform.
Chloroform, yeah. Whatever you mix it with, it becomes
Bleach and ammonia, mustard gas.
Hey, I know my
gas,
stuff, man.
everything. I wasn't even going to go to the names or whatever, but it's just every single thing you mix it with. If you mix it with Lady Gaga, it becomes Satan. Like everything you mix it with, it becomes horrible. It's a horrible thing, and they're just like bleach. This is what we need. And so everybody's out there cleaning with it, but don't let it mix with anything, and don't taunt it or look at it wrong because it'll explode.
Especially ammonia.
Ammonia, yes. I mean, yeah, let's just make some mustard gas.
Mustard gas. Yeah, it burns your lungs. You're sitting there breathing.
Sears your lungs.
You're not getting
On
it.
that show, 1,000 Ways to Die. Somebody dies like that. They buy an RV, a used RV, and it's like the septic tank is like super full or whatever, and they pour bleach down the toilet, and then like they get a puff.
Oh my gosh, because of the ammonia from urine, because that's a byproduct. And then of course, like any kinds of acids. That's why, folks, let me give you some advice here at PRT. We really need to start making other channels, and we need to like put like, Chris Miller, he could be the czar of drawing. We'll put Dick Richards in charge of torturing those who don't believe like we do religiously. Yeah. Sayla Nemesis can be the band queen. If you say something we don't like, you're gone. Get out of here. Right? James, we'll keep working on James. We'll figure out something for you, James. Andres can just be he's the spy, right?
Yeah.
Cryptid Commission can come on and just, be the cool guy that just gives all the information. We could do this. We could make a cabinet here. We could rule.
Yeah. You can be the cool guy who sends me that leather jacket in the mail.
We could take over Canada at least, right? Let's take over
please invade immediately.
Yeah, I don't know how you pray to
we could come up with some stuff here, but we could though. We could tell you, hey, there are certain things you need to like drink water, right? Everybody tells you to drink water. Do you know what kind of water? Drink alkaline water, folks, because our bodies are way too acidic now.
No.
Okay, Chris says no. Tell me why.
Okay, so you from me, I spent a lot of time researching my guts because I had gastritis, right? It was horrible. And either which way, I went through the VA and they wanted to give me 3 medicines. Those 3 medicines were on the do not take list within 3 years. I did not take those, thankfully. I found Dr. Berg on YouTube.
Dr. Berg is awesome. He's an awesome guy.
He's my man. I tell you, I trusted him and he fixed me. And he says, if you don't have enough acid in your stomach, that top sphincter in your stomach doesn't close and you get heartburn. And that's what I had, GERD. So
but also my point though was this. I know what you were going to say, but my point is this. I like Dr. Berg. He's a good guy, but I will tell you this. Most people do not have that problem. Most people have the problem of too much. They're too acidic. That was what I was going to tell you.
It's those seed oils.
Yeah.
Especially Hispanic people.
Those are terrible.
Seed oils are absolutely horrible for you.
Yeah, spend the extra money on olive oil,
beef tallow,
extra virgin olive oil, not some blend, and avocado oil, canola oil, vegetable oil, peanut oil, all garbage. Sunflower oil, garbage. It's trash. Canola oil used to be when it was first made, it was used as motor oil.
Yep.
Like, this is crazy.
Hey, buy good butter. Don't get the cheap stuff.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about ghee? What are your thoughts on ghee?
That's just clarified butter, isn't it?
It's clarified butter, but do you think, like, what is the best brand? Because we got some from New Zealand, supposed to be like really good. I don't know. I mean, it could be. I don't have a chemistry lab in my house anymore. I actually did at one time. I'm not even joking.
New
When I was
Zealand
young, I
seafood.
actually blew up my backyard. I had a chemistry set that I very scientifically inclined. My parents, and Anthony, you've heard this. They always said, we thought he was going to be a scientist. Said he became a damn gangster. I was like, what pays more? Okay, sorry.
Became a reptilian.
He became a reptilian werewolf shapeshifter. Let's get it right, dude.
Hey, can I share something with you, Josh?
Go ahead.
I've been in contact with a guy. He's a cryptozoologist, and he's not from this country. And he's discovered something like 10 creatures. And one of the ones that he talks about, he's actually getting ready to release 2 of them. And I can't share the drawing yet, but I'm working on the drawings for him. I've got the first one done almost. I tell you what, I'd like to see what you think. But the 2 creatures he's coming out with, I think I could talk about them a little bit. Forgive me, I'm a white person and I got a white tongue. And it's Nagiri Cordova is, I believe, how you say it. And like he'll probably get on to me, but he's an Indian guy named Dijo Dijo Thomas. Check him out. But he's got these 2 creatures that are like they're not cats and they're not dogs, but they kind of have characteristics of both, and they're pretty neat. I really don't know what I can say and what I can't say about it yet because he hasn't dropped it, but you can find him. He talks about chupacabra a lot, and he's got the best chupacabra picture I've ever seen in my life.
They're real. I'm going to tell you something. Chupacabras, the little jumping ones, and now let me say this. And hi, Excalibur Knight, before we go any further, and welcome to the show.
I like that name.
The Chupacabra that I studied with Nick Redfern, and I gave him several witnesses, and Ken Gerhardt, and Ken ended up on television. He's always on TV. I love Ken. I just talked to him the other day. He's a great guy to get to know. And if you want to learn about real cryptozoology, that guy, he's talking about, this undiscovered species of animals. He's your guy. But I can say this. That creature is a vampire. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care. One day, I'm going to be vindicated. They're going to think he's crazy. He's a nut job. He's this wacky guy. He's Jim Jones, Alex Jones, Jerry Jones, all the Joneses, whatever, of the crypto paranormal community. They can call me what they want. But this is a parasite. And that species, that blue dog, has the ability to eat and chew and eat meat. It doesn't have, but it chooses to kill and then exsanguinate and drink blood. Okay? The same thing happens with the chupacabra, the little monito looking thing, the little guy that jumps around. That is also, it drinks blood. That's what it does. Why did they mass produce these in a base in Puerto Rico? That was what Nick Redfern.
What size are they?
Well, okay, so the average chupacabra, the little guy that jumps around, those little the poquito, they're like 3 feet, typically, and they hop around, and they're always exsanguinating things. I don't think they originally started that way. I think that at some point down the line they became that way. And, I think that we're dealing with now a type of vampiric creature.
He thinks they're related to kangaroos. Mm-hmm. And he kind of proves a lot of what he does versus how he does it is not with pictures or DNA. He does it with like a more, I'm going to say common sense approach, but like it's real simple. He also talked about they're in the Ukraine. The chupacabras are.
Sorry.
Go for it.
I was asking about the size. By the way, Chris, you know me as Sandra. We're friends on Facebook.
Oh, I didn't even recognize. I can't see you, Harley. You're like little bitty.
I'm a little because I'm not there. But anyway,
Well,
you know
you're
me.
like
Anyway.
you top center.
No, she's down below.
I'm down below. I'm
Okay.
not. There's no video. There's no video. You
Oh,
can't
I
see
was
me.
about to say I can't see you. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
know
I just
that.
wanted to give a
Right
shout
on.
out. Shout out. Chris is an
Right on. I
Chris
look
is an
like
amazing.
a freaking train wreck. I look at that. You can park a truck. You can park a truck right
Anyway,
there.
I wanted to say Chris was an amazing artist, but the reason I asked what size of chupacabra the small ones are is I had a friend of mine. I never saw the video because she couldn't figure out how to get it off her the mount you have in a car. But she said she caught something that jumped across the highway. She was driving up to the mountains, up to Lake Tahoe, and she was like, she goes, I don't know if it was some kind of weird cryptid. She goes, it was definitely too big to be a. I go, is it like a dog man or something? She's like, oh no, it's too big too small for that. Because it was like she goes, it was like the size of a medium to small to medium sized dog, and it was super fast. It like bounded across the road right in front of her.
Is that the one they caught in the? I believe it was like Guatemalans or Mexican guys. They caught the thing in a trap, and it didn't have any hair.
That
Have you seen that, Josh?
And they can be black or they can be green, and they look like they're little like reptilian kangaroos with little heads, and they have these spikes on their back. That is the chupacabra that I know.
Sounds like a velociraptor.
Chupacabra.
Yeah.
But it's not that it's the real. It's what the original creation was. I think they took this reptilian. I think it was a pet. I'm not even joking. I think it was a reptoid pet, and I think that they took them and then they made them into demonic Furbies. I'm not even joking. I'm not even kidding, man. And then they said, you know what? We've done this long enough. Let's just abandon this facility and leave it, and let the people of Puerto Rico get killed by them. We don't care. And that's what they do. They don't care. And then these things made their way via the cartel to Cuba and then to the mainland of Latin America. Because they heard these things existed, and so these guys got more money than Croesus. So they're like, well, I want one. And these people are like, okay, I'll catch you one. And then they catch them, and then they give them to them. And then they took them to the mainland, and I think they used them to dispose of people. I really do. I've heard all kinds of stories about this kind of stuff. I heard this stuff way back when I was doing, whatever. And these people would say these things. Now, back then, I knew what I had seen, and I believed some. But I didn't believe in every single thing. I didn't really believe in the vampires in the literal sense. I didn't believe in the chupacabra in the literal sense. I just thought, maybe there's a werewolf-looking thing that's like a physical being. I didn't realize that Buffy the Vampire Slayer was real. I didn't think this was a real thing. You just don't think like that. I mean, who does? And now you're sitting here going like, here we are. And we're up at what is this 1:30 in the morning for my time, and we're talking about all of these topics. Like I said in the description, aliens to dogman, or aliens to vampires, whatever, werewolves, because all of this is connected. And the sooner more and more people, and the last thing, these people, they actually believe that I don't want other people to grow or to learn or to get big or whatever. Nothing could be further from the truth, because folks, the urgency is there. Okay. The more people need to be talking about this, more and more people need to be coming out and we need more people like me making shows and coming up, because they can't stop everybody. You know what I mean? They can't. That's why it was so important to me for so many of these people like Bettina Moss to come back. We need Abe Seas. We need Lance Hightower to keep doing what he's doing. Tony Merkel, Josh Nunocchio, everybody that's involved in this field that's not a crazy lunatic, and even some that are, there needs to be a cease to this attacking and fighting by these people who I think some of them are paid shills, and they're just here to obfuscate and cause problems. But we need everybody to come together and start talking about these things so that it becomes more and more mainstream, because now you have people saying, hey, there's a spiritual war going on. Tucker Carlson said that. That's an amazing drawing right there. So whenever you see it coming out and saying these things, more and more people need to be saying these things. And we need to be able to have frank and open conversations rather than people getting angry and fighting and whatever, and just jumping on and dogpiling and attacking people. This is what Paranormal Roundtable means right here. This is a roundtable discussion where we can all talk about these things, and we can do it into the wee hours of the morning, and be thankful that we still have the ability and the freedom to be able to talk and question some of these narratives, because in some places you can't do that. I got some friends from Venezuela. They're a waiter and a waitress. They're really good friends of mine, and they're very nice people, but they're like, you have no freedom there. You can't do this over there. And that's why these people want to come, because they don't want to be in those places, because those places are horrible and they kill spirituality, creativity. It's destroyed. That part of your brain is gone. The right side of your brain is not used. That's it. It's over. And that's what we need. We need more people to do this. The last thing we want is for it to be monopolized or just one, whatever. We don't need that. We need open discussion, because I don't know everything, and everybody has a piece of the puzzle.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jose, going back on the Chupacabra, I like the version they market in Roswell, where it's like an alien holding a peace sign.
Yeah.
This is my favorite version of the
Chupacabra. Yeah, I was in Roswell a couple years ago, and I've been there many, many times, and it does have a weird energy about it. I have a Mandela effect from there. Very weird story I told on the show one time. But Excalibur, did you have something you wanted to tell us?
You brought up the Chupacabra thing, and I just was curious as to what the size was. And I guess on the subject of vampires, I actually used to know a couple of people that were at least one of them was in a witch coven thing, and they were kind of into the vampire stuff, but they were in their 20s and young and stupid.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, one of them, he also had this, a friend of mine told me that he was thought it was his job to fight demons and do all this, do
Let
this
me
stuff.
guess, he killed himself.
And he killed himself. Yeah. He unfortunately he just, he was a lost soul, and the other one is, thankfully, I don't think he's into the witchcraft stuff anymore. So that was a long time ago. I think he outgrew it. So, but I haven't been in touch with him for a while. But I mean, I'm talking very close friends of mine. I mean, that used to work for me and stuff. And, they thought it was rather unusual that I was such an open-minded Christian. Well, that's the way you're supposed to be.
You're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And as you're saying, this ongoing the arguments people are having, the things you're fighting, Josh, the closer you get to the truth, the more you're going to be attacked.
And it's an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't want you to ever stop, because you are there are many people in this field that are doing great things, but you're one of the ones that you're very knowledgeable about what I mean, you're very good at what you do, and you have a very high IQ, and this is
Josh
what we
is the
need
best,
in this.
man. Straight up.
He is, and he's an amazing storyteller.
awesome.
I mean, he's very good at that. But I mean, this is what you're supposed to do, Josh. I mean, so stay with it. This is God's appointed thing for you. It is.
Amen.
I can tell you, it is. So you keep
I
doing
hope so. And the thing I love most and I'm most proud of, and I try not to be proud, but the thing I'm most proud of about this is that we can all sit here together from all walks of life, different races, different religions, whatever your biases are or whatever. And there's 367 people here, and we've been going for 3 hours, and it's 1:41 a.m. on a Monday night.
Yep.
I don't know many others that can do that. And this isn't a braggart thing, but this is not me. This is our community. Because I helped to build this. I helped start it, but you guys filled it. Sailor Nemesis, Chris, James, Cryptid Commission. I don't even know your real name, but Dick Richards, you guys, Excalibur and Andres and everybody that's on here and trying to get on here, and everybody, this is the community that we have built. And these people, they honestly, it's kind of sad that they really think that they can take that and destroy it. You're not going to. You're not going to do it down what we built.
I think some of them are actually paid to go up against you, just like the people in the we'll call it in the truth. There's a couple of people I listen in the truther community. You know, there's one of them that's kind of that version of, you know, he's that world is he's your version of you in that world, and constant attacks. People are paid to just say, you know, bad things and try and tear down a movement. And
they
like
get
I
in
said,
trouble is what
The devil
happens.
doesn't want his secrets out either.
no, they don't. I mean, we are in a
No.
spiritual warfare, and as
Exactly.
and one of the, you know, one of the things I appreciate about PRT is the fact that, you know, Josh has said it many times, everything's connected to everything. It's all connected, and I figured that out a while ago, but it's nice to have a place to talk about it, because it is that we are in a spiritual warfare right now. I mean, right now, you know, what's going on in this country, you know, look, you know, I mean, you know, I mean, they're it's insane what they're doing, you know, just absolutely insane.
You know, because for me, I'd like to be able to do this, and I was talking to of all people, my dad a few years ago, back before we had, you know, our last whatever. Me and my dad can't seem to get along for very long. He's just very grounded in this world, and he doesn't have. And not to insult, you know, boomers, because I saw Kevin, you know, but he's about Kevin's age, but he's very boomer though. He's not like Kevin. He doesn't have that kind of, you know. He's just very analytical. But he asked me one day, he's like, is this what you would like to do with the rest of your life? And I said, well, it's either that or do what? Run my businesses, and you can make money, but you're just going to keep running around in circles. Yeah, I want to do this because this is something that I can do that can actually help people and further, you know, people are, you know, do something, pay, even if it's just a little bit, but every person that you help, it's, you know, you're furthering humanity. And there are all these things that people are always calling secrets. They're not really secrets. You can find them, you can look them up, and you can actually do research and learn about them. And so whenever someone has a story to tell, you can give them a little bit of insight. I talked to this one lady recently. She's from Ohio, and she was just like, she goes, I talked to this, and I know the guy. And she's like, and I talked to him, and he listened. He was a very good listener. She's like, but he said nothing. He gave her nothing. No, like, he just like, wow, oh, that's, yeah. You know, and I was like, I know who you're talking about. And she was just like, he didn't do anything at all. Like, he didn't help her. He didn't give her any kind of insight into what it was that she saw, what she was going through, what she was dealing with. And he was only interested in one thing only, because he was compartmentalizing. And see, now, James, I've told you that is the Luciferian way. It is a compartmentalization. The light only shines on certain aspects of what they believe. The light is supposed to shine upon the entire earth.
Yeah, that's the
one region.
The goal of alchemy. I would actually argue the goal of Luciferian alchemy would be for that light to hit upon the entirety of creation.
Yeah, but who's creating?
It depends.
Counterfeit, the, you know,
the true source. It really beyond to. Before that, the creator within.
What do you guys think this is? Do you think this is a simulation within a simulation, or do you think this is the real reality? This isn't the real reality. I'm telling you right now. I think
it is. Bible says you only die once, so
you die. And absolutely, Chris. You die once as Chris Miller. You will only die once. Chris Miller will never live again unless it's in an alternate reality. You will live and die in this reality.
I've met 6 of them.
It's very possible.
Well, no,
you will only live and die as Chris Miller, though you yourself, this body, will die.
I won't die.
Well, your body will.
Yeah, the meat sack will.
Yeah, the meat flesh will die. Now, do you believe that once that happens, that there's no way you could ever come back in the spirit and become a different person?
I don't. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but if the scripture says, you know, it's only appointed for a man to die once, then that's what it says. You know,
and that's correct. It is only for a man to die once. But
yeah, that's why you
what
build
I'm
the
saying
churches.
is, if you were to die and come out of your body, do you know that you're a ball of light about this big? Do you realize that? I know that. And if you don't believe me, you don't believe me. And I'm not trying to proselytize or pontificate at you, nothing. But I will say this: that ball of light can come back and reanimate another body. It can be born again, as Jesus says. We must.
That's what this fight's over. Is our soul.
Yeah, and the soul, these beings are doing what they're doing. They're working together in these dumps, deep underground military bases, in case people don't know what that means. And they're actually harvesting souls, human and Nephilim and other souls, and putting them into animated clones. They clone people.
That's in a movie.
Everything is a movie. Everything is soft.
What's his name? Channing Tatum's a wolf. He's a wolf hybrid. What is that movie?
Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah, there you go. They put those things in movies.
What is it called?
Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah,
that's a great movie.
It's a good movie.
It's a little cheesy, but you got to get past that. But
Channing Tatum is a wolf.
He's a wolf hybrid.
Huh.
They drop these little things to kind of precondition us. And it's a way for them to tell what they're gonna do and tell the future too. So you remember Johnny Mnemonic? When Keanu Reeves plugs that thing in the back of his head.
Don't remember the movie, but I know what you're talking
they got really close on that one, so they had to yank that one. Gattaca, that's another one. That's gene CRISPR Tech 9.
Now, Chris, you're moving too quick. You need to send me a list of these so I can go and if I have the time, I can find the time to watch them. I'll watch them.
The piano player has
I don't
six
watch
fingers.
TV. I watch movies.
That's called predictive programming. They just give you a preview of it, like through, media, movies, TV, even video games.
Isn't
years later?
Isn't part of the soft disclosure the reason they have to do that is because it's, there are laws.
Mm-hmm. Spiritual laws that they believe they can circumvent.
Yeah, they believe that they can
spiritual red tape.
Yeah, they might not believe in God, but they sure believe in karmic justice.
They do. Yeah, and they don't. They do believe in God. They just don't like him.
Yeah,
that's their thing. Is like they don't.
That's how like these Satanists can like lie under oath, because you're under oath of God. So if you're a Satanist, you can just lie your A off. You know what I mean? It's people in.
Vicky, come on! Absolutely, Maddie. Where is Vicky? Tell her to come on.
That comes from the Babylonian Talmud, actually. That law of having to tell you what they're going to do, and the example they give you is you're not a murderer if you tie somebody up and let them starve to death in their own kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the Kol Nidra. There's a prayer that they can pray, and that means that they are absolved of any sin against a person who's non-Jewish.
Yep, everything's permitted.
Yeah, everything is okay.
Yeah, wait till the Noahide gets here.
Well, I think it's already here. I think
what's that? What gets here?
The Noahide laws. Wait till they get here. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Yeah,
it can get. I'm really pretty much all Bible, so it's I'll tell you, I'm not real well versed on all this other stuff, but I've read some of it, and so I really can't speak for the others. But I feel like when I feel like something goes against what the book says, that's when I speak up.
So Vicky, do you want to say hi?
Hi everyone. I don't know if you can hear me all right.
Yep. Are you wearing a stethoscope? Are you going to check our hearts?
No, I'm a long time.
She's wearing a stethoscope. I'm joking.
Old school Apple headphones.
Long time listener, but first time caller. So I've been really enjoying the conversation tonight, and thanks for letting me join in.
Yeah, no problem. It's open to whoever wants to jump on and participate. So what do you got going on tonight? What's happening? You said you wanted to come on.
Yeah, I've just been enjoying the conversation, and I have a cleared schedule. So I figured, I've been a silent viewer for years. Why not hop on? And, I was enjoying what you guys were talking about with Coca-Cola and the parasitic beings and how our food is pretty much poison. I had heard something about Mountain Dew, about someone finding a mouse in their drink and taking it to court, but their testimony was basically that there's no way that the mouse could have been in there in the factory because it would have dissolved.
Dissolved. Yes, that is that's not even a myth.
Yeah.
Okay, so in Pennsylvania, well, okay, I could go back to the Hershey family, and the chocolate that they used was, oh my gosh. Okay, so oh man, so much of our food is fake. When I was young, I had a dream, and I had just eaten like a roasted chicken leg, like a chicken leg or whatever, and I went to sleep, and I was like 12. I remember this, and I remember being on this boat, and it was kind of like the River Styx, where you had like a little skeleton guy. And I thought, man, that food really gave me a weird dream. And this skeleton turned and looked at me and says, "That's not meat." And it was in this like cellophane with the chicken on the inside. It was like in a box and I think my mind put it together. It was like where the Transformers came from, like the toys. Like you would buy, like say you bought Jazz, like you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like he's inside of, and there's this cellophane. There was this chicken in there, and everything about it was fake. It was like plastic. And so this skeleton was telling me that I had just eaten fake meat. And I was like, what? So then I was really freaked out. So I didn't eat chicken for like a month. It was just so weird. My parents went and ate at this place called Golden Fried Chicken. Now they take the word fried out of anything. So there's no fry. It's just golden chick. And there's like a chicken that's all happy. Like, I'm happy to be slaughtered. Which that's also subliminal. But so they take me there, and I just sat there. I wouldn't eat. My dad's like, "What's your problem?" And I'm like, "I'm not eating." And he's like, "Why not?" I said, "I don't know. I had this dream." And my dad's like, "Oh my God, you and your damn dreams and the whatever, and because my dad's white, my mom's Mexican, and her family was like, you have the whole, whatever. My dad totally wasn't into that at all. And my mother was very grounded and just making money. They were just both very driven, just ambition and the will to feed it big time. I was a latchkey kid. So I had a lot of dreams that, we were talking about dreams being very powerful. Somebody was saying that earlier. And they're not just dreams because they led me through a lot of my life. Now, some people would call that spirit guides, or they'll put a name or a label on it. I don't know what that is. I just know that it's an intuition that's almost like its own consciousness that has led me to different places, to get out of harm's way. And it's helped me to survive. And I think that this, like when we start talking about these conversations, have you ever looked at these parasites under a microscope and seen how they look like demons?
And act like demons too.
Yeah, they do. They do the exact
Absolutely the
same thing.
same.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But these books that were written back in the 15th and 16th centuries, they had pictures of these night demons that would come in the night. And now we have microscopes that weren't even around until a couple of hundred years later. And now we can see them through these microscopes, and they look just like those pictures from those books. And you're sitting there going like, holy crap, dude, did these mid-century French and German people, did they know this? Like, how did they know that that's
Christ
what this
did.
was?
This
I just saw something crazy.
Fasting.
I'm sorry.
Vulgaris is ugly.
Do you
one
see
of
the
them.
one that shows the original emojis? And the guys are talking about how they literally line up exactly with sigils.
Oh yeah,
Solomonic.
I didn't even know what a sigil
All of
was.
them.
I think it was the last time I was on. You guys were talking about it.
Yeah. Look at the
Same
one
as
that
the
runs
microchip
with
So
your phone.
I've got a whole stack out there that I don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
And I don't want to burn it just in case it does some weird, whatever. But somebody took the time to draw these things, and I still don't understand it. Don't really need to know why or what, but pretty crazy.
Microchips are all demonic sigils too, bro.
What?
Really?
Microchips are all demonic sigils.
Yes. Okay. So we were at a conference, the Paracon. It was a pretty big one by the Kling brothers. They had the Ghost Lab show, whatever. So they're pretty cool guys, but I know them, and we were at their show down in San Antonio. They wanted me to do a event. I didn't feel like vending. It just didn't. It wasn't. I don't have time. And so we went down there. We ate dinner. We had the dinner with everybody, and everybody was there. And Christopher Jordan got into a heated debate with Anthony about the demonic sigils and what they are and what And he was like, no, that's not really, but he's using that analytical part of his brain that tells him that that's not what they are, but that is what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to argue with him
100%.
about it. So when he comes on the show in April, I was going to hit him with that and be like, what is the reasoning behind it? Tell me why you don't think that. And I wanted to put a little collage together of these sigils and let him explain why they look so much like it. And if you think it is, if you don't think it is, why does it look like it's such a coincidence? I don't believe.
Jordy Rose told us what they're doing with all these technologies and microchips and stuff. He's literally summoning entities from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
He was very clear about it.
And doing that though too, Dick, you know what they're doing is to inhabit AI. I'm going to say something,
100%.
and this is going to sound cuckoo bananas to anybody who's not initiated, but like Bane says, we are initiated, or as he says, we are initiated. So. One of my favorite characters. I'm not a Batman fan at all. That's why I like Bane. I'm glad he broke his back. But anyways, Bane, he says it. He's like, you're initiated, and there's those people like they're born in the darkness. They can see in it. They don't need magic to be able to do what they do. And there's those that have to use all this spell casting and all this bullshit to get to where whatever. But some people are born with that ability. And it's
really ironic you bring all this up, and I probably shouldn't say anything, but the reason why I'm up is I'm literally sitting on the fence right now about going and taking a trip in the morning. My sister that I grew up with, we would beam things to each other from the other end of the house, and some of the stuff that she's claiming right now,
telekinesis.
Yeah, like I was in an ESP or whatever. I was reading about it at the time. I was like 15, and I would just kind of beam her a thought because I wouldn't see her sometimes for like days at a time. And anyway, when my foster parents would leave us home alone, I'd run down there, and one of the first things out of her mouth almost every single time was something to do with what I was trying to, message her. So I know there's something to it.
Quantum entanglement.
Well, what's kind of funny is when I was a kid, I held fluoride in my mouth, and yeah, you nailed it right on the head. It is quantum entanglement. I held fluoride in my mouth for like 30 minutes on a dare, and my sister she would eat toothpaste, right? Not eat it, but like
you're gonna harden your pineal gland right up.
Right, that's the idea. That's what I'm saying. I kind of make the joke that mine's probably a piece of gravel, but
you can undo that.
I'm actually working on it right now. I'm trying to figure that out.
There's ways to undo it. There is a mixture of colloidal. Well, I'm not even going to say it on here because if you do,
I know what you're talking about.
You could get sick, and then they'll be like, "You said to do that." I just know what I feel like.
Oh, I just remembered something. If you want me to tell you about the time I did a ritual with an angelic energy.
Well, does this lead to praising the devil? Because if it does, then I'd probably not.
No, it's actually the opposite.
Okay, all right.
It was. I did use a blood ritual, but I summoned the angel Sandalphon because I know they work together. But it was wild. 2 days later, the whole college 2 blocks down the road burnt down to ashes.
Bruh.
Wow.
It had demonic sigils all over the walls in that place. Not anything I did there, but that's the place that burned down. It's like it just decided this place has to go.
Going back to the ESP topic, Wolf, I was hearing something recently that I did want to ask you about. Have you heard of the GATE program and the testing they did with honor students in the 70s and 80s mostly?
Which program? Yeah. Because there was one at UCLA. Is that the one you're referring to? Or are you talking about the one that took place at sorry, good.
Left and right
project.
Yeah. I think they were kind of going on simultaneously all over, the ones that I've heard about.
Yep. Yeah.
It was usually like elementary kids. Is that what the one you're referring to? Yeah.
Yeah, and they did them on military bases too. Is that because I know that there was Edwards Air Force Base had a daycare, where they were taking their children, and there was a guy that came forward and was like, when I was a child, they were taking me and putting me. He didn't know he wasn't going to a normal daycare. And also, he didn't know his parents weren't who his parents were claiming to be. In fact, we talked with one of them. What was that guy's name, Anthony?
That's crazy.
Like the one whose parents were not really his parents. His girlfriend wasn't really his parents. Black-eyed kids all grown up.
Yeah,
What was that guy's name?
That was the episode, but I don't remember his name.
Dude, he went completely dark on us. Like no Facebook, no Twitter,
His
no.
story was bizarre.
Really bizarre story. And then he used to work out at this gym, and he was gone. He disappeared. Like it was just like
That's weird.
the woman. The conclusion that we came to as a team that she was some sort of a hybrid. That this was a hybridization, and that he was part of a program. Now, a lot of you don't know this, and I'll say that. I'll come out and say it. I wrote a book with Nick Redfern, and it was about MK Ultra. And I will say this: he took off to England, and I've lost communication with him. The book was mostly his work, and then I was going to stick my information in there. We had a key witness who I spoke with, Christopher Garetano, and a couple other people. Of course, he did the Montauk Chronicles. He was very, he believed that what she was saying matched up, that it was true. And then she, all of a sudden, one day just calls me up out of the blue. And I'll never forget, I was driving with Anthony, and we were just driving to the grocery store because Nellie, we were doing the patrol, and she's like, hey, I need you to get something, whatever. This woman just calls up crying and says, I can't be in the book. You got to take me out of the book. I can't be in the book, blah, blah, blah. And then that was it. And she was our star, I guess if you want to call it, witness. And that was the end of that. Then a couple of days later, Redfern's like, hey, my dad's really sick. I'm going back to England. He leaves the manuscript with another guy who's a friend of ours, a UFO researcher, and says, hey, I have it. And I have these other books that he wanted you to have, and I still have not gotten them from him. And I haven't spoken to him a word since then. Me and Nick used to talk pretty regularly. And it was his idea to write the book. He asked me multiple times, right, Anthony? I mean, it was his baby. And then we were supposed to do a secondary book, which that was the one that I was writing, and they were going to work together. And it was about the UAP. And then we ended up doing the project with all the different people on Friday nights, or was it Saturday nights? With Chris James, and we interviewed tons of people. And so we were going to take all of the information, put it together, and there were going to be 2 companion books. One that was like 90% written by him, and that would involve 2 of my witnesses, and then the other one written 90% by me that involved one of his witnesses. And it was going to be like, that's how we were going to do it. That didn't pan out. And so people don't realize I have 2 books that are sitting there unwritten. I mean, not published.
What kind of books were you trying to get your hands on?
I wasn't trying to get my hands on any books. I was trying to complete these books, and that took up a lot of time. So that's why the vampire book was on hold until we could get it. And now the vampire book's about 3/4 of the way through. We had to go back and change a few things because, dude, it's just, that is such a weird subject, and the culture is so bizarre. And I am going to get roasted, folks, on this. I promise you. They're going to attack me and call me a lunatic and say all kinds of crazy shit, because I know that it is not a subject that people are ready to bring out of fiction. This is not a fictional thing. And I'm telling you, eventually, though, one day I might be long gone, but I'll be vindicated. I promise you, people are going to know that this is real, because they can't hide forever. It's going to come out. And why people are able to see werewolves and not really vampires is because, like, okay, Vicky right there, James, Crypt Commission could be vampires. You wouldn't even know it right now. Now, if they popped out, went, like, that's a werewolf. You would know immediately. Oh, well, that guy just wolfed out. Yeah, he's obviously he's a lycanthrope or whatever. But that's not going to happen if it's a vampire, until it's too late. Now, what people don't realize is that, you know how there's these, Goku has the final forms and all that. They have a final form, and it is absolutely terrifying and disgusting, and it rivals anything a werewolf does. because they can literally open their mouth like a freaking, this Venus flytrap looking little shop of horrors plant, dude, and it just devours somebody's head. I'm not even
Yeah,
joking.
that's terrifying.
Do you guys remember the guy that came on the show and he was legit scared? I had to talk him into it. He watched these two reptilians chomp off the back of a guy's head in an elevator. And he came on the show and talked about it. And I feel bad. I can't remember the guy's name. He used to talk to me all the time. I don't see him anymore. But yeah, dude, that guy. And then there was this other guy who had claimed to have seen one of these dudes like literally eat a man and his dog. And this thing, the way he described it, he said it was a reptilian, but I think it was either a real or it may have been a skinwalker, but this being just ate them. And then the guy went missing, and it was this whole, he was telling us this story. That happened in Ecuador. That wasn't here. But the crazy thing was that not Ecuador, it was Uruguay. What's crazy though is he said that this is happening all over our country, and nobody's doing anything about it. And these creatures are walking amongst us, pretending to be human. They're not even like hybrids; they're just shapeshifters, and they can mock the human form. Yep. And so you don't realize there are all these different types of these shapeshifters, and they're vampiric. And what they really want is blood. That's what they want, right? And that's why we're ordered in every holy book on earth. They tell you not to drink blood. You are not to drink blood. You're not supposed to consume it. You're not supposed to drink it. You're not supposed to. Jesus says the blood is the life, and it is a mockery. It is a mockery that they do, and it was set up that way. And I believe that this was a contagion. I really do. I don't even think it's from here. I think it's a universal thing. I was talking on the show about a woman who said that her dog had vampirism. Well, she didn't say it, but I did. But she was basically telling me that her dog was basically only drinking blood, killing animals and only drinking their blood. And his eyes turned red. And eventually her husband dispatched it. We had another one of two of them of cats. These ladies' two cats started doing that, just drinking blood. And to the point where she was going and getting blood and just giving it to them in their bowl and mixing it with milk until they weren't even drinking the milk. They were just drinking the blood. That's crazy. Like, what the hell is going on here? She tried telling that story to two other people, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't care about that. Did you see a Bigfoot? No ghost? Okay, I don't care." That's the problem right there, because nobody cares if it's weird or out of the norm. I remember years ago there was. If it's not around, it has to be a Mandela effect, because I remember this woman talking about this vampirism. And and Nori was just kind of like, wow, whoa, like he wasn't really, he was just going through the motions with her. And I'm sitting there going like, this is before I started the show, thinking, it's kind of interesting, but how does this work? Well, it works because they control Hollywood, they control the media, they control, the police. I mean, they have the power. And who's going to believe you? And they find people exsanguinated. This is a true story. There was a kid here at college about 10, 15 years ago whose roommate just got the inclination to take him and bind him, turn him upside down, and drain him of all his blood and drink it. I mean, and then he said, why did you do this? He says, I don't know. I felt something move me to do it. That was his only excuse. He murdered his roommate, and he literally drank his, he took him, he chopped his, it was horrible, and drained his blood, and this is what he did. This was a young guy. And then it came out. I remember reading something later that this may not have been the first time that he had done that. He probably wasn't, and he'd probably been doing this for a long time. And why? Why are these people doing these things? Why do they drink blood? Why do they eat children?
It actually the clock. That's why.
They probably have like so much bad karma, or they've just a lot of sin in them that just they get something attached to them. Yeah.
Easily get
demonic
attached
possession,
when you
yeah.
don't have any kind of direction.
Yeah,
When you don't have Christ, you'll accept anything.
Yep, I was about to say that. Once your armor of God, it has like a bunch of chinks in it. It's like
You can't say
it's
that.
able to like so many things.
Yeah, it's basically over.
I'd
Go
like to
ahead.
hear your thoughts too on the connection to the royal bloodlines. If there is a connection with the
Oh
vampirism.
my gosh, absolutely there is.
Which royal family?
Cryptid
hasn't
Commission
it
sounds
been
like he's
proven
ready to go on this one. I know Dick Richards is.
Yeah,
Probably
the
Chris
Merovingian
Smith.
elves, those bastards.
Yep.
Hasn't it been proven that the King of England is a descendant of Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah, he is. Charlemagne and Vlad, both bloodthirsty bastards. He's also a descendant of Francis Martel, which is, or what's his name? Charles Martel.
the Hammer.
The Hammer.
Yeah, Charles
the
Martel.
Hammer. All of the royals, if you notice, like you could be the king of whatever Saxony, and you're Swedish.
Yeah.
You could be the Queen of France, and you're from Italy. I mean, look at what's her name? The Serpent Queen. What was her name? Vici. What is it? She was totally
something
Italian.
Medici.
Medici. She was in Medici. And of course, the Borgias of Spain, they were rumored to be blood drinking, whatever. And of course, that might have been just the papal. We don't want a Spanish pope, but supposedly they drank blood. Giles de Rath, or Giles, depending on how you say his name, he supposedly drank the blood of boys. You had Elizabeth Bathory. There was somebody that was arguing for Elizabeth Bathory. I totally don't buy it. She did what she did.
Yeah, Bloody Mary.
She murdered hundreds and hundreds of women and drank their blood. And these people are all royal bloodline, but they're of a reptilian bloodline. And it depends on the reptilian bloodline. Now, think about how many species are on the planet. The earliest species, obviously, are always going to be the most sentient. Earliest species will be reptilian because they're easier to make. The brain is way less complicated. You got the amygdala. You don't have a whole lot of whatever. There's just hunger, procreate, sleep. Those are the main things that go on. Not a lot of electricity needed for that, right? And of course, that is going to be the prevailing life form. Mammals are a lot more complex and a lot harder to pump out. And so if you have a galaxy teeming with life, which I believe we do, they fold, they come over. Obviously, we're not the strongest species on the this plane of existence. You're going to deal with a lot of different types of reptilians. Some that are from here originally, from way back when, like the iguanodon relative, the ones that are Lacerda talked about. Do the research, Lacerda. And then you can look into the Vril. The Vril are vampiric reptilians. They probably didn't start out that way. They came here with the Dracos. The Draco, which I've heard the designation, military designation, is the Draco S9. I don't know if that's correct. I just know that they've called them that. And then there's one called the SX, which is a subspecies of the Drake. They are reptilian, but they're also vampiric, and they don't play well with anyone. They only use other species, including other reptilians, as food, and that is to drink their blood and at times to eat their flesh. They do not care. They are cannibals, meaning that they'll eat each other and they'll eat people, they'll eat, whatever. And these particular beings have made their deals with the higher ups. Now they do employ mercenaries. And what I mean by that is werewolves, vampires, real vampires, like human vampires, whatever, the elders, whatever. And they also use the Greys. The Greys are like a biological robot. I could give you a rundown of each and every species that I know of, and there's a lot of them. They do have enemies. The tall whites are not their friends, nor are the Nordics. They have some serious problems with them, and then they have another type of reptilian species that is completely at war with them. They're living underground. They arrived here approximately 175,000 years ago. Vril came 330,000 years ago, so they were here a lot longer, a lot more entrenched. But there was a higher technology that came because the Vril had turned into vampires, and anything that becomes corrupt and old, it doesn't. It starts to become feeble, and like Nietzsche, that which is falling should be pushed. So that's their whole thing. They always seem to kind of usurp each other. Now, just because these beings are fighting each other doesn't mean they're your friends. You got to remember that too. They don't like you. You're just there. And if they can use you as a pawn or a casualty, they will. Now, why do they come above ground? Why? Because one simple reason, we have what we call winter. They're not a big fan of that. They're not real into the winter because the winter will kill their ass. They're a warm-blooded they're cold-blooded species, and they need heat. So they have to kind of stay underground, and they can't just come up and whatever. They tend to try to stay in warmer climates, but they've done so much genetic tampering and genetic whatever to make them be able to live in the colder climates. Have you ever wandered around? That's pretty good, man. That's cool. Have you guys ever wandered around the city and seen like these people sitting at a bus stop with like 4 layers of clothing on and it's 89 degrees outside?
That's me.
Yep.
Reptilian bloodline, dude, or these
Reptilian
archons
or addicted meth.
They have attached themselves to these people.
I don't have that extra layer.
What they feel, which is to be cold. They like to be out in the sun because it gives them energy, but it gives us energy too. But they're a whole different ball game, and if they can warm up the climate to a certain degree, they can survive above ground. The reason that they went below ground is because the war with the Anunnaki didn't go as well as they had hoped, and so they went underground and they let the people revolt. And the Anunnaki were already having problems with their, what do they call? What was that race of beings that they had enslaved? There was another race that they brought with them.
Archon?
I forgot the name of them.
Describe them.
They're like a tall, skinny insectoid type race, but they're enslaved by the Anunnaki. They were here to dig gold, and they weren't efficient enough, so they had to use humans. I can't remember what they're called. Yeah. You can look it up, Anthony, if you would. Just look up slave race to Anunnaki. It'll probably come right up. But those beings. So what they did was these reptilians had to go underground, which is where most of them reside. And, this is the prevailing theme, the story. There's a lot of different versions of this. Guys like Rob Yox talk about this. I mean, there's a ton of people that'll get into this whole. James Bartley's another one. He can tell you. These guys know as much about it as anybody.
There is some weirdness with the translation, right? Sitchin's translation.
Sitchin's now when you're talking about Sitchin, when you start getting into Sitchin, that's a whole nother ball of wax too, because his translations were not completely correct. But it doesn't matter because there's thousands of these tablets, and deciphering them, even if you're just a little bit off, it can change the translation or whatever, but it still says the same thing. Like, this is what they are. And
we're on the Emerald tablets.
Yeah, there was this revolt that happened.
Did this slave race rebel against the
Anunnaki? Yes.
So there's this thing called the Ijiji Rebellion.
The Ijiji Rebellion, that was a big one, which led to them starting to use human slave labor. And so they had to give them part of their DNA to us so that we could be intelligent enough to do this and do that. I mean, it's a little too smart because a lot of us could figure out a lot of things. We weren't just like pets. The Ijiji had been almost zombified, and they had been 180,000 years as slaves. Now, when you stop and you look at the greater scheme of things, that's really not that long. 180,000 years isn't anything, especially if you have a lifespan that's like just astronomical. But if you look at humans and what we are and what we've done, we are very warlike, very barbaric, and very murderous. And that comes from our Anunnaki ancestors. And I tell people this all the time. The reptilians also interbred with them. And they have and been and are for a long time doing hybridization projects to try to be able to come and move above the ground, above Earth. Above Earth as in like the ground, you know. And they've infiltrated high places, you know, in society. The problem, though, like I said, is that there are two different ones that are vying for position there, and evil always eats itself. And it is the Vril and then the Drakes, as in the Vril were at one time Drakes, but now they're like vampires. And they have their own agents. And it looks like they may be winning because more and more people are coming out as well. They're witnessing vampirism. And that's when you look at it as a disease, which is what it is, and it is from the black goo. It's showing up everywhere. I mean, it's just showing up all over the place. Hunters are finding it seeping out of trees. What is it? Why is it here? You know, and are they spraying this shit on us? I mean, you know, so we don't know. We don't know what's going on. Dick disappeared there. He's back. We have another person here named Jay. Who is Jay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the black goo.
Hey there. I don't really know how to use the audio on this. This is the first time I ever joined something like this. I don't know if you can
Well, we can't hear Jay. Jay doesn't know how to use the audio, so we're just going to. I'm joking, Jay. We can hear you.
Yeah, there we go.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
That's good. Once we bust your balls, you know you're there.
Is it even work now?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the black goo.
No, it's probably if you can't hear me, then I'm not gonna just.
we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just joking.
Hang on one second. What were you saying, Cryptid Commission? And then we'll get right.
Oh yeah, saying the black goo. I think it originates from like the abyss, like the abyssal waters.
The abysmal water, yes, and of course Lucifer was supposedly one of the theories is that he was, you know, there. Folks, just go look it up, man. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man. And I would say use a different, web browser, right? Probably.
Use a VPN.
Yeah, well, not web browser.
Search engine. My bad.
Me about all that.
Yeah, since the veil is thinning, like it would make sense that some like life form, I guess, would seep into this realm, into our world. You know, I'm pretty sure that's where the black goo comes from.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Cryptid Commission. I really think you did, and I think that's where we're looking. I think that's where it is this goo, and you know, James's buddy Lucifer brought it out of the abyss. Way to go, James. Your buddy did this to us.
That's
like their version
of Hey, yo, why you looking at me like that though?
No, you know,
I was making a good point on one of these comments here.
Yeah, like on their side, like they baptize themselves in the abyssal water. We baptize ourselves in holy water. But on their end,
that's water.
It is all the inversion. It is. So, Jay, what did you have to tell us? Jay, I can't read your thing. It says, what does it say here? The bottom? What does it say?
Near-death experiences.
I just got so lost in what was being discussed right now.
Try to read what he says here.
It says NDE.
So what happened?
NDE
Well, good evening, you guys. Thanks for allowing me in.
Yeah, man.
Well, you're welcome. Go ahead and what did you have to tell us? What did you want to tell us?
Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. Let me just try to get this all out in one shot. And so this happened when I was 17. I know I sound like I'm 17, but I'm 31.
Okay.
So,
good genes, then, man.
I was a senior in high school. I just went to take a nap, and I felt like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed, and whatever. And I woke up, and I felt like I was outside of my body, and I did like a whole 360 around my room. I was flying around my room, and I felt something. It first started in my head, and it felt like I don't know, like it just feels like vibrations in your head. and like the liquid in your head kind of shakes, and it just shakes and shakes and shakes and shakes, and it's just like you're going nuts, and then you finally kind of like blast off. Actually, that started first, and then I left my body.
I've done it.
Yeah.
I did it.
And then I felt this thing, and I had the light on, right? And I couldn't really see it, but I could feel it. And when it was like on top of me, I could see its shadow, and I knew it was kind of like a shadow. And it was getting on top of me, and it was like getting on my body, and I had to fight it. I felt like I was wrestling against the thing, and I was about to lose because it was really strong, and I was about to just lose or die. I don't even know what was going to happen because it wasn't a dream. I felt it. I could see my room. And eventually I woke up, and that's what happened. And I only had 2 experiences like that. And that was before I was even that religious or anything like that. I didn't know what that was. This was back in. So that was the story.
Were you put
There's
on
a
your
delay,
back?
so I'll let you guys just whatever you guys say.
Were you sleeping on your back when it happened?
Yeah, sleep paralysis is pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, like
No, I was sleeping on my body. Like
No, no.
on my not on my side, but just like
yeah, it was like it's
facing
like
up.
something crushing you, right? Like some kind of entity or something.
Yeah, something was crushing me, man.
Came out of your
Yeah,
back.
and it was real. I could feel it. I could feel like it had hands or arms, and I was like, it was strong. It was like I was fighting it.
Yep.
I would like to say something about that. It's been happening to me for a few years where I will feel the demonic attacks in my sleep, and
Oh my god!
I used
can't
to
believe.
wake myself up like just quoting scripture. I would be screaming scripture and wake myself up. But then when it happened most recently, like 6 months ago, I was asleep and I felt that like I was being attacked. I felt my hair get pulled, and I just started yelling, Jesus, Jesus, and I felt something. They were trying to shut my mouth so that I couldn't speak. But I just kept on, and it let me go, and then it was gone. But I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
incubus and succubus, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine being like any kind of normal if I have it. Having it happen more than once, like the second time it happened, I think I was in my 20s. And it was the same thing, the vibration in your head, the shaking. And I already knew exactly what was going to happen. And it's funny that you brought that up, chap, because as soon as I said Jesus Christ or whatever, I don't even remember. I was so scared. That thing stopped, and I had the light on again. I was just taking a nap. Same thing. And I could see it, and it was like a shadow. And the shadow, it kind of like well, it's 2-dimensional, so it went down to the ground. And where like the gap between the floor and the door. So as soon as it said Jesus, that thing went down, and it was 3D, and then it went 2D, and then it went out of the room.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Insane. Yeah,
Like
it's
there's
also
a crack on the bottom of the door.
how you get out of like an alien abduction. I've been doing like my research on like people who've done that, and like when they're like mid getting taken, they always like quote scripture, call up to Christ or something. It just makes the whole thing stop.
Amen.
Yeah, it actually gets you out of a lot of
It happened
things.
right away. It just stopped. Like it.
It really does.
Yeah, and what was strange with me is that it was just like an automatic response. I didn't have any, thought process like during the attack. It's just it was an automatic response to that activity.
Yeah, we're all connected. We're all connected.
Okay.
I've had dreams where I've been like some sort of demonic attack or spiritual attack in my dreams. Evoke the name of Jesus in my dreams, so I'm good. I'm glad that happens. But what a trippy thing.
Yeah, it is trippy.
And that, like, when it happened to me the first time, I didn't follow any of this. I remember back. I know you guys remember, like in the 2010s, like I had a friend of mine like show me like all this Eminem like Illuminati stuff, and I thought that was totally insane. And then the next year, I had that experience. Like, and I didn't put it together because I was like a 17-year-old kid. Like, I wasn't thinking about any of this.
You're not even like it's not on your radar, dude.
It didn't. I was thinking about like normal like 17-year-old shit. Like, none of this occult, like any of this was in my life at all. I was religious, but that was about it. And I wasn't like doing any magic. I don't know what this. I wonder if, like, I live in. Josh probably knows where I live. I'm in Southern Texas. I wonder if it was witchcraft or something like that, because I didn't invite these.
Yeah, it's everywhere down there, man. It's like a religion down. That's why there's so much crap down in there in that area. Santa Muerte, everything, dude.
There's so many people that believe in that. Like it's like right there with Catholics, and the bottom is like the most common religion out there. At least where I'm from.
Yeah, you see the Santa Muerte in the pictures, and they have that all over the place, and it's on people's placa everywhere you look. I mean,
oh yeah, and the tattoos and everything. Like,
yeah, dude,
and the gold chains, like
that's freaky.
Yeah, it's freaky. It's not even I don't know. It's like a gang thing, but it's like people do. I had coworkers that kind of explained it to me, and I was like, yeah.
Well, what they say, the simple version of it is, God created me, Jesus forgives me, she protects me.
Yeah, that's
what they
and
always
that's in
say.
Spanish. Like when you see like in the back of like cars like that, they're either like gangsters or something like that. Like, you see that. That's really common too. That quote.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that it was kind of involved in, because I didn't invite these things. I think that you need to invite those things in.
You know, the Romans had a cult. It was the cult of Luna. And they actually did the same thing. They invoked Luna, and they would go out there and they would wear wolf skins, and they'd lift up their hands. They would dip it in bull's blood if they could get a bull. If not, then they would use a sheep or a goat or a lesser animal, whatever. And they would rub it on themselves, and they would say, Mother Luna, brave and strong, make my teeth and hair grow long. And they would say all this other crazy stuff, and then they would shapeshift, and they would use these pelts. They would offer them to Saturn. Now, Saturn, or Saturna, also known as Cerna or CERN, is the bad guy. He was the bad guy. And so he kind of eventually kind of intertwined, because the Germani, who were the southern Scandinavians at that time, he was their bad guy. Loki kind of intertwined with him. But Saturn is specifically Saturna. He is Surtur, which is the fire god, which became synonymous with Hades, with the underworld. And his realm was made of lava, brimstone, and fire. And of course, during Ragnarok, he comes up and and it's opportunism. It's opportunism. This is what people don't understand. When Fenrir when he gets loose and he eats the sun and the moon, Saturn or whatever his name is, Saturna, he's not working in tandem. It wasn't planned. Jormungandr began, and he kills Thor. Thor kills him, but he also dies from his wounds, right? I'll make my point here. Saturna comes up and he does Surtur or Saturna. He smites the earth with fire. He scorches the earth, right? All these tidal waves and all this crap happens to people on the coast because of Jormungandr's activity. And then, of course, in the end, Fenrir kills Odin and takes off into the galaxy, devouring whatever. And he starts off by devouring our sun and moon. Now, in some of the traditions, and I don't know if it's the Icelandic or the Danish, but he actually doesn't stop there. He continues to devour the rest of the universe, and he becomes large and eventually just devours everything.
It's like Kronos.
He's like Kronos in a way, very much. And in the end, though, there's still hope springs eternal from one of his own offspring. He actually, the blood of his son. I forgot his son's name. What did you look up? Fenrir's son. He gets killed by like Heimdall or somebody slays him. Now, there's different versions, but his blood seeps down into the earth, and through that blood, a tree pops up. Now, you may think this is completely crazy nonsense, but the Lakota, the Nakota, the Dakota, which are all different tribes of what the white people would call Sioux. I don't use that term because that means shit, but that's what because they would dip their arrows and spears in feces, which would lead to sepsis when they shot you.
Fenrir had two sons named Hati and Skull.
Skull is the one that actually he ends up like, I think he gets smacked or something. His blood feeds the earth, and then there's a tree that props up, and that's the last thing that's left alive. Now, in the Arabic tradition, the Ayub is basically the same thing. It ends up being the last creature on earth, because according to the legends and the myths of the Arabic tradition, and the hadiths of the Quran even bear this out, that it's supposedly the last animal left on earth. Now, why would the Lakota, why would the Vikings, the Germani, the Gauls, the Celts, all of them, the Romans too, and then of course you have the Incans, they revered it too. It was always the same thing. The Arabs, the wolf is the last animal alive. Because everybody's gone and they're feeding on us because we're all corpses. Who knows? Pretty gruesome fate, but for some reason their blood always ends up nourishing the next bloodline. I say this: what if it is like they say, and I'm not saying this is me, but someone would be so inclined to say, oh, it's the next step in human evolution to become a beast, like a vampire or a werewolf. So if you're a werewolf,
transhumanism,
your blood will be what produces the next generation. And it's a metaphor for their blood actually being like what Jupiter, what were you saying, Jupiter Rising or whatever? I haven't seen the movie, but I can get
Jupiter Ascending.
Jupiter Ascending, because I get the concept. Well, same thing. I get the concept. It's like, oh, okay. And this leads into another issue that I have, which is transhumanism. So let's just use all this supposed junk DNA that we were left with by the Anunnaki, and that is what we're going to use, because you know what? We all have it in us, because Jesus said we all have it in us to be whatever, but not like that. That's not how I want to be. I don't want to be an 8-foot-tall, smelly wolf-like thing running around, eating everything. You know what I mean? That's a horrible way to be. I don't want to be that. But if you can make a beast of yourself and not have the Holy Spirit's guidance and connected to the heart, mind, body, soul connection, shut down all of your chakras and just make you into a bestial creature that has no leash.
Drone.
You're just like Fenrir. And of course, he's evil. And he does nothing but destroy and devour. While he's doing this destroying and devouring, what is he doing? He's turning everything into utter darkness. And the utter darkness is the abyss. And the blood of the abyss is this black goo crap. And so we all become that, and it takes over another world, because I believe this is one of many battlefields. Earth is just one battleground. Jesus will take care of it. It will come to pass. But by the time he's comes back, I think there's going to be so much evil here, dude. It's going to be a horrible, massacre of the wicked. Which was going to happen.
Talk about in the end times how the animals are going to come back, and talk about the birds will have their feast. Talk about blood being as high as the bridle, the horse bridle. That's like 3 feet high. I can't even imagine if that would be.
You have to get past all the 4 horses of the apocalypse, because Jesus coming back and reclaiming is the 5th horse, the white horse.
Yeah, well, the white horse is death, and then the black horse is war, the red horse is plague,
It's
with the yellow horse is famine, I believe. Is that how it goes?
It's a pale horse, no?
Pale horse is the white. Yeah, the pale horse.
Yeah, and then Jesus is the white horse at the end after the tribulation, after the fourth horseman. You know.
Yeah.
They're the seventh trumpet, seventh seals open.
Well, that's already when they opened the abyss. It was already opening up. I mean, that's what they did. I mean, they opened it up. They used CERN, the Hadron Collider. You know,
In 2016, they ran the Hadron Collider for 2 weeks straight, September 2016, and Bertolucci, who was the head of collisions at CERN, announced that we opened the portal at the end of that 2 weeks. They ran it at 13.7 TeV for 2 weeks straight.
Stupid.
And he came out and he was the head of collisions at the time and was promoted to the head of the whole kit and caboodle after that. He announced we opened the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're also...
and when did the world start going retarded? 2016.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, because we're getting a lot of feedback about this in the chat. Chris, I think that when you're sketching, that it's picking up on the microphone.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Probably
the chat.
Yeah, a bunch of people are saying it.
Yeah.
It's not bothering me. I'm pretty tolerant, but
Yeah, I don't care. It just sounds like somebody's brushing their teeth. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw this video once, and
not me drawing.
Scrubbed off the web, but
Abracadabra, you don't want to come on? I know you were saying something earlier. You should jump on there and be on. We unfortunately Kevin wants to come on, but we don't have enough.
All right, let me jump off.
No.
So if somebody wants to go,
yeah, that was about it. It's pretty wild, and I didn't invite them. They came to me. I didn't come to them. I don't know what started it, but I'm glad that it only happened.
You're
twice.
evil and you invited it. Stop lying.
Oh, come on, man.
Everybody knows what you did. You were under the covers doing
It's those Harry Potter books, man.
It's because you were watching anime when you were.
I was at
Lolita came in there and had the chocolate. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Summoning
my
the
parents
devil
really
against the
hated that
devil.
movie. Actually, they hated
You were
it.
watching that. You were watching that
Es el diablo.
Evangelion show.
Es el diablo. I know that there's some people here that think Lilo and Stitch. They think Lilo's like or Stitch is the devil. Like that's devil. It's demonic. Es el diablo. Es el diablo. No, it's not. It's the damn two cartoons, lady.
Read the bird
All right,
sword.
I'm out.
All right, Jay.
See you around, man.
We'll bring Kevin on. Kevin, what's going on there? What's good with you, man?
Hey, Kevin.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey,
Great
Kevin,
show.
see you again.
Yep. Hello. Hey, thanks, Vicky, for helping me get on, and thanks, man, on chat too. Old dog, new tricks.
Yes.
Now we know who to blame. So, you've been listening to the show from Jump, or did you just
For
jump
a good
on and
hour,
listen?
yeah.
About an hour.
I have been.
So,
for
what
a
do you
good
think
hour,
about
yeah.
what we're talking
Absolutely.
about? I mean, you know, and the thing too, I was going to tell you, we never really got to get it all done with you, but like, so if anybody who doesn't know that Kevin was a guest on the show, and you were talking about your girlfriend Meredith and how she could resonate and do these different things, and you encountered creatures that
She was a
looked like
medium.
dogman and gargoyles, and
She channeled a lot of things, yeah.
yeah,
The most amazing things for me were the images that she projected. That word, it just looked like, well, they were so beautiful. They didn't look like human beings. But I didn't mean to take energy away from what you guys are doing back to what I had been doing. We could do that another time. I'm really enjoying this. Thanks for throwing me that line, Josh. You know, I'll be glad to talk about me. I love the sound of my own voice. But I'm really enjoying this show a lot.
well, it's turned into its own little circus here, but it's been fun. I mean, you know, we got 342 people in here watching and talking and growing and learning.
It's not bad for 2:45 in the morning on a Monday night.
Yeah, I got to get out of here at least by 3, so 3:30 maybe I can at least, because I got to go hit the gym, and it takes me about an hour to do my leg. I got legs tonight, so I'm gonna be tortured. But yeah.
Well, there's
So
no
what
subject
do
for enthusiasm, is there?
Huh?
I said there's no substitute for enthusiasm.
Yeah. I'm not really feeling
There's
it,
a lot of
but
that
I got to
tonight.
do it. It's something I got to do for my own health, you know.
Yeah, I did legs tonight too. I'm hurting.
Really? Oh, legs
Oh
are
yeah.
just.
Oh yeah.
It sucks when you do like the upper body workout I do is pretty brutal, but there's a special kind of pain that legs cause that just you can't. There's there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
That squat is just a pain.
it hurts so good.
It just if you become like me, you're like you like the pain, So,
Do you do a lot of stretching, Josh?
The movie Cyborg.
Josh,
Yeah.
do you do a lot of stretching?
I do what I can. Yeah,
Josh, do you do a lot?
I don't do a
that's
lot,
really
but I
important.
stretch every day. Yeah.
That's the yin to the muscle, to the yang of the
Yeah. Yeah, there was a movie Cyborg where he's that it was literally like a synthetic.
Yeah.
And he was telling that evil bastard, he was like, with this cure we could end the suffering, and he's like, I like the suffering, and he's like, we could end the pain. I like the pain, and he's just like, go to hell. Been there. I always remember that because like, well, I guess since you've already been to hell, it doesn't really matter, does it? But a lot of people mistake the hell on earth for what could really be a very truly horrible place. And I think that hell also gets confused with the abyss, because even though Tartarus, Hades, hell, the different hell realms, and even the fiery purgatory. Now that's a whole other thing too. People don't realize these are all different things. They're not all the same. And you can end up in one of these places, a very, very bad place. The abyss is where, when you die outside of Christ, a demonic entity can drag you and take you to torment. A lot of people mistake that. Now, when you go to hell, you're not going to have a chaperone taking you around, showing you everything, and they're going to be tormented too. They're going to have time to mess with you. Because the fire will burn your soul. And it really is just like dropping metal into molten lava, and you disappear. That's just pretty much what it is. It is the second death in the worst way, and your consciousness is it's non-existent anymore. One of the things I'm going to tell people, and they may think I'm nuts, and I've said this before, that I don't care what people think, but when you fight with these entities, you can use white light energy if you pray, especially if you meditate and you have that in you. You can burn these parasites with white light energy when they are out of their physical form, which they do quite often, because they use it to move around and they don't think anybody sees them. But if you have the eye, and if you have the third eye, where even if you close your eye, you can see, you can burn these entities with a white light energy. I kid you not. When you dissolve their consciousness, they become like this ball that looks like a pinball. I'm not even joking. This is literally what I've seen. So some people will say that I'm absolutely crazy, and other people will go, oh, I know what you're talking about. But there are not that many people that I've met that know about this or understand this. And it's something that you do a lot when you're asleep, because you get assaulted while you're asleep. That's where sleep paralysis comes from. There are demons that roam the earth, and they come to people while they are in slumber. You're vulnerable. A lot of times you're out of your body. You might not even be that far away from your body, but they crave what you have, and they try to move in and attach while you're asleep. And so sleep paralysis happens. There's a struggle there that's happening. And a lot of times these entities are not real powerful. They just catch you at a bad time. But I've said this before on the show, everything is connected. Certain times, like after a heavy meal, you ever walked out of a restaurant? I don't know, I'm a fighter, but if you ever walked out of a restaurant and thought, man, if I have to fight right now, I'm screwed. Because I just had a heavy Italian meal, and if a Girl Scout challenges me, she's probably going to knock me over. With them nasty Girl Scout cookies, they'll definitely kill you with the poisons.
Just too full.
Girl Scout cookies. But because they're so bad, everybody's talking about how the poisons that are in them or whatever. I've been saying this for a long time, that they don't taste like they did when I was younger. But you have these times when you're super, super strong, and your ki, as they say in Japanese, or your chi in Chinese, is super, super strong, and you're almost undefeatable. And then there's other times where it's just not your day. And no matter what you do, no matter what you try, no matter what, you're going to lose. It's just not your day. These demons, they're masters of time, you know, a man-made concept that they gave us that they have used to their advantage. And they actually are masters of that. The Mayans were obsessed with time, and Kukulkan, which was their main deity, which is just another Kronos. He's just another Babylonian. What was the one you called him, Dick, earlier? We were talking about him. He was the you said his name earlier. The Babylonian deity.
Oh, Shahar.
Shahar, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they use they're all this different names for the same. Now you got to realize this too. A lot of times they're relatives. It's like saying like, oh, he's a Turner, but that's not really Josh Turner. That's just a Turner. The Rothschilds are notorious for that. You could have Eli. You could have it doesn't matter which one they have. They're all in it together. Benjamin, Eli, whatever. But you have these different people that are all, or demons, whatever, that are all part of the same family. And a lot of times the names of these demons is just the name of the head of that family. You know what I'm saying? And that's like their name is really like their last name. Because in Japan, like they'll say someone's last name first. And then their last name.
That's how they see it in China too.
Yeah, in China too. So they use sort of an Eastern philosophy, the way that they address people, and things are meant to be read right to left, not the other way around.
Yep.
The tablets, the Vedas, everything is read right to left. Right. So because you start on the right, which is the holy side, and then you move to the left, that's what you're supposed to do. But we are backwards. We do everything backwards. And because we're living in a backwards world, that is a reverse simulation of what reality really is.
Is that why they used to say lefties are of the devil?
Left what?
They used to say lefties are of the devil. Is that
Well,
why?
the reason, the thing is about that, if you look at it,
weird.
this is not even trying to get political here, but there was quote unquote the right. This is the right way to do things. This is how it's been. It's doing things right. And then there was a second that said, I'm going to do things this way. And they veered off into another path, and it became the left-hand path. Originally, the left-hand path, as you've seen the statues of Baphomet, propped up by the Templars, the Rosicrucians, and many others, the Masons included. They're the descendants of these other whatever secret societies. Not even so much secret anymore because they don't have to be. But that is the left-hand path. They're using that path, and it's destruction against God. And most of them, because they don't really have a belief in God, once you start to actually believe in God and Christ, you move out of that leftist whatever, and you start to see it for what it is. Now you're seeing people on the right coming out and talking about, spirituality like you didn't see before. These aren't the liberals that I grew up with. These are militant leftists. And the ultimate goal for the true left, not just this passing socialist, I'm talking about communists, which is the end result of the bad side of socialism. They are devoid of spirituality. They want to destroy religion because it leads to spirituality, so they destroy it. And that is very, very dangerous, and that is a problem. So,
yeah, it is.
You don't want that. And so that is where you have the left-hand path that deviates from what is right and normal. Like, this is the way, quote unquote, to do things. We're going to go this way. And then that's where that comes from. That's truly where that comes from. It comes from an evil place. And communism has destroyed so many people and wrecked the souls of so many people. And people don't see how they're just so close to communism when they get too far into socialism.
At least 250 million dead this
Josh.
century.
Actually, reminds me, CCP has their own Twitter page.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
I occasionally check what they're fucking do.
You know
Like
that the
Yeah,
Chinese
that's
cultural
openly
minister.
recruiting on Twitter. X.
The Chinese cultural minister announced at the 50th anniversary speech, and she said it in Mandarin and then said it again in English. We have killed 120 million dissidents since the revolution.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 120 million. That's the official tally. She said.
And Kinga Kusik, she says, I'm not a fan of politics. I believe mostly to divide people. Most politics, if not all, are false. Here's my thing. The Bushes and the Clintons are the same. But when somebody says they get mad. They get really mad. They're like, Bush was a great president. No, he was. He was horrible. He was absolutely horrible. And what gets me about people that hate Trump is like they'll even side with Bush. And the Bush and Clintons are the devil, dude. I mean, literally.
Red Lodge, Blue Lodge.
That's what, yeah, exactly. Blue Lodge, Red Lodge. And then you have, Trump that came in there and just totally destroyed them during the Republican convention, whatever, when they had the whole, he just was like, get out of here, because he knew what they were, and he came out and he said it. And I do believe that the Doge is actually finding a lot of corruption and a lot of waste. It's really happening. People can deny it all they want. And RFK, I like the guy. I'm sorry. I wanted him to be the Democratic nomination, not whatever, Kakamala. It's just so sickening what's going on, dude. I'm just like, I just can't deal with it.
Well, she's gonna be the governor of California now.
Well, yeah, she's gonna try to run for the biggest shithole on earth.
I thought it was funny, like in that last speech, that State of the Union speech, whatever it was. Like, if you pay attention, there's a point in that speech where Trump's talking, and he goes. He says human traffickers, but like when he says it, he points to the Democrats at his right.
Wow.
He's like many of them are criminals, gang members, and he goes human traffickers and points to his right, like right to all the Democrats.
Yeah.
It cuts to them, and they're just like sitting there with their arms crossed, all mad. Just
this is a funny thing here. No one says. It's somebody that calls themselves no one. Says, in capitalism, man exploits man. In communism, it's the other way around.
Exactly, right? Exactly.
Twin pillars of evil, brother. I'm telling you.
Don't say he doesn't have a sense of humor.
Yep.
Two wings of the same bird.
Bush and Clintons were literally devils. They were, dude.
Yep.
Windhammer says communism a Jewish invention. I will say this about that, okay? And I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to say anything bad, because there are Jewish people that I am friends with.
The Bolsheviks.
The Bolsheviks.
God has been fired.
11 of the 12 founders of communism were actually Jewish. That is true. And it was not Golda Meir, Joseph Engels, Leon Trotsky, Vladimir Lenin. The list goes on and on. They were all, except for the one that ended up in charge, because he betrayed them all before they could betray him, which was Stalin. Say what you want about the mean little bastard, but he was a bloodthirsty little shit, and he got it. He used the NKVD to kill the Kulaks, who were 90% Christian. The NKVD was stocked and ran by mostly Jewish people who had bones to pick with the way that they had been treated by the Christians. The Christians were like in charge during the time of the White Russians. What do you call it? The Romanov dynasty and so forth.
Tsars.
Yeah, and the czars were not kind to them. They had pogroms against the Jews. And so the Jews took it and used it, and they went after them, and they killed millions of them. And then afterwards, the Jews were killed. And then they starved everybody in Ukraine, and which led to the Holodomor, which killed 20 million people. And so you have this war now, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, that's why this is all happening. And then some people are dumb enough to believe that Ukraine used to belong to Russia. No, it didn't. No, it did not. Not willingly. And it became a Nazi stronghold for one simple reason. They were starving to death. If you're laying there starving to death and the Germans come in and they're like, hey, we'll give you some bread and a gun. Do you want to kill the people that starved you? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like they were Sieg Heiling all the way down the road. They were just like, hey, we don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
People that nearly murdered us all are over there. You know, and it wasn't the Russian people. It was the Communist Party that controlled it. I don't blame the Chinese people for what the Communist Party does. I don't blame the German people for what the Nazis did, because they weren't given much of a choice. When you look at these people, go to Italy, look at I'm not mean go there, but look at the Italian fascists. Look at the German fascists, the Spanish fascists, the communists in Russia, the communists in Serbia, the communists in all these countries. What choice did the people have once those power took hold? Everybody was telling on everybody. It was like the NKVD, which was the precursor to the KGB. They were horrible. Look at the Gestapo from the Nazis. What in the hell were you going to do? You don't know. You're getting taken out in the middle of the night. And you're looking at your neighbor going like, did I say something or do something? What did this guy do? What did I do? You know, it's just better if you go away, comrade, because we don't want you to cause a problem. I mean,
two wings of the same shitbird.
They are. And you had these two totalitarian systems of fascism and communism, and they were evil as shit. And the way that people argue back and forth, I mean, about the left and the right is I am on the right for sure. But the right is not always good, and they've done a lot of bullshit, and I don't agree with it. I'm not a Bush supporter, but I think that the Clintons, they were absolutely horrible people. I don't give a damn what he did for the economy. I don't give a shit. The guy was horrible. He was living at Epstein's Island. They have pictures of him up there in a dress.
Have a cigar.
Yeah, playing like Legos or something.
Hey, have a cigar.
Yeah. Or put in the airplane or something. I forgot the George Bush painting, famous George Bush painting.
Oh, yeah. So Jameson says parts of Ukraine were traditionally Russian. Yeah, only in the way that they were Russian-speaking people that lived in that region. But by the same token, get this. This is the truth. And I don't care if people get upset. I am on the right, but I'm going to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Russia moved their borders over 100 miles to the west. They literally took part of Poland. They took part of Belarus. They took part of Latvia, Lithuania. Yeah, they took Ukraine. That was not their land. They took it. Mongolia. Yes.
Yep.
They took it, and then they said, hey, there are Russian speaking people there in Ukraine. Well, no shit, because you moved your border 100 miles inward. Of course they're going to be there. Now, what ended up happening, though, in Ukraine is very sad, but they became the dumping ground for weapons, and it became like, hey, Bulgaria literally was transferring weapons into Ukraine for 30, 40 years, at the rate of about 2 million guns a year. I mean, I'm talking like how many weapons do you think ended up over there? Bulgaria and Romania were two of the places where a lot of the manufacturing and a lot of the weapons were left, and so they have these huge. In fact, there's a movie that it's called Warlord or Dogs of War. What's it called with
Lord of War?
Lord of War. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Lord of War.
And he goes to Bulgaria, right? Isn't it the two guys? It's Jonah Hill.
That's to go for a vacation, by the way.
And Jared Leto, I think. Jared Leto's the other guy.
I don't know if it's Jared Leto. I know Jonah Hill's in it. He had another. Was it Cusack? No, the guy kind of looks like him.
Yeah.
Anyway, War Dogs, I think, is what it's called.
Gone in 60 Seconds guy. What's his name?
I can't remember his name, but anyway, they go to Iraq, and then eventually,
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage is Lord of War, but the other one, they actually end up going to. It's Jonah Hill, and they end up going to Bulgaria because that's where all the weapons depot. That's where they had stashed a ton of Warsaw Pact weapons there. Tons of ammunition, and so they were pouring all of this into Ukraine, and our country and everybody else knew that that's what they were doing, preparing for what was to come with Russia.
War Dogs.
War Dogs. There you go.
Oh,
so there's a whole movie about this thing, yeah. And so
Miles Teller.
Do what?
Miles Teller was the guy, the co-star with Jonah Hill.
Is that who it was? So we ended up with this whole these weapons being there running around loose. the human trafficking became like, and when everybody in their dog has a semi-automatic weapon or an automatic weapon, then you have drugs and you have trafficking. As somebody had said earlier, I think it was Dick, you said they never talked about the trafficking. It's just the drugs and the guns.
No, it was somebody else that said that, but they're right.
Yeah, I've heard that Ukraine's like the adrenochrome capital of the world.
Yeah.
It's also the human trafficking capital of the world.
Yeah.
It was basically the deep state's playground. Basically,
Yep, it was.
It was
Khazaria.
That I mean that's that and I hate to say
Khazaria,
it, that in Israel. I mean that's deep state.
The land of now the Khazars. Somebody tried to argue with me that they were just a mafia. I said, "Oh, they're more than a mafia.
Oh no,
that's the legacy of the Rothschilds, the 6 families that control science, the medicine, politics, weapons, which is war, basically, the mass media, and of course, international finance. Don't tell me that they're not real and that they're not drinking blood, because that's what they're doing, and they have been for a long time.
What they're doing. Yeah.
Look up their ritual murder. I mean, it's just what it is. It is what it is.
When
we
they-
can talk forever about this.
They were
subject.
originally a step
7
tribe.
generations or something like that.
I have a question.
They were originally a step tribe that were converted to Judaism. If you go back far enough,
The Khazars,
yeah.
And it was in
they
I'll
were
tell
a
you
step
exactly,
tribe.
840.
They were commanded to turn to either Islam or Christian, and they chose Judaism. They had to choose one major religion according to the rule at the time, and they chose to become
King Bulan
they
told
chose
them that.
Judaism.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the
In 848 AD, King Bulan commanded his people to choose, because they were in the middle of a war between the Habsburgs, the Austro-Hungarian, very powerful, and they had been fighting back and forth for centuries, and it went on forever. And then the Ottomans, King, and it was Sultan Mehmed II, I believe. And they said, hey, they sent emissaries. Who are you going to fight for? And he says, well, we're going to get devastated if we join the Habsburgs. We're going to get devastated if we join the Sultan. So they chose an alternate religion, and Judaism was what they chose. A very small percentage of people there were Jewish, but it became the state religion. And Khazars, which they are the ones that ended up in Europe that got caught up in the Holocaust. There's a whole lot of information about that. You could go back in time, and
they're sandwiched between the Avars and the Bulgars, basically, in that time. One of the many step tribes going from east to west, getting caught up in that whole
the descendants of
power
the
struggle
Huns.
between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans.
Yeah, and you had so
Pardon
many
me?
conquerors come through there. You had Tamerlane. I mean, dude, it was the Khans, the Moguls,
Bayezid, Mehmed the Conqueror.
Yeah, it went on and on and on, and so
Tartaria
that's
will
why.
rise again.
Do what?
I said Tartaria will rise again.
Tartaria. Well, the Tartars themselves were just a warlike Muslim tribe, and they were defeated by my people, the Cossacks. They were wiped out, the Tartars, not Tartaria in the way that you describe it, because on the maps, that region, if you look at a map of Tartaria and then you compare a map to Comancheria, it's the same thing. It's basically the Texas Rangers made a map and said, all of this is Comancheria. If you ride your horse through there, you might get your eyes poked out and your eardrums pop. Same thing with Tartaria. They said, if you ride your horse through there to Tartaria, or through the region of the Cossacks, which became what they call Kazakhstan, which is not really correct because they're not the same people. But if you ride your horse through there, you might get stopped by the Cossacks and killed, just like the Tartars. Now, I have Cossack and Comanche blood in me. What do you expect? Of course, I'm angry. People are always like, why are you the way you are? I think it's genetic.
Shoot a hell of a
man,
bow.
You take a Spaniard and a Comanche, and then you take a little bit of Scotch Irish, and then you throw in the Cossack. What do you think is going to happen with that cocktail?
Got all the war genes.
It's very warlike.
That's what I am, supposedly.
Yeah. So you throw that in there, you're going to get that. Well, you get some intelligence too, though. I mean, but every bit of it, though, like my dad's like, well, we have some Huguenot. And I said, yeah, but that's French nobility that was literally just Norman, which is just Norwegian. So of course my dad's 89% like Northern European. He's basically just a Viking, and my mother's just a Spaniard and a Comanche. That's all it is, really. And then you end up with me. So that's you get that blood in you, and of course me and Kevin were talking about that the other day. He's got that Irish, he's got that bloodline, he's got that native in him. Of course, you're going to have some weird experiences. Why wouldn't you? It just stands to reason.
Tolerance through the roof.
Personal donor doesn't matter.
Well, you got your genetic line, and you got one line which is your genetic, and then you have the line that comes from reincarnation. Two separate, family groups running at breakneck pace down parallel tracks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of
because
some
you got
people have a
next
third
to you,
DNA
maybe
strand
a
now,
sister
but we
to
won't
form
go
a
into
life,
that.
a daughter.
What are you guys'
What's that?
thoughts on this? Let me ask you a question to you guys on this. We have like a panel here, and you can, and Vicky, if you're on the left, we weren't trying to offend you for being. I mean, we get that you're.
Excuse me, Josh. Can you hold a second? I just want to say something to Chris. Thank you for those incredible illustrations, Chris.
No problem.
Amazingly
Chris is an
talented.
amazing artist.
Yeah, big time.
I just really wanted people to understand where I come
really.
from, and I'm not really making. I'm not trying to make fun of it.
Yeah.
I take it very seriously, and that's kind of the joke. But I never want to get on camera, so.
You put like a Bigfoot family one at some point.
Oh, that's my family. It's my wife and son when I draw it. Usually there's just three, but
From one artist to another. Well done.
thank you. Is that you drawing? Me drawing.
What was your question, Josh? What were you gonna ask?
What your guys' thoughts were on David Icke? I'd reached out to him, and I didn't know how people would feel because he has been accused of using reptilians as a metaphor for the Jewish people, and I don't know how accurate that is. He swears up and down he's literally talking about.
I wonder who started that.
Yeah, he's talking about reptilians.
Yeah, because they are really reptilian. I mean, and not all reptilians.
Well, can you imagine what that sounded
be,
like 20 years ago?
Well, yeah, and he was doing it 20
That's
years
what that
ago.
sounded like 20, 30 years ago when he first started doing it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see the interviews he did with that African dude?
Mukta?
Yeah, Credo Mutwa. Yeah, that ate the alien and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, he had some interesting stuff.
Yeah, he really did.
It's funny, some of the people that I've corresponded with over the last year or two, and then I look back on my phone and I was just like, dang, I talked to that guy, I forgot all about it. And you talk to all these different people, and nobody has been like, oh no, I don't want to be on your show. I just don't have the time, to like do everything. I wish, and my most ardent wish is that I could just retire from doing what I'm doing. Just, of course, have the ranch, but just do this. Yeah. And just, be up at night and just, I'm not trying to be the next Art Bell, but I think that these things need to be talked about. And I think somebody needs to do it because there's too much politics. I don't mean left, right, and all that shit. I'm talking about in the cryptid ghost community. Oh my gosh. And then you look at the alien abduction, the UFOs, the infighting is unbelievable in those communities. And when someone comes up and says, let's all try to work together, they'll all stop fighting each other and come after you because you're telling everybody what needs to be said. There's a lot of people that are not happy about what we're doing here. And I think that there are some that have thrown money behind it to stop. In fact, I know they are. They've thrown money behind stopping us. A couple of these people that have been doing this crap lately, they've slipped up and said, our boss. One of them said, I have to ask my boss. He said it on camera. And my wife caught it, and she was like, what does that mean? What is he talking about? His boss. Who's his boss?
Letter agent.
Yeah, what letter, alphabet, whatever soup agent told you, who is he? Who are you referring to? Because you have a boss that's telling you to come after me and make up all this crap. One minute I'm this, the next minute I'm that. I'm communist. I'm Nazi. I'm anti-gay. I'm gay. I'm Islamic apologist. I'm actually a Zionist. I'm anti-Zionist. All the bad things you can think of. You're that. Whatever your flavor of bad is, he's bad. He's that.
You'll always be my bear, Josh.
That's literally the Matrix attacking you. You know,
He can't
That's
have
what
a
it seems like. I mean,
when
you know,
people
and
hear
they
something
attack
that
us.
they don't recognize, they Agent Smith. They just turn into Agent Smith, and they'll just bash you and bash you and bash you. Make
That's
And
what
things
they
it's
up.
are.
that's an emotional trigger.
Yeah,
refreshing
but
to hear someone
also
talk
that
about
also
their
means you're on the right track. You know.
Yeah. What were you saying,
Bingo.
Vicky?
All
It's
right.
really refreshing to hear someone talk about political things without feeling the need to stick to one side, especially with how censored things are getting. So
Hmm.
I always appreciate hearing your thoughts on it and you having a
Me too.
platform where people can discuss these things.
I don't like some of the stuff that the left has, because I think my biggest problem with it was there was potential there. If they would have had a leader that would have not gone off into this, we don't know what restroom we're in bullshit.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
follow
that
through.
was just like, come on, man. Like, you know, I mean, so of course you're going to get what you get, because who in the hell is going to vote for that? I mean, you know, and
Yeah.
that's my biggest problem. And I know some very sane people who have very decent opinions, but they just don't, you know, they're drowned out by the noise, you know. And then the right, one of the things I don't like, I'm not ever, ever, ever going to be okay with this. As a gun owner, and I own multiple weapons, I can say this, and they're legal. All of my weapons are legal. But the why should it not be an age for somebody to buy a weapon? If you have to be 21 to buy alcohol, why is it okay to be 18 years old to go and buy a gun? Because a lot of these people that were doing the shooting and all this stuff, I could get
They're under
behind that.
21, yeah.
The right just roasted me for that. They were like, "That's ridiculous," and blah 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 blah. And they said, "You had a gun when you were." Yes, I did, but these people are not mentally mature because they've done a program on these people to make their minds be mush.
MK
They
Ultra.
got fruity pebbles rolling around their head. I didn't have that problem. I had, you know,
SSRIs.
when I was in
Yeah.
high school, and then people make a joke, I'm old, right? But when I was in high school, we had gun racks and things in the back of our, you know, the white guys had them, Mexicans had them, blacks had them, and everybody, we were kind of country, you know, but nobody was fighting, and there wasn't all this racial bull crap. There wasn't all this grabbing, like, I'm gonna grab this gun and go inside and just shoot everybody. You know, nobody was thinking like that. And now all of a sudden it just starts happening and happening and happening. And you can't tell me with MK Ultra that they can't cause some of this.
That's not an
Oh,
accident.
for sure.
Yeah, that's not
For
an
sure.
accident.
I fully believe that they're
Something,
manufactured.
just trigger you. I don't know, triggers mentally sick person.
They just go after somebody
with,
who's weak.
Like with the Trump assassinations, you know, they would just keep seeing on TV. It's like, oh, he's evil, he's a Nazi, he's, you know, like some people actually got upset enough and try to kill him.
Jameson has a good point in chat. I've always said that if you're old enough to die for your country, you should be able to have a gun and drink alcohol.
Well, I can say this. I don't think it's
Well
right
said.
that 18-year-olds should
Well
be
said.
doing much of anything but trying to learn more about life.
Yeah,
I don't think
nowadays.
yeah. I mean,
Nowadays, for sure.
Nowadays,
20 years ago, though, you know.
In the
different time.
Read your Bill of Rights or something.
Yeah.
Constitution, when you turn 18.
The bar at 18.
One thing, though, that we're not discussing with this is the mind control aspect with the low-level microwaves that are saturating our environment completely.
Oh, the 5G?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Mhm.
It's literal mind
100%.
control.
That
Literally.
is. And why do we need 5G? Has it made your phone any faster? My phone's fast enough as it is. I don't need a 5G. What do I need
Bro,
that?
I think my phone's slower.
Yeah.
I swear to God, my phone doesn't work ever
a
since it got
Note
5G.
10.
It has nothing to do with the phones. Yeah, nothing.
Well, and it works the same as it did when I got it. It's not even Anthony's got a 9, and we're both like resisting. My wife's got a newer Apple, and every update now it's basically not working. It's just telling her basically go buy another Apple phone. There's a new one out there.
Yeah, all these updates do is throttle your performance.
They do.
That's all,
And
that's all,
that's
it
all
does.
it's geared toward, making money. You know?
Yeah, speaking of 5G, there's a 5G tower like right past my backyard. Shit scares me every day.
Sorry to hear that.
No,
I'm in
like-
the middle of like 4 of them, so I get you. I get what you're
Oh,
saying.
God.
Yeah,
they're
because
blasting us right now.
I saw on Twitter X, I think it was like an Alex Jones video where it's like they're showing the chart and they actually turn them on like 5 times stronger while we're sleeping.
They do.
Between 3 a.m. and 4:30 in the witching
Yes,
hour.
and you can feel it at night because
trust me, I can feel it
Yeah.
right now.
my
Humming in my
blood
teeth.
pressure goes up. Look, guys, I'm up at night. Like tonight, I didn't have to do the patrol. You notice I'm up late tonight, right? Mondays, I don't have to. So I'm up and we're having a good time. I'd like to do this every Monday, and have like a big thing here. But but I told my wife, I said, I go to the gym about 3 and she checks my blood pressure. It's always high. And I said, why is it between 2:30, 4:30? It's high as a kite.
Same with me, bro. Same with me.
Yeah, you can't tell me this. I'm a night owl. I know. I can see this. It's happening.
Yep.
Actually, I had a business idea where you can make a Faraday hat for people to wear, or like Faraday.
That's a good idea.
But like I thought of it, and then like a month later, somebody did it. I was just like,
And if you start thinking of too many valuable things, then they're going to just come and get rid of you because they're like, this guy's got too many ideas.
I
just feel like
I thought it, sent it out, and then they just jacked my idea.
I was going to ask if you had tinfoil in your hat.
Tinfoil. Well, foil is really not good for you.
I heard that makes it worse. Ironically, if you have a tinfoil hat, it actually makes the intensifies the
it just amplifies
it intensifies it. Foil's not good
to be grounded.
Or is that misinformation too?
You know what we should do? We should come up with we should work together and come up with a book that's written by PRT, not by me or the team here, but like by various people of PRT, and just come out with information that you need, like a PRT survival guide. Aluminum is not good for you. Don't let it touch your food.
That's a great idea.
Just certain things like that. Let people be aware of glyphosate.
PRT for dummies.
Aluminum-free deodorant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chapter
I
on
use
zeolite.
aluminum-free deodorant.
Yeah.
And I don't smell. I mean, I bathe every day too. Some people don't like to bathe. That's a sign of mental illness. They're just like, I don't bathe. I'm like, well, of course not. Demons tell you not to. Tell you not to bathe. You nasty. But
Hey,
I'm
Josh,
kidding.
I was going to ask you a question. With all this, earlier you mentioned what going on with Doge. You think as they keep going on and they start cutting off financing, do you think eventually some of these black sites are going to, whatever they're doing with cryptids, they might just like run out of money and just, can't do what they're doing?
Here's what I think is going to happen.
Freezing the well. They freeze the well to see where the money stops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's what I think. I think that's going to happen with a lot of this, and I think we're going to see an uptick in all of this shit. And I'm not even joking, because they're going to do what they did to Puerto Rico, and those poor people, they just left them there. You know why? Because they're poor Latinos. Nobody cares about them. They're just like, just who cares? Leave them. Let them run around. They can sell them to the cartel or whatever. So you're going to have more of these evil creatures just roaming the earth.
Yep.
This is where the Bible prophecy actually comes to fruition in the New Testament, and it says, these beasts of the field, the beasts of the earth. What do you think? Men's hearts are going to stop. And I'm going to tell you this. I had a guy give me a story the other day from Georgia. This guy gave me a story. He had reached out he had a heart attack, this guy. He had a heart attack because he had gone to pick up his dad at the VFW. He was 48 years old. He's not much younger than me. It's kind of scary. And he said that when he was letting his dad in the house, his dad went in the house, and he saw this thing crawling toward him, which only can be described as a pale crawler, but like with a kind of a wolf-like head, but no fur, gross white-looking thing with pink veins. He goes, dude, and it made me. I went inside. I had a heart attack.
Wow.
So he ended up having to go to the ER.
Wow.
And he told me about it, and his wife was like, oh, you shouldn't talk about it, because he was still recovering. And he's like, I need to talk to Josh Turner. I want to talk to Josh Turner. His name's Michael, but he survived. But, dude, he had a heart attack, and I told him, I said, Michael, think about this. Your heart stopped for fear of these things that you saw. It's literally Bible prophecy coming true right there before.
Bigfoot's rumored to be a battery sucker, right?
Do what?
What?
Bigfoot is rumored to like zap people's batteries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you just
I've heard that about Dogman, Sasquatch, all of them got batteries.
Yeah,
They do.
And phones, cameras.
There's a movie. There's a movie that I just watched with my family the other night. It's called The Darkest Hour, and that's what these like creatures come from, like wherever, and they're electrical and they zap everybody. But that's how they kill them, is like capacitor type things. And either way, there's something to that.
Yep. Speaking of which, back on the
Excalibur, it's funny that
Josh
you
was
mentioned
saying
the
how
black
everything's
sites,
gonna be
because I'm
coming out.
pretty sure like a week ago when Elon Musk released a list of a bunch of government properties they were funding, wasn't there a whole bunch of CIA black sites that had to get taken off?
Yep.
It was
And those are-
unbelievable. Some of the things that they found, dude, like at A&M University, where they were trying to study men's. This is no BS. I saw
menstrual cycles, right?
Men's menstrual cycles, and I'm
It's in-
like, what man has a menstrual cycle? And one thing I can say about Trump, at least, he stopped men playing women's sports.
That's why they have man
Like,
phones.
I used to love to watch women's softball because it was like pure. You didn't have these guys are all juiced up throwing a ball 1,000 miles an hour, and I used to like to watch women's softball. And I like women's tennis better than men's tennis, and because it was like it was more pure. It seemed more pure, you know.
Well, you know,
but now
why
you got
did
these
why did
men
they
out there
spend?
running around. Go ahead, Excalibur.
I was gonna say, you know, I mean, I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 2019, 2020. You can look up the headline, but the military spent $500 million training soldiers to fight underground. What was that about?
Well, because some
You know
of
what I
them
mean?
have been. Look at the Dulce case, and this didn't just happen in Dulce. This happened in Area 52. People don't know what that is. Not everybody, but some people do. I'm talking about Area 51, Area 52, where they moved a lot of their assets.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up fighting the short reptilians with the weird looking frills on their head.
There's a full on war against the deep state, that part
Yep.
of the deep state, and everything, you know. I was also going to say, like I said, I'm not an expert on biblical anything, but I've heard some people say, you know, maybe the deep state is the Antichrist. Sure is fitting, isn't it?
The deep state itself absolutely would be the Antichrist. And
Yes.
then, of course, you have the 6 families. And if you look at the 6-pointed star, because they're not supposed to use that, the star of Remphan, 2 Timothy, it tells them not to. And
Saturn.
Can I weigh in?
That's the 6-pointed star. 666 is the dimensions of that.
Hey, I got to weigh in this one. All right, so you think about this. So the person, I don't even want to say their name. I don't want to get in trouble on this, but basically the PayPal, right? That'll get you started. And you keep fast forwarding, the same person that's out today, right? So you got the satellites, you know, you got the satellite thing going on. You got the what's the thing you plug in your yard and it gets you better Wi-Fi or whatever. You think about all of these things are being built and they're all being connected, you know, and it's all technology. And here we are, we're getting ready to switch over to glasses. You know, we're going to be talking to each other so we don't have to hold our phone. Well, I think right after that is the lack of better words, market. Here, just tap your hand. You don't have to carry your.
It goes one step further. It's called Neuralace or Neuralink.
Neuralink, yeah. No way in hell I'm using that.
Not on
But,
that
you know,
level.
I don't know
but
if
the-
it'll ever
but
be
the thing
allowed to
is-
get that far.
The thing is that God can use technology just as easily. And my version of what's happening
Well,
is
I can tell
God's
you
hand
this.
is in a lot of things.
It could be one of these things where there's a reason why there's an infinity, and some, you know, everything just kind of goes full circle. Part of me believes this. I've been told this, and part of me believes, and maybe it's not true, but that we actually create AI, and AI created us. It's just something to think
Chicken
about.
and
I
the
know
egg,
it's really deep to think like that, but
Well, that's kind of the plot of the Matrix.
the Matrix, yeah.
Yeah, because
Is a documentary basically.
yeah, because like the plot is that like
it's the continuation of Terminator.
Yeah, because like the plot is that we created this AI that destroyed humanity but then that AI then began creating human beings to put in these pods to use as an energy source. So it's like humanity created AI destroys humanity, but then AI creates humanity, and then it's like this back and forth where humanity eventually breaks free, destroys AI, and back and forth. You know.
I used to think that was such a stupid analogy, but it actually fits really well.
Yep. I believe what Jody Rose said though.
I'll say it like this. Because I don't want to get Wolf's channel banned, but the 17th letter of the alphabet, right? He did say the truth will put 99% of people in the hospital. Take that whatever direction you want.
It's true.
Yeah.
Josh. Josh?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you when you just mentioned Area 52, did you see the comment that Richard Doty, ex-CIA, said recently about how they had tried to smear Bob Lazar and how he came out, they publicly said they were wrong, that they were smearing him, and all his statements were true. And not only did they have more than 9 craft at Area 51, but they had live entities as well. That was on a recent episode of Cosmic Disclosures, as quiet as it's kept.
Yeah, Richard Doty was also responsible for smearing the guy that blew the whistle on Dulce.
That was his job. Yeah.
What was that guy's name? The one from
That's right. The guy
Phil
that killed.
What was his name?
Deep Underground.
The guy that killed
this guy, Phil Schneider.
Phil Schneider. Phil Schneider was one of them, but there was another guy. There was another guy that they totally just destroyed his life, and it was Doty and another dickhead that they paid.
Yeah. I can't think of his name, but they put him in an insane asylum. And
They
he ended
did.
up, killing himself. Yeah.
Yeah. And they do this every time. And he ended up for 8 years being just tormented. And this is what happens. Everybody.
Yeah, they made him believe that he was listening into alien communications, and he was intercepting, quote unquote, their communications, and then giving it back to the U.S. Air Force. They're plotting an invasion.
No, it wasn't Philip K. Dick. Did you look it up, Anthony? The guy that Richard Doty.
No, Philip K.
Check it out. The reason why
for all those stories, like Blade Runner, that's where he claimed he was getting those ideas.
check this out. We live in a day and age. We live in a day and age right now. Hey, check it out. We live in a day and age right now where they can feed me a different reality than they do you, right?
Absolutely.
And so they're doing this, and the reason why I'm like over talking to you guys right now is literally because my parents met in a VA mental facility, okay? And my sister, literally, they are trying to commit her right freaking now. That's why I was getting ready to go. And either way, so we are. I'm not gonna say gifted, but because of abuse, you look at the world differently, right? And you're sensitive to things that other people are sensitive, you know. And there's certain things that I can withstand that maybe she can't. You know, she was locked in. My sister was locked in her room for a really long time. I'm talking like 6 years. And they say that's what they do to a criminal, right? That's like the worst torture there is. And that's what I was talking about. That's why I got on the show, is because of that article I read last night. They're flipping. It's literally happened to me for the last year and a half. I don't understand this technology, but it's taken this good thing and it's made it to where I hate my phone. I don't even want to be a part of it. But that's why I decided to even come out and use technology, period, is because we're all kind of screwed. And I might as well try to use AI. You know, I figured I'm a survivalist. You know, I know how to walk out in the woods right now. And I just figured, what's it matter? What's it matter? I have to at least
good
get
to
out
have
there
those
and
skills, believe me.
So I'm pretty passionate about that. Either way.
Guys, I'm going to have to run here pretty quick, but it's been 5 hours. I can't believe I've been sitting here for 5 hours, and I did an hour and 40 minutes over there on the Patreon. If you guys don't own the Patreon, join the Patreon, folks. As many people as can on the Patreon, because we can set it to private, and we can just talk amongst ourselves.
So, was the guy's name Paul Benowitz?
Paul Benowitz.
Yeah,
It was Paul Benowitz.
Yeah, that's the guy.
They totally destroyed him, and then Phil Schneider, of course, he ended up dying, but Paul Schneider had to burn the part of his hand had been taken off because those
Yeah, and he got,
aliens
like,
they used
blasted in
that
the gut.
resonance to scorch people, to burn people.
They killed him.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy, and he died
Strangled him.
really
They strangled him to
strange
death in his
too.
apartment in Oregon.
That's right.
Head,
No, it's like when the
There's a
Mossad
great
killed that
documentary
dude
his daughter put
that
out.
did the DNA testing and
It's
said
worth
that they
viewing.
were not really they didn't actually have Hebrew blood. Joachim Mendelsohn, is that his name? Joachim, something like that. Anyway, he was in Toronto and he managed to shoot himself twice in the back of the head. I was like, that's skill right there. You can whack yourself like boom, boom, 2 shots, man. You get boom, and that takes some talent right there.
Yeah.
But it's about as believable as the towers, you know.
Hey,
So they just decided to fall straight down,
Yeah.
straight down, everything, and then there was all this precursors to it, you know, that everybody in comic books and movies and everything, and everybody was. It was going to happen.
What is that?
They knew it.
The engineers for 9/11 Truth or something like that. They said that the weight of the rubble that hit the ground did not equal to what the buildings originally.
Not at all.
Because they blasted it with scalar waves.
They did.
That's
Yep.
why it was vaporized. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's all
Yeah.
scalar wave technology,
Wow.
man.
So
Yep.
so yeah,
no,
like
one
like the
makes me
fact that
tired.
like the fact that the people in the airplanes, they were incinerated, but yet
But their
yet their
passports survived it.
passports were not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's always,
and
and then they go to Bush and he's over there with the book upside down. Ooh, fool can't be fooled again.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the,
It's book about the tower.
the other
Upside down.
thing, the other thing,
The book was upside down. Yeah, like, you know.
yeah. Well, the other thing is in 2000 it was 2001 when 9/11 happened. You couldn't make a cell phone call from an airplane unless it was
Yeah.
on the ground.
Yeah,
so-
and Cheney's over there like you know, Darth Vader. Don't worry, I've dealt with this. Go back to
Yeah.
playing with your Legos. You know.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then
Yeah, that's a
Halliburton
good
went through
point.
the roof, which I'm not going to lie. I made money on that because I was like, I knew what these stupid people were doing. I was like, look at these assholes. They're going to rob the house. Might as well just make money. I told people, and then when the housing bubble came, I said, why do you think Clinton, who had no reason politically at all, in October of the year that he got out of office, why, oh, why? In 2000, right? Why would he just repeal the Glass-Steagall Act? Look that up, folks. Look up the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. Clinton did that. That gave Bush and Cheney, those two bastards, a free hand to just rob the house and create the housing bubble, which crushed so many people's lives. And Clinton did that. He gave them that hand. You know, here you go. We've sold a lot of cocaine together.
Wasn't
and it's getting ready to happen
dealing
again.
with a scandal?
Unbelievable.
He was in bed with the Chinese.
Oh, dude, and they were all in bed with the Chinese. It's not like it just started. They act like, oh, it's time to put a stop to it. It's been going on for 12 presidencies. Why are we just
And then right as that's breaking out, all of a sudden the Monica Lewinsky thing happened.
Yeah, and then they're like, who cares, dude? And then they throw things at you that are just so ridiculous.
Yeah, don't look at the fact that I was selling classified secrets to China. I had this intern give me a blowjob.
Yeah, and during this whole, every time there's something really that really needs to be explored, they throw gay marriage or whatever, some other crap social thing, you know, that needs to happen. You know, oh, this cop did this, and we got to go crazy. No, dude, stay focused on what they're doing because it's this sleight of hand bullcrap that they do.
Makes me wonder what's getting ready to happen next, and then they're going to announce the death of the Pope.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and
Yeah,
you know
speaking
he's
of
supposed
Pope.
to be the last Pope.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah.
Because
that.
and here's
Pope's
my
gonna have
theory
a
on
bad
that,
May.
folks. There will be another Pope, but he won't be human.
Yeah, probably.
Pope Francis is the last human Pope. Because you have the black Pope, the gray Pope, the red Pope, and the white Pope. That's a whole nother show.
Yeah.
And each one represents part of the power base, you know?
Each one
I'm telling
represents a horseman.
Yeah. What do you guys think of like the Pope seeing demons all night that one day? You guys ever read that article?
Well, he's getting a preview, probably.
Yelling
Who's
at
that
demons,
famous
dragging them to hell.
exorcist? Was it Father Padre Pio? I think.
I'm sure there's
Said,
some kind of poetic
Satan has
justice
entered the
there somewhere.
Vatican.
Yeah. Isn't the
I
red
don't know.
sacrifice today?
Malachi
The
Martin.
red heifer. There you go.
Yeah, it might have been Malachi Martin. It was one of them.
Yeah, Malachi Martin was a very he's interesting. I read his book. There was a book he had written about this woman that was possessed, and I thought it was so bizarre at the time. But she was talking about being possessed by a giant spider, and now we know what we know about the spider and how they interact and what they are to these cryptids, because that's the base. That's what they're using. So yeah, there's a whole lot of weird stuff going on here.
Well, Josh, you had mentioned Deagle. Do you know what the Deagle report said about this year?
No, what happened?
Oh, 2025 is the year that the depopulation happens, according to
it's
Deagle.com.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
2030, I think, is their ultimate goal.
But 2025, 2/3 of America, 12 million Canadians, 2/3 of England, 2/3 of Europe.
The depopulation. If you look
right
at
about
like,
everything,
2030, I think though is their ultimate goal, and 2030 is a 5-year, and that's when chaos. 5 is chaos.
Yeah, a 5-year plan or something.
Yeah.
That's where
that'll be the year Trump gets out, and then they'll be able to go back to work. Because no matter who gets in, Republican and Democrat, is going to be some living demon that's going to do whatever they're going to do.
Maybe,
folks,
maybe not.
thank you for tuning in, guys, and I appreciate it, everybody. We'll do this again, man. If you guys enjoyed this, I would strongly recommend joining the Patreon just so you guys could be there, and then we could bring the party over here. More people can listen to the beginning.
Yeah, it's actually my first time on any kind of live stream.
So if you guys want to do that, and then of course we could do this every other Monday or whatever, and I can be off. We can do this. Tuesday tomorrow night though, we got the episode with that woman Aaliyah, who she golly what she went through with this bastard creature, evil creature that just one of these things can ruin your life. I can imagine what's going to happen when they're just roaming around everywhere. But check it out. And then we have a Wednesday. We have we retell people's encounters, of course. And then Thursday, I don't think we have anything. But then Friday, we have a guest. Who is the guest on Friday? I don't even know. I got to look here. Let me tell you who the guest is.
Awesome.
On Friday.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just waiting for my equipment to come in, save up the cash, buy it. Yeah, it's this thermal scope. It's the Halo XRF. That thing just cuts through the dark like really well. You can see everything in night vision. Thermal.
We're going to be doing a lot more. What do you call it? Like boots. I hate calling it boots on the ground, but like going out and running around. That area that we found with the habitation, dude, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we'll be able to find everything there.
Robert Kreider. Okay, so Robert Kreider. Robert Kreider's a good guess. Let me make sure and get in touch with him. He was going through some stuff. Robert Kreider has a theory, folks, and if you're in the chat, you're going to have to ask him that when the Anunnaki were in control, that they brought people here to America from all over the place, Persia, Asia, East Asia, and of course, the Mesopotamian area, Egypt, and that's how we ended up with all these ziggurats and all this other stuff. It's pretty interesting stuff. So, yeah, he's going to be on Friday, and then Sunday we have the big show where we do, retell people's encounters again. But it was nice having everybody come on and talk and talk about everything we talked about, and getting this stuff out there. It's very important. I think it's very important. Marlo says, damn, fell asleep, woke up, still on. Well, you got 5 hours and 20 minutes of stuff to watch. So, thank you to everybody
who
just
fast
came
forward
on.
through my part.
Kevin Murphy, thank you. Dick Richards, Vicky,
thank you, sir.
What is your do you have a last name? Or do you just go by Vicky?
I'll just go by Vicky, but I had a blast. Thank you again for having me on.
And Andres C. Is it Carazales?
Thanks for helping me with this.
Yeah, of course. It was great
and
getting
Excalibur, Cryptid Commission, and whatever. And Vicky, I just wondered because you were so quiet. I was making sure you weren't just like a bot.
No, definitely not
Robot.
a
Are you an
robot or a
AI
vampire.
robot here to the Terminator?
An android.
He's a
No.
Terminator. Dun, 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 dun.
Like the Cryptic Commission, it's my first live, so I was a little quiet, but you know, I'll get
Cryptic
it.
Committee. He seems like he's just chill. Like he belongs here. He just
Yeah, it's actually my first time being in, I don't know, speaking in front of people or in any kind of live stream.
Really?
Yep.
Could have fooled me.
Well, if you got
Yeah,
stories or
yeah.
anything, you talk well. I wouldn't have to put it all together. You could just talk. I don't have to.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, next time I'll probably be like more talkative. I was
Tell
kind of
us-
like,
tell your
I came
story.
in late, I was kind of catching up.
Yeah.
Trying to
And
jump
Vicky,
in when
thank
I
you for
could.
showing up. And Excalibur, we had Excalibur is a lady, and so is Vicky. We didn't have a lot of ladies in here, but I'm glad we had some. We had some people. So,
All right.
Balance.
guys, you got to pray for James. James is he is where he's at. He's got to
Lord
pray
bless
for him.
that man.
In the dark.
No kidding.
He's got
No
some
judgment, but no kidding.
things to learn, man.
Yeah.
He's lost
I haven't
his
seen
way.
lunar eclipse in a while. Thank you, Wolf, for your knowledge and time. And many thanks to all who contributed to the show. And we'll see you tomorrow night. It's a pre-record. Some people still don't realize it's a pre-record, and they'll leave comments on there saying like, oh, I missed it or whatever. I'm late or whatever. It's like it's a pre-record. It's already done. We've already recorded it. So
Yeah, it's a premiere of a pre-recorded video. If that makes it easy.
That's
Why
it.
don't you
right
close us out with a prayer for James?
Okay, let's do that. Dear Heavenly Father, I come unto you in the mighty name of Christ. I ask this in the name of Christ. These things are done according to your will. May your plan be done in our lives, Father. And Lord, help me to find favor in your eyes, especially. But Lord God, I ask you in the name of Jesus that James Schreier, that you open his eyes to the truth and you change his heart and his ways and get him away from these evil demonic influences, these archons that are tricking and fooling people. Please don't allow him to be one of those people being tricked and fooled, and pull him away from that and push him toward the true light and give him your son, Jesus Christ, the mercy that he needs and just a little bit of your power and your glory to see, to open his eyes. And please, Lord God, push him into the bosom of your son, Jesus Christ, so that he may be saved and find salvation, the true salvation, and reject Lucifer and all manners of evil. Your will be done in the name of Christ. Amen.
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 Lord bless you all.
All we can do is hope and pray, folks. That's all we got in this world, really and truly. That's it. We're just hanging on, dude. That's it. So I'll see you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. I had a blast. This was fun. 5 hours, 24 minutes went by.
Yeah, me
quick.
too.
We should do this on Rumble sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really
The
go
only
hard.
problem is Nikki just talks so much. She was just like yak, 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 and everybody's just like, "Oh, lady, just shut up,
Shut up, woman.
talking so much."
The man folk is talking.
Good grief! Don't make me be like Alabama, man.
We'll get a sack of oranges and beat you.
We'll whoop you good.
Won't even leave a mark.
They're gonna clip that part and be like, Josh Turner talks about assaulting female kids.
That's okay. I got a gun. I'm good.
We're gonna edit these little reptilians in.
Won't leave no more.
All right. Good night,
Like a
guys.
South Park, Alabama man, bust your lip open. I told you to shut up.
Yeah. Alabama man.
We're just kidding, Vicky. I hope you don't take it personally.
You can drink and drink and drink some more.
All right, guys.
Don't
I'll
worry,
see you
I'm
guys.
a long-time listener, so I'm familiar.
Have a good night, man.
So you're familiar? Okay,
Good night.
good.
You guys have a good night.
All right, Dick. I'll
Good
see
night.
you. Commission, Jake, everybody, Excalibur, Andres.
Josh, check your
Kevin.
Facebook.
Okay, I will. I'll see you guys. Good night.
Okay, bye.
Good night, guys.
Okay.
Lord bless you all.
Good night, guys. Good night, everyone.